Orange, report in.
Red 10 standing by.
Red 7 standing by.
Red 3 standing by.
Red 6 standing by.
Red 9 standing by.
Red 2 standing by.
Red 11 standing by.
Red 5 standing by.
Tricked you. Man, it's been a rough week for yours truly. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Yeah, it's been a rough one. But see if we can get things going. Stay in good spirits. No, we are not doing 5 hours today tomorrow. I refuse. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I got no 304s. No, I don't. I never do.
Your standpoint on women is going to change the moment you meet the right woman. Yeah.
That's cute, but no, I mean, I've had love for women, but I'm never going to fall in love with women. Because when you fall in love with a woman, what happens is you start to lose grounding and you start to lose that rational thought. A lot of the stupid things that men do is because of love.
So you're scared to be vulnerable?
No.
And let yourself go and be in love? Like you're going to block yourself from like emotion and to feel something that could be really amazing for you because you're scared to be vulnerable?
No, because I understand that men and women are different, and men love women far differently than women love men. Men love women for real. Women love men.
Women love men for real?
No, they don't.
Yes,
women love men under the premise that they provide value. Men love women idealistically. Women tend to love men more from an opportunistic standpoint.
Then how would you then perceive me?
I mean, look, I don't judge people per se on what they do outside of their like lifestyle, whatever. I'm just saying, for example, if you had 100 guys in your, I want to say, past or history, it could be considered bad for some people.
Okay, is it bad for you?
I think it's just up to your prerogative.
Is it bad for you?
I think it's a great option for you because...
A great option for me?
Yeah.
But what if I wanted to be your wife?
My wife?
Yeah, what if I want to be your wife?
100 men. You want to be my wife for 100 men? Let me ask you this. Do you think if you had 100 men, you could really bond with me all the way?
Yeah.
Still?
Yep. May the best man win.
You don't think...
Strongest bond.
You don't think that after the 100 men, you might have some animosity towards men, like in terms of like, all men are this way, all men are that way. I don't know if I can trust you. I think the more men a girl's been with, it's kind of like, it's harder for her to actually like trust somebody the same way. Because let's be real here. I say all the time, there's only like 3 to 4 relationships somebody has before they actually say, you know what, I'm tired of this. I think all people are the same.
As a guy, it's your job to find a girl that isn't, it's going to sound terrible, and hopefully I don't get canceled for me saying this, tarnished.
Tarnished.
Yeah.
It's not really fair to say tarnished.
Yeah, well, I mean...
Because like a lot of people do hold themselves accountable and do the work and personal development.
Women?
Well, yes, we do. So before you want to...
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Most girls don't hold themselves accountable whatsoever. Most girls rarely self-approve, if ever. But most girls think, I'm special, I'm perfect the way that I am, I'm a princess, I deserve the world, and unfortunately, reality kind of smacks them in the face because they can't keep a guy long-term. They just get used for sex.
Heartbreak is worse for guys than it is for girls. And Tate had this really interesting video where he explained that because of the inbuilt possessiveness that men have, the thought of their ex-partner now being with a new partner is so painful that to them, it's going to be more painful than it would be for a woman. A heartbroken woman is someone that deserves sympathy and respect. A heartbroken guy is like, fucking, come on, man up. I'm not sure how much I agree with both of those.
For me, heartbreak was never about them being with someone else. The heartbreak was always just like the sadness of not having that person that you are loving and is loving you. I'm not even thinking about the next person because I'm thinking about this moment. I don't know. I think that that's weird. That means the only reason you loved your wife is because she's not fucking other guys. That's a weird reason to love that person.
I'm not sure that'll be the reason that you love them, but it might be the reason why heartbreak hurts so much on the other side of it.
I mean, it would hurt if she's sleeping with someone else 100%, but I wouldn't go there until they did. And I wouldn't be heartbroken off of the hypothetical. But you don't want them to stop wanting you. Yeah,
yes, but that's super juvenile.
need to be a daddy, don't do daddy things. Be a man and decide that if you're not willing to actually make a commitment to the woman you're about to sleep with or the child you might be about to create, then you don't make that decision. But you don't get to cop out of your responsibility, put it all on her as if you're noble and a feminist because you supported her right to choose. No, you supported her right to bear the burden for the rest of her life because of an action you participated in and then walked away from. I cannot think of a lower form of irresponsibility than that. And I find it absolutely disgusting.
Tell these bitches to go what jerking off was, but I didn't come yet. No bullshit. I would jerk my dick in the shower, stop, I would pee, and then I would put my finger in front of the pee, and then I'd taste my finger to see. I was like, well, is this cum? I swear to God on my life, I was tasting pee off my finger because I didn't know what an orgasm was. I didn't know the feeling. You don't know the feeling yet, so there's no way to understand it. And then I remember the first time I actually did cum, and I was like, I don't even need to taste that.
And canceled. Oh, how we doing today, guys? Probably better than me. Yeah. Yeah, well, I had a really rough past 2 days. I'm still wasn't going to do today's show. Actually, I was kind of in mourning right now. I lost one of my greyhounds on Friday, and it was kind of a sudden thing. If you've watched my Instagram, you probably already picked up on this. I was not on Rule Zero yesterday. I'm just not in. Was just not in. Actually, I don't know if I'm really in it today too. So we'll see. We'll see where we go today. But I lost Bambi. We lost our girl. Not Ned. Ned's still around. Ned's our good boy. So I got the call from my wife on Friday. Now this is after doing, let's see, how many podcasts did I do? I did the show with Mike Sartain, Access. Well, I guess you could call it Access Vegas. We had Mike Tang, photographer Mike Tang, on, and that was Wednesday. And then Thursday, of course, we did the thank you very much, Chuck T. We did then of course we did Access Vegas on Thursday night, which we're moving. I think works a little bit better for us. We had better viewership. Yeah, thank you very much. Bambi was a very special dog. I mean, what dog's not special, right? But I got the call from my wife about, I think it was 10 a.m., 11 a.m. I was flying back at about like noonish from Vegas back to Reno. And she said she was on the way to the vet. And I said, what happened? And she said, well, Bambi has took a tumble down the stairs. And she's done that before. But I mean, dogs, when the dogs are roughhousing or playing around, like Ned and Bambi like to play. And I thought, maybe they were just like roughhousing or something. She goes, no. The dog couldn't get up. And I was like, oh my God. So, when that happens, it's usually, something, a broken bone or something like that, which is really dicey for a greyhound in the first place because they have such thin bones. And if you know anything about greyhounds, they're the racing breed. They are the fastest, certainly the fastest dog. I think their top speed is about 45 miles per hour. But they are very intent on the rabbits that live out here. Now, as you know, I've moved into the new studio here, and we are really very close to just sort of the Badlands. When I joke around about how the studio is in this bunker in the middle of the Nevada desert, I'm not kidding. It's in literally in the high desert, and I can see from my window the way to take my quad out into the Badlands. But that also means we have a lot of coyotes and we have a lot of rabbits. So the dogs like to, of course, hunt rabbits. That's what greyhounds are trained. They are very well trained to do one thing. Kill the rabbit. That's pretty much their entire existence. And well, we had Bambi since 2017. I think it was like November of 2017. I still have the video when she came to live with us too. But she was just such a sweet dog. She didn't have she was just like no trouble. Like a lot of greyhounds, they have a quirk or they have something that's really kind of like maybe they're like a spook kind of dog, like they're like anything like frightens them kind of thing, or they're clingy, or sometimes they, and occasionally they can get abused. And fortunately, we got Ned when he was 2 years old, so he never really had any sort of like psychological trauma other than the normal kind. But I got the call and she said she was on the way to the vet, and I was literally on the plane when she texted me and said that it's osteo. And by osteosarcoma, bone cancer, which is something that greyhounds are prone to. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. If you want to adopt a greyhound, understand the risks. Bambi's the third dog we've lost to osteo. I lost Fidel, I lost Lori, and I lost and Bambi now. But it's just something that they have. If it's not osteo, then it's usually like the dog gets old. And by old I mean like 13. That's old for a greyhound. 14 is ancient. But then when they get old, if they beat osteo, it's usually like the hip dysplasia kind of thing. Like they lose feeling from their hips to their spinal cord. And I had 2 dogs go down from that, but they were old. And so at least you're kind of prepared for this. But Bambi was only 8. And so that was really tough. And it still is kind of tough on us right now. And it's tough on Ned because Ned's only ever known Bambi. So we're just kind of in our mourning phases right now. And I wasn't expecting to have to do that, but it was osteo, and she had a compound fracture on her tibia that was the result of having that area, a tibial fracture. And I saw the x-rays and it was not good. And so, had to get off the airplane and go right to the vet and put down my dog. So it was a really rough few days. So, but anyways, I figure I better do this show today. It helps me focus on things. I went to band practice too. Thank you very much. Yes. I when bad shit happens, I'm not the kind of guy that likes to dwell on things, but it's still very depressing, especially when it's somebody who's a member of the family and it's like cutting off a limb, it's like, they have ghost limb, phantom limb, phenomenon or whatever it is. It's kind of like that, I think. I'm probably not to the same degree, of course, but it's just, it was rough, and it's still kind of rough on us. My daughter came up early for Christmas break, and she's with us now, and just rough on her because she was very attached to the dog. It was really my wife's dog. She was the one who chose the dog from the agencies. I should probably, I wonder how interesting it would be for me to just do a quick 8 or 10 minute video on greyhounds. Because if there's something I know probably almost as good or better than intersexual dynamics, it's adopting and reconditioning greyhounds, because I've been doing it since 2010, and Ned is number 8. So Bambi was number 7, Ned is number 8. And so that should give you an idea of how many dogs have died in my arms since 2010. And I had one die in my arms yesterday. So, and I always do that. I'm not the kind of person, I've never been the kind of guy that would not do that. So it's just something you have to go through. They're a heartbreak breed, and because they are prone to those things, they're thoroughbred racing greyhounds. They are inbred. There are probably, half a dozen, maybe a dozen sires, which means there are all from the same genetic stock, more or less. Like the winningest, greyhounds are usually the ones that are studding out. And so, if they had problems with osteo, then your dog was likely to have osteo. The good news for Ned, though, is that he's of the same line as my other dog, Covey. Now, Covey never got osteo. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed. I know it doesn't really mean anything, but he is of the same stock as my other dog, Covey, who passed away from old age. He had the hip dysplasia thing. So there's good news for Ned. But we're kind of just sort of decide what to do. So if I'm a little bit low energy today, you'll understand. Maybe I won't be. We'll see. We're going to talk today a little bit about today's theme. By the way, I should start this out is the red pill creating more incels. And the reason why I brought this up is because it was something that was brought up on that certain daytime talk show that I was supposed to, air by now. People keep asking me about that. I'm not at liberty to say one way or the other, but nobody's contacted me, so I can't tell you what day or time or whenever it is. It's probably just going to show up, and people are going to go, "Hey, Rollo, your show's on," and then I'll know because one of you guys will tell me about it. But that show was intended to be about the state of the kids today. What's wrong with the kids today? Are they all turning into incels? And I thought this was interesting because I see this coming up more and more. You guys know that my hallmark, my calling today, for at least for 2022, has been a plea for accuracy. And it's next to impossible to get accuracy today when everyone and their mother has decided that they want to throw their hat in the ring with respect to intersexual dynamics and the manosphere, for lack of a better term. And I think what's interesting, it's either you love them or you hate them. Thank you, Dave, for that very much. That's much appreciated, my friend. That's very appreciated. Dave Lara, also the illustrator for book 5, by the way. The cover of book 5. So I kind of wanted to dive into this because I see everybody doing riffing on Myron and Fresh's interview on grilling with Sean Reynolds, right? And I already did one breakdown of the Andrew Tate game that he was running on Xi'an, but and a lot of guys kind of checked me on that, and probably rightly so. It wasn't so much him actually trying to get a date with Xi'an Reynolds. Like, Tate is not going to try to get a sort of used up, what is she, 38? I think she said she's 38 in Myron's videos, as a matter of fact, and we already know she's a single mother. So, I mean, we'll watch this, and I'm gonna just let the tape roll, and we're just gonna riff on this for a little while. I also have Fresh's interview too. I don't know that I'll go all the way through Fresh's, but it's interesting to see the differences between Myron and Fresh when you're looking at both of these dates. I don't even know why they call them dates, but I look at Sean Reynolds, I look at this grilling program, and it's really the Manosphere. I had Jedediah Bila ask me 2 weeks ago, do you think there could be a red-pilled dating show? Right? Thank you, Eric. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah. Hopefully too. Sorry, I missed you guys on Rule Zero. I was just not feeling it. I'm really, I'm still trying to hold it together right now. So, but anyways, the whole thing with Sean Reynolds is it's almost like that red pill dating show that Jedediah Bila was talking about. And come to think of it, I kind of wish this would have, like, these videos would have come out earlier. Thank you again. Thanks, Sarah. Thank you very much. While I believe the red pill will create more incels, I also believe it will create more masculine men. Hopefully it creates more. Yeah, well, that's, it's funny. That's sort of like the idea that I had today for today's theme is, are we actually creating incels, or are we just more aware of the ones that are already there? I think that's probably the better question to be asking at this point. But when I look at the Xi'an, Xi'an, whatever. Reynolds, your name's Sean. I know that's like Sean could be a girl's name too, right? But she spells it funny. Single mommy, 38. I mean, just on the surface here, it's ridiculous. And she's not actually looking to like find a man. What's going to be funny is when she does find a man, she won't be able to do this show anymore. I remember, I can remember what's her name. Kate Bollock. Kate Bollock was a writer. I don't know if she's still around. She used to write for The Atlantic, and she had a book called Spinsters or something like that. And she wrote an article called All the Single Ladies for The Atlantic at one point. And this was like back in 2012. And I brought this up then. I'll bring it up now because it's also kind of relevant to Xi'an Reynolds. The worst thing that could have happened to Kate Bollock is she found the guy of her dreams and got married because that's what was sustaining her her grift, right? I was sustaining her writing. That was what was sustaining her as a, a content creator, because she was the girl that wrote Spinster, and she's going to be a spinster for the rest of her life. And she was the one who was regretting all this stuff about having the perfect guy. When she was 29, she let him go, but she doesn't care. She's living her best life at 40. You could almost make the same case for Sean Reynolds. It would be the worst thing that could happen for Sean is to actually find a guy because it kind of nullifies the whole intent of the show. So if she was really like dating, then you'll never know. And once again, Devil Mountain Coffee is the official endorser of this show. And where did I put that? There it is. The official endorser there it is. Devil Mountain Coffee. Go check it out. 20% off. Just use that code RMS. I won't belabor that. This is not a plug. They don't pay me anything. They just give me free coffee and some nice merch. But do go check them out. DevilMountainCoffee.com. 20% off. RMS is the code. That's Rational Male Show. That's how you can remember it. They'll give you 20% off your thing. And I know that they've got some. I think they got some holiday coffees as well. Why do I even care? It's because I like the coffee, and it is the highest caffeine. You want to know why I'm always amped on this show? It's not because I'm like on Adderall or something. I'm on Devil Mountain Coffee. It is the highest caffeine content you could get. So go check them out. I really like. I endorse them. Put it that way. How's that? I'm finally getting free stuff for the show. You guys don't realize how many like endorsements I turn down or like support. I could be doing like 30-second plug after 30-second plug. I simply don't do it because I get like Mary Kay. Like, why is it like, I don't get anybody. Like, if people wanted to sponsor this show or they wanted me to like do a plug, I'd probably be down with it. It's just, I don't like this. The offers I get are just like, it's not on brand, man. But anyway, so we're going to get into that today. Today, we're also going to get into so I have Fresh's interview lined up. I got Myron's lined up. We're going to get into that as well. I threw some of these other extras out here, especially the last guy who's talking. It seems to me like there is a push for this want to get guys to quote unquote get back on the plantation. And that's usually thrown out there by trad cons. I'm going to dig into that just a little bit today because it goes hand in hand with the other video that I'm going to riff on today, which is the Andrew Schultz versus Chris Williamson. And again, in the interest of accuracy, but also in the interest of discussing red pill topics. So people ask me, like, why do you always riff on these videos? Why don't you just do a dedicated show to vulnerability, right? Or I did one to hypergamy just not too long ago. I just put it in the middle of a video. I can do dedicated shows, and yes, don't worry, Passport Bros, I got you, fam. Don't worry. Where it's coming up. I felt like that needed its own dedicated show. So I'm actually doing I don't know if I should do I think Passport Bros would want me to do a live stream so that they can chime in. So that's coming up. It'll probably be a midweek show. It might even be like Wednesday. I think I might do the Passport Bros show on Wednesday. So that is coming up. I just had to sort of like square things away. I had so much to do in Vegas. And then, of course, all this other stuff happened with Bambi passing. So, but don't worry, Passport Gang. I see. I feel you. I see you.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
Thank you for that sound drop. Whoever gave me that. Anyways, I wanted to start this off with a few choice words that I was looking at in the comments, or the commentariat, let's just say, for the last Access Vegas show. And once again, I expect these. I expect trolls in the chat. And of course, whenever you put women of the, let's just say, caliber of the women that we had on Thursday's show, you're always going to get haters. And I understand that. And Mike Sartain and myself we're aware of that. And I was answering a commenter today who was pretty critical about the caliber of girls that we have on the show. And his comment, I could probably go dig it up, but I'm just going to paraphrase here, was a common one, which is, why don't you get some normal girls on there? Why don't you get some girls from the Midwest? You know, why don't you get some, you know, was it girls who are, you know, in finance, girls who are in New York, girls who are Washington, D.C., I don't know. Get normal girls on there. And I thought about that and I go, you don't want normal girls. You really don't. And when I'm watching, say, Fresh and Fit, and I'm looking at the, you know, the dozen or so girls that they have for the after hours show, those I don't think would be, as far as this commenter was concerned, those I don't think would be considered quote unquote normal girls. So I'm like, what is a normal girl? What's normal to you? What's the overarching, you know, sort of character of a quote unquote normal girl? And I started looking this up and I'm like, well, a normal girl, an average woman today, let's just say between 25 and 35. Let's use that demographic right there. We don't want to go too early because, you know, then people will just say, oh, well, they're young and they don't know anything, Rolo. And then past, like, say 33, it's like, oh, they're all run through and used up. Right. So there's always going to be something to be critical of, regardless of who we put on the show. And we've done our level best to have some, you know, up our game a little bit. Let's just say the premise of the show is not to, it's not this.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
I love your moment. That's not the premise of the show. I think a lot of guys want us to be a little bit more proactive in, like, running these girls with a flagpole. The problem is that when you're talking to women who are like models, I mean, go look at their Instagram. Go check out the girls that are go look at what they do. We've had models on there, but you go and you look at, say, Jamie Villamore. Jamie Villamore's 42 years old, which is incredible to me. If you go and you look at her and you look at her, and this is not just her touched up, you know, like put the filters on her kind of photography. She has video on there. She has video of her unretouched video where she's, like, you know, shooting guns, right, at targets and stuff, because that's her thing. Right? 42, I believe she's got at least, I know she has one child and maybe two. I'm not really sure, but she's a mommy. 42, and, you know, I've talked. You know, what's funny is I sat with her and when I first met her, it was the first time. It was right before the first episode. She was on our first episode. And I knew how old she was, and I knew some of her background, but we had some really good discussions. And of course, we weren't agreeing on everything, and that was fine. But when we get into the show, and we hold women accountable, but people think that just because they're, you know, jet screaming hootie queens, you know, with big circus tits, that we aren't holding them accountable, or we just put women like that on the show and they, oh, you're simping. It's a simp show. Is this a simp show? Coach Greg Adams will be ashamed of you. Okay, thanks, Coach Gang. The fact of the matter is that it wouldn't matter whether we got some, you know, and we've done this, by the way. We get some nice chick from the Midwest. We get Sarah Davis, for example. Here, Sarah. Thank you. Yeah, I think we're confusing average with normal. I also can send $50. Thank you. You can only send $50. You can only send $50. So let me take that out. There you go. So, like, what's normal? What qualifies as normal? And if we got normal girls on there, what would be the conversation? What do you think how would that change the conversation? How would normal girls on Fresh and Fit change the conversation? I mean, by the definition I was given, the women on the young ladies, and by the way, there's been women, at least when I've been on the show, there's been women there have been as old as like 36, 38. And so it can be, you know, it runs the gamut on that show. I think that's one of the strengths of Fresh and Fit, is that they can have a girl who's 18 and they can have another girl who's 38 years old on the same show, and they have different perspectives. And I think that's actually one of the best parts of that show, because it shows you sort of like I won't say dichotomy, but the difference in sort of thinking between a Gen X or a Gen Z and maybe a millennial, like latter half of the millennials, mid millennial. And then, you know, then you've got Pearl, and then you've got Fem Sapien, or real Fem Allie, then you got Torsha, And you got, I'm trying to see who else. Who else is that? What other? Those are like the only three I can think of right now. I guess there's like Janelle is one. Would she be one? I don't even know who else. I mean, you could throw Jedediah into that category. Thank you very much for that, Sam. You could throw all that in there as well. And of course, I've been fielding these questions about, how the manospheres and how the manoswamp. And the idea of bringing girls or women into the fold is a bad idea, and which is something I've talked about in the past. I've written several. In fact, the last essay I wrote on the Rational Male was about exactly that. So yes, I'm quite aware of it. Thank you very much. Sean Reynolds, Sean Reynolds wants to be part of it in an indirect way. I mean, in a maybe a direct way. The moment she had Andrew Tate on her show, she entered into the quote unquote manoswamp. Should she be there? Should we listen to her? Should we watch Andrew Tate take her to the woodshed? We're going to watch right in a moment. We're going to watch Myron take her to the woodshed. Is she normal? Is that conversation between? I think I'll tell you the other thing is what I was doing the build up for the show. Leah Halpern. Yes. Thank you very much. Crypto Thought. Now she's on Fox News answering questions about, what's wrong with the kids today? You're a kid yourself. You're 25 yourself. Okay. She's the PR girl for Andrew Tate for Hustlers University at this point, because I don't see anything else coming out of her mouth unless it's something to do with the FTX scandal and Sam Bankman-Fried. Then maybe she wants to get back into it. Mia Khalifa? No, not yet. Maybe she will. She'd probably draw a huge audience if she started talking about this stuff. We should get her on. I bet we could. I got some announcements for you. Not right now. I'll hold off, but right around the top of the hour, I'll make some announcements about what we're going to do on Access Vegas in January. You guys you want to stick around for that for sure. So what's a normal girl, right? Is Sean Reynolds normal? She's 38 with a kid, single mommy. That's technically normal. Well, I mean, in the UK, right? But that's technically normal. A normal girl today is 160 some odd pounds, 170 pounds, and she's 5'9". She's like a beach ball. That's a normal girl. I was reading an article. I was doing my build up for this, and I was reading this article about what does the average girl look like? She doesn't look like the girls that are on Fresh and Fit. She certainly doesn't look like the girls on Access Vegas. She's overweight. 75% of the U.S. population is overweight, and 40% of women are morbidly obese. Is that normal? Technically, it is, because that's the average woman. How many kids does she have? Is she a single mommy? 42% of children, and this is across the board, 42% of children are born out of wedlock in the United States. Is that normal? Should I get them in? I joked about this, and actually now I'm kind of taking this seriously a little bit. I joke about this. You've probably heard me say this. I want to start a show with Aaron Clary. Now, Aaron, if you're watching, we really need to do this. We're going to call this show Stale and Fat, and we're going to get nothing but 40-plus-year-old soccer moms who still think they got it, and we want them to come in. Karens. Like a Giga Karen. Was Amanda? Is that what her name was? Get that kind of girl into the show. We're going to call it Stale and Fat. Instead of Fresh and Fit, it'll be Stale and Fat. It'll be myself and Aaron, and we'll get 4 or 5. And imagine the crosstalk, and imagine trying to get a word in edgewise. I think that would probably be the definition of hell for Aaron Clary. You all thought he was in hell when he was sitting next to the real estate girl who also did OnlyFans. On Access Vegas. No, I think probably Stale and Fat would be which is probably why it will never happen. But I think it would be kind of fun to do it as sort of a parody or do something as a one-off show with myself and Aaron. Maybe we'll do that. It would be ideal if we could just sort of convert the Fresh and Fit studio and just surprise, here it's Stale and Fat. But that's normal though. They're normal, right? Aren't they? What's normal? The aspects or the characteristics of the women that this one commenter was giving me was what was it? I think I'm here. You know what? I'm just going to call it up because I think I still have it here. Here we go. Let's see. Oh, this is what he said. I'm just going to read this to you because it's just easier to do it. It says, none of these low quality girls or those on Fresh and low quality girls on Fresh and Fit will ever be your average young professional female worker in corporate America. Yeah, that's kind of the reason. That's kind of like why would you watch for any other reason? I don't even see this low quality of women during happy hour at the popular places where all the young professionals hang out downtown in major U.S. cities. Okay. Why not bring normal young professionals, females and males, working normal jobs like Deloitte? I don't know what the hell that means. Lobbying firms, global nonprofit finance, etc. That's normal. Okay. So they can provide a more realistic view on the topic. Rollo and Sartain are doing a disservice to this community by deeming strippers and sex workers as the standard for a woman, which is bananas. I've heard Rollo complain. So what's a normal woman? Here we go. I'm not complaining. I'm asking you to give me the definition so I can give you what you fucking want, man. Whenever his taste for 304s on the show is being addressed. Well, I just roughly described what a normal woman is. That's a normal woman. So let's see. A Deloitte, is that like Delaware? Like DC? Washington, DC? Deloitte. Lobbying firms, global nonprofits, and finance, etc. That's normal. Okay. I would love, I could go and get really anally retentive and like be very, very literal and find out like just how much money like these normal women are actually making. Right. Well, I roughly described what a normal woman is. Stop normalizing prostitution, sex work. Come on, man. Well, apparently you didn't see the Red Meat Wednesday show with Mia Khalifa, where I essentially said she's not a sex worker. She is a prostitute. And so I guess that wasn't enough. So so my reply to him was this. It says, we could bring intelligent, average women on the show and trolls would still complain that they're delusional, fat, entitled. Then the assessment would be that Mike and I aren't brutal enough with them and make comparisons to the other shows where the point is to dress women down and serve as their proxy in telling them the things that they couldn't do it in normal life in person and right face to face. So I think there's a certain element of guys who would very much like to have myself or Mike or hell, even like Pearl or Brian Atlas from whatever, like Fresh and Fit for sure, Kevin Samuels for sure, Andrew Tate for sure. Trying to think who else, whoever gets in women's face. And they serve as a proxy. They serve as so they live vicariously through me, through Mike, through Myron, through Fresh, which we're going to see here in just a minute, with respect to, like, say, Sean Reynolds. Like, oh, she's delusional. You can use the word delusional in a title, like delusional women in the title of a YouTube video, and it will play. Stop using Rollo Tomasi. Thank you. Use instead, here, I'll give you something else. It's so even better. Use delusional woman. Use modern woman in the title of your whatever, your latest video. Do that. I've noticed this over the years that there are certain like keywords that play better, I guess, in the algorithm or whatever, like whatever these guys are looking for. Like if these guys, what that says to me is like, guys, the reason why that plays or gets impressions on YouTube is because enough guys watched enough videos with the word delusional women in the title, or she gets offended. Heated debate between modern woman and blah blah blah. Modern woman always plays very well in titles. Trying to think what else, but the long and the short of it is the reason why it gets bumped in the impressions, which is the YouTube algorithm, is because enough guys stopped and clicked on videos with that title or those keywords in that title. So go and look at, seriously, go and have a look at some of that stuff. If you go and you look at, and I like the guy. If you go and look at like Poor Man's Podcast, good stuff. He started his channel in June or July of 2020. And he's already close to like what? I don't think he's at 1 million yet, but I think he's pushing like 700,000 subs. And he initially started doing live streams. That didn't play as well as the 8 to 12 minute videos where he's just simply copying, it's what we call chick talk videos, right? Just copying like videos and using them, commenting on them, and bam, he's done. He does maybe 2 or 3 of them a week, and he's huge, absolutely huge, because that's what plays. That's what these guys want. And that's why I'm asking, is the quote unquote red pill, because I'm not really sure it's even red pill at this point, but is the red pill creating incels, or are those guys already there and this is just the kind of stuff that they gravitate towards? Because I'm of the opinion that this is really what they're gravitating towards. Okay. I'll finish up here. It says, on our second or third show, we attempted to find a balance. None of the girls have been younger than 27. Torsha, by the way, I believe was the youngest girl we've had on Access Vegas. And then CJ Sparks is 38. Hi, CJ. I know she watches this show. Jamie Villamore, as I said before, is 42. All of our girls are articulate. Even Isabella, spiritual bimbo with the 600 cc tits, like that circus tits girl. Even she could carry on a conversation in ways that women on whatever podcast, Fresh and Fit or Pearl show can't seem to muster. Okay, because they're not familiar with this stuff. Several of our women hold master's degrees, doctorate degrees. We've had Miss Nevada on a panel, and all of them out-earn the average woman by an order of magnitude. So maybe they're not normal. Maybe they're above normal. Because for me to go and say, oh, well, they're making more money, is that the criteria for normalcy? Because clearly it's not. How would the normal women or men described be any more realistic about the topics that we discuss? Is realistic what a red pill audience actually wants from a talk show like this? If anything, the strippers and IG models we bring on are more agreeable to the red pill points we make than the average woman on most talk shows. That's the problem. It's like, you don't hold these girls accountable. Well, sometimes it's hard to do because they agree. They're like, they get it. I'll listen to like Mike, go into some very elaborate description of like evolutionary psychology and talks about David Buss and goes into all this stuff. And the girl's like, yeah, yeah, you got us. You got it. We understand. So they're far more realistic when it comes to harsh truths about intersexual dynamics. And I think possibly that's because they're at the level that they're at with respect to how attractive they are and what they're doing with how they're leveraging their attractiveness. The difference is that they made these dynamics work for them, which is why most viewers despise them. Okay. So my question to him, and a question really to the panel, to the chat today, is how would normal young professionals working normal jobs as described in lobbying firms, global nonprofits, etc., provide a more realistic view of the topics discussed? What would their perspective? What do you expect that those normal girls, their perspective would be that would in any way be more realistic and provide a much more informative show as a result of that? That's really the getting down to brass tacks. That's really what it's about. If anything, this demographic is more unrealistic about intersexual dynamics, because when you put those women on from, I don't know, global nonprofit and finance, whatever, they tend to push back. And really what they're asking is not about for a normal girl. They're asking for a woman who's going to push back. They're asking for a proxy, whether it's me or it's Myron or whoever, to push back and say, and give these girls their comeuppance and hold their feet to the fire. And I get that. That's red meat. Guys love that stuff. Clearly they love that stuff. Like if you go, as I was saying before, I mentioned Poor Man's Podcast. If you go and you look at his videos, like he's got hundreds of videos in the course of 2 years. And again, good stuff. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy his stuff. It's not a flame in any way. But if you look at his stuff, it's all pretty much red meat. And it's 8 to 12 minutes of red meat because that's what they want. Are those normal girls? Some of them you probably could say that, but it's not about the conversation. It's not about raising the conversation. It's not about even having the conversation. It's just about guys wanting to have a proxy or live vicariously through a guy who's going to hold their feet to the fire. I get that. That's why Kevin Samuel was so popular. If you go and you look at Fresh and Fit's videos, and you look at their daytime stuff, their regular shows, their regularly scheduled shows, they do good numbers. Don't get me wrong. Organically, 1 million subs is an accomplishment. However, if you look at their normal stuff or their daytime stuff, unless it's like a really hot interview, it's never going to perform as well as the after-hour show where they've got a dozen girls out there, and they know that. And more power to them. I think they're doing a great job as a result of it. But if you want to be realistic, That's realistic. In the manosphere, that's realistic. And so what happens as a result of all this is that, okay, well, let me finish out, Rob. But then again, maybe we're holding normal people accountable for the hubris and the delusions would make for a better show, right? Maybe that's what we should do. Maybe that would be a better idea. Okay. Either way, you'll find a reason to hate on them, hate on us, and feel better about yourself and your life in general as a result of that. So again, it's that sort of living vicariously through, through whoever the host is, whoever the show is, right? So let me scroll back through here. I missed a few, you guys. Hold on. Back. I know I missed a couple here. My bad. Oops, there you go, James. Got you. You know what? I'm getting so many supers. I'm going to actually do them right now real quick. Okay, here we go. Abinag. How often do women weaponize their tears against men to their advantage? I have just experienced something similar. Have you been a victim of it? Okay, well, men aren't victims, period. And you're never a victim. Okay, you're not allowed to be. I'm saying so. Everybody says so. No, it's not about being a victim. It's that women will use tears to leverage. It's an emotional appeal is what it is. It's also, by the way, when a woman screams at you or she's crying, it's a form of overt communication is what it is. That woman wants, when women are using covert communication, which is their native language, and then they move over to like, get away from me, you creep. They want to, that's overt, right? They want you to know in no uncertain terms that you like, get the hell away from me. So women will, use the language of men, which is overt, blunt force, communication. However, when they do so, it's because they've reached a point of frustration or exasperation where they have to do that. So I would need to know the specifics of the crying. I have a great post. It's it turned into I think it's in book is it in? I think it's in number 2. I think it's in Preventive Medicine. It's called The Crying Game. It's a chapter. It's also a post on my blog. It's called The Crying Game. And men have an innate protector instinct when it comes to women. And part of that is listening to a woman cry. It's almost like when you hear a baby cry, and there's nothing that is more aggravating to me than to be on Screaming Baby Airlines when I'm flying from Reno to Miami, right? I specifically do my best to figure out where the children are in the airport and who's on the plane, and to make sure that I am as far away from the child as possible. You might have and by the way, you might have the most well-behaved, most loving, wonderful, quiet child in the world. I'm still going to try to avoid you because there's nothing worse than having to sit through 3 or 4 hours with a child that will just not shut up, and the mother will not do anything to shut the child up. And it's different. It's like when you hear a woman cry and you hear a baby cry, I think it kind of taps into the same instinctual evolutionary, firmware in men to either want to get to the child and say, what's wrong with the child? Stop the child from, there could be predators around here. The wolves will come and get us if they don't keep the kid quiet, So I think that women also they can weaponize crying for sure. But remember, there's a difference between a woman having an emotional response and then also actually using it maliciously, I guess, leveraging it. So it's in the determination of, is she really upset, or is she upset because she wants me to do something? So it's discerning that is where the art really is. What do you got here? Brian, thank you. Sorry about your dog. We've all been there, done that. Yeah, thank you very much. We loved her. She was very well loved. Actually, really well loved. Excel Self, I had to say goodbye to my dog back in September 1st. I'm sorry, man. I gave it a kiss goodbye and had him cremated. So when I'm gone, he gets to sleep with my feet where he used to chill. My condolences. That's great, man. I'm glad for you. But I'll tell you, we have one of our sort of, like I said, this Bambi's like the 7th Greyhound we've had. Ned's the 8th. And whenever one of our Greys passes, we have this kind of little, I don't know, about yay high statue of a Greyhound that we got. I forget where we even got it from. But we take the collar from the dog and we put it around El Bow Wow Grande, the statue. So all of our past dogs, their collars are on that dog, and we had to put another one on just yesterday. And then, we just, we have to deal with it. So, but we have our ways that we do it, and we have little rituals, I think, when it comes to our dogs. Like I joke about this, like my wife is my wife, but my best friend is Ned. My best friend is Ned. He's with me all the time. In fact, I'm surprised he's not in the room right now. But it's tough. I'll tell you the thing that's tough is the reminder that Ned will give you. Like the other dogs will look for the dog and wonder why it's not coming back through the door. When I lost, I had prior to Ned, I had a dog called Henry, and some of you might be familiar with that. I think I mentioned him on the show a few times. Henry was a big boy. I mean, he was a big dog, and I was surprised he didn't get osteo as a larger dog. And then when he passed, we had to take him to the vet, hoping against hope that we'd be able to in some way, save him, save his hips from everything. And he was just too far gone. There was just too much, I guess, decay, whatever, with the nerves. And so we had to put Ned down or Henry down. And we brought him, we took him out of the house, and he never came back. And Bambi kept looking for Henry because she was very attached to Henry. She loved that dog. And I'll tell you what's crushing. You want to cry? Here's your tearjerker moment. He would wait, or she would wait at the door, thinking he was going to come through the garage door, even literally 4 or 5 days afterwards. And we have this one little hutch or something, I got a shelf or whatever, where we keep pictures of our dog, printed, framed pictures of our dogs. And there's one of Henry. And at one point I think we were having dinner, and we looked down, and Bambi is staring at the picture of Henry. And we're just God, stab it in your chest and twist the knife kind of thing. And we were just at that point, we're we got to get another dog. And this was in March of 2020. And so they were just initiating the initial lockdowns for the beer bug. And so we had to move fast. Well, I think it was literally the day that California locked down was the day that we picked up Ned. So we got him just in time. He was our COVID buy, but he ended up being a very good, still is a very good dog. And Bambi was too. So she was very special in that sense. I had to say goodbye. Oh, I got to you already. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dave Laro, for that $50, keeping Ned off the pole, or keeping him off the pole, keeping him off the OnlyFans. Sorry about your dog. I have to say, your books have given me a very strong understanding of the red pill. I listen to them while I work out. I love learning about it. Thank you very much for that, Drew. And let's see, Alvin. Why aren't boss babes being labeled as incels? Yeah, you'd think, right? They're the ones having the difficulty attracting men that she wants. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll tell you, the other thing is on that, I've written essays about this too, but on that same point, we expect guys, by the time they're 30, we expect them to be out of the house. They don't need a guy who is 30, let's just say round it off, 30 years old. The guy who's 30 years old and he's still living with mom and dad. What's your opinion of that guy? What's your read on that guy? A guy who doesn't have a degree, doesn't have his business together, doesn't have he's a barista, whatever, or he is just dating and is happy where he's at. He just does the bare minimum to get by. Maybe he's not living at home, but he has a job that sort of is a subsistence job, and he doesn't really have any. He's a MGTOW, right? Doesn't want to have anything to do with girls or whatever. He just goes along to get along. We call that guy, and have been calling those guys, kidults for a long time. Kid adults. I think it was back in 2012. It was The End of Men by Hannah Rosen. I still remember it like it was yesterday. And she would, we used to call them Peter Pan boys, right? Or they were kidults. They wanted to prolong their adolescence. And I always wondered, why is it that we don't look at women in the same way? If a woman is 30 years old and she's living with mom and dad, we don't go, oh, she's a kidult. She's a Peter Pan girl, a Tinkerbell girl, I don't know, whatever. She's not growing up. She's just waiting around for Prince Charming to ride in and marry her. And we don't use that. We say, oh, she's focusing on her career. Oh, she's a strong, independent woman. She's just, it's just cheaper to stay at home. We don't hold women to that same kind of standard because men have a burden of performance, and probably rightly so. I think probably rightly so anyways. But I know that we don't have that same standard. It's the same thing with the boss babe thing. It's like, why don't we call boss babes incels or femcells? Emilio, many guys will turn themselves incels by not doing the work needed in this paradigm. Money, muscles, game, frame. They will not adapt. Yes. And again, they've always been with us. I think we're just more aware of them now. Keep doing what you're doing. Thank you very much for what's good. Very appreciated. Thank you again, Sam Whiskey, for Ned's college fund. Keeping him off OnlyFans, one super chat at a time. 50% of OnlyFans girls and 50% of stay-at-home mothers. Yeah, is that a normal girl? Is that a normal chick? Tony Francesca. Rolla, have you noticed Jedediah's rings have changed on her engagement ring? Was the wrong hand? Yes, I did. In fact, Tony, I brought it up while I was on the show with her 2 weeks ago. I brought it up prior to that as well. Yes, I have noticed that. Is this reason Rich Cooper calling it the Manoswamp? Well, he's not the only one. I know people were asking me about a tweet thread that Rich was talking about. I think Rich wasn't like necessarily mentioning anybody in particular, but he's not the only one saying that. I know that like a guy like John Sonmez has been using that same term. It's the Manoswamp. And the idea anyways is that guys should just take what they need from the red pill and then they should move on. And that they should just learn as much as they need to sort of leverage it. They become adults. Like there's some sort of like a graduation ceremony. You get a red pill certificate. Here's your red pill, your certified red pill. Here you go. The problem with that idea, and he knows this, and John Sonmez knows this, is that once you put the red pill lens on, it doesn't come off. The lenses don't come off. The glasses don't come off. The secret special glasses, they don't come off. Once you're unplugged from the matrix, there's no going back. You don't go back and say, okay, well, I got what I need. Bye. You're constantly seeing that even the guys who are the most mature dudes in the world, who aren't incels, who aren't like, semi-autistic or Asperger's or whatever you want to call them. Even the guys who are very normal guys, they don't leave the sphere in any like significant sense because they have the red pill lens on. They know that now. So if you want to call it the Manoswamp, great, fine. I in some ways I kind of agree with that because there's so many guys and so many women who want to get involved in the discussion of intersexual dynamics. Most of them wouldn't even I would say the people who are in it for channel growth. They want to be influencers. They want to be in the engagement media. The people who shift or pivot from their old format to a new format, which is the Manosphere format, they don't call it the Manosphere. I wonder if you would, somebody needs to ask Pearl, are you in the Manosphere? Do you consider yourself in the Manosphere? Leah Heilpern, do you consider yourself in the Manosphere? Brian Atlas from whatever podcast, maybe he does, I don't know. Do you consider yourself as being in the Manosphere? I think that a lot of the people who broach these topics, Matt Walsh being amongst them, Chris Williamson has a question about the Manosphere for every goddamn guest he has on there, as if they are some sort of expert on the red pill, the Manosphere, intersexual dynamics, the men's self-improvement sphere, whatever we call it. Does he consider himself to be in the Manosphere? Because he constantly brings the shit up because he knows it'll play. Are you part of the Manosphere, or is it the Manoswamp? I don't know. Maybe somebody else can answer that question for me, because when I see this happening, or I see Destiny on a show, or I see other people who I believe have no business, being considered an authority on the Manosphere whatsoever. When I see that happen, I'm like, do they consider themselves to be part of that? Does Destiny consider himself to be part of the Manosphere? Does Alex from Playing with Fire, does he consider himself part of the Manosphere? Somebody tell me, because they want to constantly talk about it. They love the topics. They love the engagement. They love the numbers when they spike because they get into these topics. But do they actually consider themselves to be red pill? I was listening to what was a guy? Is it Coach Black Pill? He just had a video out talking pretty much about the same thing. Like that. I think there's this conflation between the red pill and like incels and doomers and black pill. Despondent, nihilistic. The most extreme end of the MGTOW movement, right? No, that's not the red pill, asshat. The red pill is a separate entity from that. Oh, you're telling them all about this information. Yeah, well, we're telling about information. How they process that is up to the individual, right? You got to think of it as being, an education, as a professorial class. I mean, I joke about having this as being like, sort of the classes in session kind of thing.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
But, when we're talking, like, I keep trying to say this is a praxeology, and people keep fighting me on this. But you know who's not fighting me on this? Is the guys who want to conflate the red pill with the black pill. The guys who want to conflate the red pill with incels, or Andrew Tate with creating incels, or Andrew Tate or Kevin Samuels or Fresh and Fit creating this, new generation of teenagers who are these, starting to become more misogynistic. Oh my gosh, they're not in touch with their feelings. Yeah. And there's, you got Andrew Tate, you got myself, or you got like, Kevin Samuels or whatever, holding women's feet to the fire. And they love that, but they don't realize that the actual message and the methodology, let's just say, for holding them accountable is the red pill. What they're learning from that is really up to the individual and the delivery of the quote unquote teacher or the influencer that's like sort of broadcasting that. Mode 1. Thank you. Did you like that show? That was pretty good. Yeah. Rip. Alan Roger Curry, take me out Kobe style. If you don't have the Lycus clip, the only one I have is this.
Dump that bitch.
That's the only, I could take you out with the Lycus. Remember that? That was such a good, that was a good shtick that he had. Is it right? Oh, is it right to think that the red pill doesn't create incels, but it can act as an amplifier for kids who already have a struggle with reality? Yes, I would say so, because they've always been with us. So when you give, like, it goes back to, what was it? And yes, I stole this line ruthlessly from, what the hell was the guy's name now? It was, giving, it's not Christian, not D'Angelo. It was, Ross Jeffries. That's what Ross Jeffries. He said, giving these kids this information is like giving dynamite to children. And he was right. You were correct about that. I'm sorry I ripped you off ruthlessly. But Ross was right. Ross is kind of a little weird on some levels, but he was correct about that. It's like giving children dynamite. So what happens when you give incels the red pill? Do they use it for their benefit, or would they rather just live vicariously through the guys who get her, Kevin, tell her she's average at best again, Kevin. Yeah. Kick her off to Frank Castle, or yeah. Like it's like professional wrestling. It becomes, I likened it to this, and people gave me so much shit about this back in the day. I bet they're not giving me shit about this now. But I said, at some point, when you're holding women accountable over and over and over again, and they're not prepared for it, and the conversation is going to go before you even have that conversation, it's like beating up on children. I use those words. I said, this is like beating up on children. You can win. It's like playing football. You're a professional NFL player, and you're playing like, you're playing Pee-wee football, right? You're playing high school players, and you're a professional, right? You can win. You'll win every time, but it's like beating up on kids, right? It's just not necessarily that it's not fair, but you're not getting any challenge. Nobody's really benefiting from this, and certainly not the people you are supposed to be holding accountable. Okay, I got to you. Thanks. But we're going to talk about that here in just a minute. Sorry for trolling. Roll odds drunk. Thank you. You're forgiven for this show. Talk to Hotep Jesus and see if he can have red pill content creator category for the grifties. you can present. Thank you very much, James. I presented the grifties last year. In fact, I presented. You guys, you don't even know this, do you? I bet you don't know this, do you? I presented the grifties. I put out the Grifty of the Year award. I think it was Little Nas, wasn't it? I forget who it was. I think it was Little Nas. Got the Grifty of the Year. I was asked to do that last year. So go back and look at the grifties and look who delivered the Grifty of the Year. Okay, let's see. Pearl does what? What does Pearl do? I don't know what Pearl does. Okay. I got to you. We're going to get to the video here in just one moment. Got to you. How are we doing here? Oh, you really want me to talk about this? What do you think about black pill channels thinking some men should always remain blue pill? I disagree, and I have done a video on exactly the video that you're bringing up right now. I believe it was it Stardust who talked about that? I actually did a full video, a full response to that. Can some men never recover once they take the red pill? Yeah. In fact, I talked about it in that video. Go look it up. I forget the title of it, but I actually responded to Stardust talking about how we shouldn't ever give like certain guys the red pill. They should always stay blue pill, because if they have this information, then they become dangerous, right? They're children with dynamite. The problem is you can't just cherry pick and hand deliver the red pill to certain demographics. It's kind of like all or nothing. I hate to say it in those terms, but they're going to get it either from, at least they can get it from like a knowledgeable source, as opposed to somebody who doesn't have their best interest in mind. Roll of the Goat, been listening to your long videos while working and hitting the gym. Got all of your books. A couple of bucks for the tip jar. Thank you very much. Ka-ching. I love Ryan, Torsha, and you, but I hate the red meat out there. Use the word superfluous is the best for men to operate as if they are not needed. Yeah. Is it? I asked my daughter this. I said, do you think, I said, do you know what the word superfluous means? And she goes, yeah, of course. She's, got to talk. She's got a master's degree, right? I'm like, but do you think it's like a $10 word? Like people wouldn't understand it. She goes, it's an $8 word. I didn't realize that. I'm like, but you don't know what superfluous means? You will if they ever air that show. Jambo, my dog, rest in peace. Rest easy. Explain the term superfluous. Okay, you want me to tell you what superfluous? Everybody wants superfluous. Superfluous is this. Okay, I'm going to give you the Rollo Tomasi definition, which is basically the same. I need a shirt. I need a shirt that says superfluous. Superfluous man. Superfluous. Nice to have around, but not absolutely necessary. In military terms, it is not mission critical. You are not mission critical. You're definitely a benefit, a side benefit, an ancillary benefit. Aaron Clary, anybody know what ancillary is? But you're not necessary. Superfluous is you're there, but you couldn't, if you weren't there, you wouldn't be missed. That kind of thing. So that's the idea. I have talked about this before. Why is this news? Rollo, do you own research? Do you do your own research, or are you actively funding research to get fresh new stats, updates to the current ones? What needs to be done? What more needs to be done for the red pill? Staying on top of stats. That's definitely one of them. I'm getting a little tired of, let's say, for lack of a better term, red peat, Manospherians, right? Guys in the manoswamp. Maybe we should go there. Using old data sets. Like we constantly go back to the GSS studies. In fact, you'll hear today, like Chris Williamson has used this a million times. I'm sure Mike Sartain's used the same data too. It's the fact that from 2008 to 2018, was it 30%, 28%? It's probably higher than that now because it was 2018. But in that 10-year stretch, 30% of guys are sexless. We love throwing that one out there. Most people don't even, like, you can tell if a guy is actually knows his shit because he'll quote it from the general survey studies, GSS studies, whatever, for, up to 20. Because remember, there was a census in 2020, right? I believe it's part of that, but it went from 2008 to 2018. Now, again, self-reporting, it's a qualitative study. It's not a quantitative study. Nobody's in everybody's bedroom wondering if you're getting off or you're not. It's self-reported. By men and women, by the way, because women reported like a little bit of a spike, a little bit of an increase in sexlessness, but not nearly like men, like young men, 18 to 24 demographic. And by the way, in that same study, there is the 24 through 35 demographic, which is twice the rate. Not like it's twice the rate of that same 10-year span. So they actually have studies for men who are older than that prime demographic because nobody gives a flying fuck. And once you get to be 35, who cares? We don't care. What is it? Nobody cares about old people. Once you get past the 18 to 49 demo, you're effectively invisible. But there's a certain strength in that. Big Mo.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
That's my new favorite drop, my friend. That is my new favorite drop. The only thing I would say is that as far as studies and stuff go, I think that if I missed your super chat, I'm sorry. Please let Sam Bada know. Is he in the chat? There he is. Hi, Sammy. I see you. Where'd you go? There you are. And then Sarah, what are you doing? Let's see. Okay. Yeah. Now I got Sammy. Sammy, thanks for picking up for me. Where am I at right now? Jesus Christ, you guys are killing me with these. Oh, geez. Okay. I got to keep going. Hang on. I got to get to this one. Thank you very much, Derek. Much appreciated. I got to catch up. What's funny is I go back to read your supers and you give me like 3 times as many supers as I've already started to hold on to. Sorry about your loss. Thank you, Sam Whiskey. Keep going. Come on my podcast. Hey, what's up, Paul? Even if you learn the red pill, it's still good to revisit it periodically. Yes, sometimes you need a remedial class, particularly guys who insist that the red pill is the black pill. You guys, above all else, need a remedial butt slapping from the old guard. I've seen so many guys revert back to old programming later on. Yeah. Oh, got it from here, Rolo. Don't need any more. Thanks. I'm out. And you come back to me like 6 months later. Oh man, she changed on me, Rolo. Loving the background. Look, do you like this? It's starting to work out. Oh, by the way, the new bass. Where's the new bass? The new bass is right. Can you see? There you go. That's the new Jackson bass. I should probably pick it up and show you guys. Thank you for that. You guys are killing me with this. Thank you for this, by the way. And I forget the guy who gave me this, Richard something. God, it escapes me, but I thank you very much. This is the bass I got. I got a case for it too as well. 5-string bass. Awesome. Loving it, playing it, using it in, have been using it in Logic lately. I even got Neural DSP. I got the bass, the Parallax bass app for it. It's great. And someone sent me a Kramer Imperial just like 2 days ago. I was surprised to see it in the garage. My wife put it in there. She thought it was just another case for one of my many guitars. It's actually somebody sent me their Kramer Imperial. I'm like, where? I got a nice note from this guy saying that it was a Christmas gift or gift to me, and I was like, well, damn, thanks. And I was like checking it out and I go, it's a very nice guitar. I mean, it's probably about $800. I was like, shit, I'm with the case, but it's like I guess he's not playing anymore and he wanted me to have it. So I was very thankful for. So whoever, thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. And of course we have, where'd we go? There you are. Thank you very, very much, my friend. You always are so generous, PP. Oh, what else? Sorry for your loss, Rolo. Will you do a breakdown of Mike Ohrangutang show? Would you like me to? I can. I was thinking about maybe doing it on a Wednesday. Or can you give any quick thoughts on the whole celebrating beauty or asking permission to flirt? Seemed a little too woo-woo magic for me. That's Mike though. Mike by the way, Mike understands the game in the same way that like Hotep Jesus understands the game. He's just playing the game. So I've described this before, like Hotep Jesus understands pretty much everything I do when it comes to like the red pill, and he understands the mechanics, he understands the evolutionary psychology and everything. But people call Hotep a simp because he's sort of pandering or playing to he knows game and he wants to get laid, and he can, you know, he can vibe with the best of them. Mike is cut from the same cloth. Just saying. Do you think all the Manosphere grifting dies down? Yeah. Post-presidential election. What do you think happens in the Manosphere after that? Well, I've already said this, Jeff, is that I believe that what's going to happen is the cycle will come around where the Manosphere stuff will die off. And not die off, but it will sort of not be the new hotness anymore. And in the upcoming presidential cycle, which I would say probably will start about summer of 2023, that's when you're going to see the social issues ramp up. That's when you're going to see it's the evil devil worshiping Moloch baby eating, you know, cabal of Satanists, right? That's when you'll start seeing that rhetoric. I'm looking at like people sort of positioning themselves for that right now. I think Kanye was probably trying to do that, but Kanye is like whack. I think Milo wants to get back into being the provocateur that he was in the 2015-2016 election cycle. I can see him already trying to sort of position himself. I think Nick Fuentes? Yeah, Nick Fuentes kind of wants to position him. If he doesn't, he's certainly doing a good job of it. But I think he's trying to position himself as the next Richard Spencer, and probably waiting for his moment. And I don't know where or why anyone would do that, but it is what it is. I see the same characters and sometimes even the same people trying to play those characters once again. Again, I've done this 3 or 4 times now. So yeah, I would say that it's definitely cyclic. You said on one of your podcasts that one chick on FNF gained a bunch of new subs from being on their show. Is that disheartening that so many guys who are supposed to be red pill still simp? Yes, but you have to also take that with a grain of salt. Okay. So this is what Mike said. It wasn't me, actually. It was Mike Sartain when we were on Fresh and Fit. One of the girls who was on, I think it was the Monday show that we were on, we were just sitting on the couch, and Mike recognized one of the girls that was on the show. And she was the one with, I mean, she outclassed everyone else at that table. And she had a French accent, and Mike knew her because Mike knows those kind of girls, right? I mean, she had the biggest boobs on the whole table, and she was definitely OnlyFans, and he knew damn well who she was. And so after the show, he hit her up and said, how did the show affect your numbers? And she says, I got about another 1,000 subs on OnlyFans as a result of that. The next time we came back on the show, I believe it was on Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? Maybe it was Friday. It was either Friday or Wednesday. I can't remember. But we were on there, and Mike mentioned the fact that here she is. She got 1,000 new subs. If she is even getting $50 a month, depending on what tier they're subscribing at. Let's just say, for sake of argument, her her lowest tier is $50 a month. So it's $50 times 1,000, $50,000 off of one appearance on Fresh and Fit. So is it a shame that they're all simping, whatever? Well, yeah, but is that reflective of, well, probably the 25,000 live viewers that were on the show at that time? Of them, 1,000 of them, here we have the numbers, a quantitative study. 1,000 of them subscribed as a result of that show, because that's what her spike was right afterwards. So how does that translate? That translates into $50,000 for that appearance. That's why Fresh and Fit that's why the girls want to go on Fresh and Fit. And that's why Mike brought that out. I'm not sure that maybe even like Myron and Fresh wanted that info to get out there, but you want to know why those girls, they have no trouble getting girls on there? That's why. Mode 1 is the ultimate cheat code for the high value men who have done the work. Never stop, settle, never settle. Rest in peace. Rest in power. Alan Roger Curry. Thank you. There was a lot of incels that don't understand Mike's demonstration of plate theory. Some of the FNF audience don't understand the variety of game. Yes, and they don't understand that there are varieties of game whatsoever. You want to know where like the point of contention is between myself and Alan Roger Curry back in the day was indirect game versus direct game. That's what it was about. I've always said use whichever one works best for you. That was my only point. I'm not saying, it's indirect game and you should play games with her and you should just let her waste her time. That never came out of my mouth. If you go and you read my fifth book, I even clarify that. In fact, it was pickup artists who developed indirect game back in the day. They just got tired, like they were experimenting with it, and they go, you know what? I wonder if I skip these steps in indirect game, if it would still work. And I just was blunt about it. And sure as shit, they did for some of them. And with some girls, again, it's situational, it's conditional. That was the only like difference I had. I loved Alan Roger Curry. The only time we sort of had a falling out was courtesy of Anthony Johnson, who, by the way, is getting married. And who, by the way, is getting married because he's got a kid on the way. Let that sink in, Patriarchs edition of the 21 convention. Right, no, this deserves. Sounds
guilty
to me. Oh man, God, that was a great Christmas present. You know, I was still kind of depressed and sad about losing my dog, but boy, that was a unexpected Christmas gift. Today's 80s rock question: hardline or hurricane? Hurricane. I'm not going to tell you why, because you only gave me $2. Let's see. Winroll. Thank you. Superfluous. Optional. Yes. Nice to have around, but not absolutely necessary. I love it. Dung is fun. I love it when people do nothing to improve their lives to get girls. I do what I need to, and I get the girl. I get the girls. Girls. Gurlz. That means more girls for me. Yes, I'm glad you have a sense of abundance, my friend. Oh, man. Let's see. Here you go. After watching Tate, 6-hour long Hustlers University video, I realized how much human interactions was all about transaction and how a degree of psychopathy can be healthy. Shouldn't we teach mental point of origin even before teaching the red pill? Yes, but the problem is most people who would want to teach the red pill or teach, well, both really, but to teach mental point of origin have no earthly clue what I'm talking about. That's the problem. I've heard guys use that or they'll mouth the words, but they have no, you got to put yourself first, man. You got to be number one in your life. Tony Robbins, walk on hot coals. Yeah, you'll feel good. It's not about that. It's not about self-importance. It's about making yourself the first thought that enters your head. And I've expressed this on God knows how many different podcasts in the past. I think, yeah, you're right, but you have to do it in a right way. And most guys don't even understand the concept of mental point of origin, that it is a root level, like attention. It's a root level. It's on a subconscious level. When I say that you have to be the game, that's what I mean. Mental point of origin you have to be mental point of origin. You can't just like wax on, wax off, right? I mean, you have to get to that point where you practice it, but you have to actually, it has to be your second nature. Mental point of origin, thinking of yourself before anything else happens, like enlightened self-interest. I can't help others until I help myself. I can't help others as well as when I help myself first. You have to keep that in mind. That has to be something that you develop, because for most young men in modern society and in certainly Western cultures are taught to put anything and everything before themselves. Think of others before. You need to think of others' feelings before you think of your feelings. Like how many years have we heard that? Certainly since 1965, for a very long time. That's why I laugh when people say, oh, Rollo, we need to stop teaching these kids this male chauvinism, and we got to stop having these, military drill sergeant coaches tell them that, boys don't cry. And smash, man up, Johnny, go take another lap. Like that's still happening. That's not the problem. The problem is we don't have enough of those guys in school. We don't have enough coaches. We don't have enough guys that are going to smack you around. People, have you ever seen the movie Whiplash? It's go check that out. It's called Whiplash. They're Mr. Fitch. The people who've seen it know what I'm talking about. I don't mean John Fitch. Mr. Fitch. That show or that movie is not about a young jazz musician who wants to be the best drummer in the world. He wants to be Buddy Rich, right? It's about the old school way of a commitment to excellence. because when most of the people, when I first watched that and I started suggesting people go watch Whiplash, they were like, this is like bullying. I can't believe it. In fact, at some point during the plot of the story, it seems kind of pretty abusive, right? But by the end of the show, by the end of the movie, you realize that the reason why he's so effing tough on him, like a drill sergeant tough on him, is because he believed that he had the possibility, or he had the potential to be the next Buddy Rich. He wanted the best out of the people, out of his players, to the point where he wouldn't tolerate bullshit players. He wouldn't tolerate, lackadaisical, lazy ass people, and would, demand it a lot, but they were the best of the best. And that's how they got to it. And today, I think certainly Gen Z and the latter half of the millennials see that and they go, oh, it's hazing. It's bullying. No, he wants the best out of you. And that's the problem. Right. Kramer. Yes, I have a Kramer. I have lots of Kramers. Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
You're getting that every time you go. I freaking love you for that new sound drop. I love it. Hey, you didn't send me. Somebody else sent me this. I just shed it. I just shed it to you. Never fail to read the Rational Mail. When I eat spinach and Kate to tell these bitches to go to hell. Thank you. That's going to end up in your next song, isn't it? Hey, Rolo, sorry for the loss. Thank you. How can a guy develop a muse mastery and ape that behavior? First thing you can do is read the Rational Mail, the Player's Handbook, Book 5, where I talk in great detail about muse mastery. Let's see. Marcellus Wallace. Is Marcellus Wallace a bitch? Rolo, have you always voted Republican or were you a Democrat? I was a Democrat, actually. In your early years. The only reason I ask is because I know you're from the greater LA area. I was, I voted for Obama twice, actually. I voted for Trump. Trump was actually the first Republican I ever voted for. Now, let me explain to you why I voted. Because the other option was worse than the option that I voted for. I felt like that anyways at the time. Merch, I know. I am not a Trump supporter, but everybody says, oh, you voted for Trump, therefore you're a supporter. Right? No, I voted against Hillary. I still to this day don't think Trump is the best candidate. In fact, I got in trouble on Twitter in 2020, right around the time of Biden and Trump having the very, scatterbrained debate that they had. I think it was in September or August of 2020. And all I did was post something. I posted this on Twitter. I said, are these the best we can do? And I didn't not realizing there's a George Carlin skit about that too, like where he's talking about like, why can we not find somebody better than these two chumps? We got a choice between a guy who really belongs in assisted living in a geriatric ward, and then we've got Trump, who is his own brand, a 20th century brand. Now, it was clear as day to me that there's no way in bloody hell I was ever going to vote for Hillary Clinton. So that's what I did, in thinking that she was still going to win no matter what. So I'm like, what the fuck? Why not? I don't want to. I do not. I think Trump was the better candidate in that race. I felt like merch. I know. I felt like at the time, I thought at the time, anyways, that Obama was probably a better candidate than John McCain and Sarah Palin at that time. Like Sarah Palin was like, I was like, no. So it wasn't so much about like party affiliation, because I've been independent. Technically, I'm not either right now. I vote independent, right? Or my party affiliation is independent. So I'm always the swing voter that everybody's trying to get. But if you want me to vote for you, give me a fucking real candidate, please. I just take things when people ask me about politics, and I don't ever do like specifically shows about politics. When people ask me about political things or what my opinion is or what my discernment is, or I don't even know what the hell to call it. It's usually issue by issue. So you would have to ask me like, what's this issue, that issue. Then I will be able to give it to you. But like, I can't just say, well, I'm a Republican, so therefore. No, I'm definitely not a tradcon. I'm definitely not a wokesy. I'm definitely not a progressive leftist. I don't know where I am. That's the problem. And I think a lot of people are probably in the same boat as I am. We don't know where we're at. What religion are you, Rolo? I'm a Christ follower. I have a faith. Well, what church do you go to? I don't know. Where should I go? Because I don't feel like I don't feel like I fit in. I'm pretty damn sure I don't fit in with most mainstream churches. So where do I belong? I don't know. That's the problem. Yes. Did you vote? Yeah, I did. You got me. You know what? I will answer that question here just for you, for your $3 super chat. George Moara, big up for your Argentinian fans. Oh, cool. Thank you for the World Cup. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah. And oddly enough, I have watched a few of the World Cup games. And I'm not a big soccer fan, but like I just got caught up in it. Emailed for counseling. Should I expect a reply? Yes, you will. Ashley, I do have it. I know I have a little green flag on it, in fact, because I don't get too many requests from females, from women. So I do have you. Yeah, you will get a reply. I have just been extra busy and doing life stuff. L for Anthony Johnson caught your debate with playing with fire. He didn't want the smoke. He couldn't even explain himself when he had the chance. Yeah. I'll tell you what's funny is in the aftermath of that, like there were so many people who wanted to like blow that up into something it really wasn't. It's like, I knew it was him. I knew it was him the moment he called in. As soon as I heard the voice, I knew exactly. Fresh, same thing. Fresh knew who it was the minute he called in, and they were going to actually kill the call. And I'm like, no. Don't let him do his thing. I'm not. You know what? One of my rules of thumb is if somebody is like, give him enough rope kind of thing. If somebody has he had to actually spend a super chat so that he could call in the first place, and then type in his like last 4 digits of his phone number, right? So he could get on. I'm like, well, you took the time to do all this. Go ahead and say your piece. And he did, and it's pretty much the same shit that he's been saying for a long time. And I did a full on video about it. I did a full response video to every misconception that he had with the 9 Iron Rules of Tomasi, which is funny to me because that's nobody has anything else to say. Well, you have 9 Iron Rules, so let's go down one by one. But it's not a fucking list. It's not. It's like 48 Laws of Power. It's not like some like guide to life. It's just like, it's just a numeric. They're not even in order, right? It's just numerical. Like here's some things to think about. But because I put numbers on it, nobody wants to talk about like spinning plates. Nobody wants to talk about alpha widows. Nobody wants to talk about war brides. Nobody wants to talk about hypergamy and in an evolutionary sense. Nobody has disagreements about that. They just, hey, I've heard about these iron rules. Yeah. And you read like the first like 4 sentences of them. On that daytime talk show, by the way, had one of the panelists, I won't say who, wanted to hit me on, what was it? It was strange too, because they wanted to hit me on Iron Rule number 6. And I said, can you quote it back to me? And they couldn't. Like, well, until you know what the fuck you're talking about, then you go back, do your homework, and come back and then quote it back to me. End of discussion. Like, I can't have that discussion with you until you know what the hell you're talking about. Most men can't get girls. All you have to do is be in shape. You have to be a little bit more than that. If you want to keep her, you have a personality. If you want to get married, you have to have a goal. Thank you very much. And let's get, you guys are really hammering me today. Remember the Titans had the players in the rain getting tough to play the game. Yeah, well, it's funny. You have to go back to old movies to actually get any idea of how things used to be before the, participation trophy generations, right? Hey. None of that. Goddamn well, you're not supposed to be in here until the 3rd hour. So you're out of here. Wait, here.
Bye, Felicia.
Bye. Don't come back. It's not time yet. It's not your time. I will let you in, but you got to wait till the end. Rolo, after reading your first 2 books about 10 times, thank you. I finally made it to the 3rd book. It's like you've seen everything society was coming 6 years ago. More like 10. Rolo Damas, thank you. And Sheep Daddy, losing 90 pounds and studying dating took me from non-virgin incel to many of the same day or next day sex. Oh, cool. Got married, but the cycle of my BPD rage bothered me and I left her. You saved me from being angry with women. Thank you. That's hold that thought. Keep that thought on. Keep that on tap. Awkward. I'm a dude. Oh, you are. Sorry, Ashley. Ashley. I guess I can be a dude's name. I have had 2 other women hit me up for counseling, so I just presume. Sorry, my bad. But I do have you. Well, here's the good news. I have you green flagged. Let's see. Coming back to mental point of origin and incels, how much do you think IQ plays a role? We'll talk about that here in just a moment. I have to get to when we get to the when I finally get to these videos. Rollo, what time in Western culture did that shaming woman for committing adultery was not considered a reason for divorce and having casual sex prior to 1965? There's in fact, I think you can probably, might be a video of it, but it's like the Scarlet Letter. The Scarlet Letter was the 18th century, 19th century, 18th century. It would have been 1700s. Right? So 18th century version of Andrew Tate saying women ought to have the number of their notch count number on their forehead. In this case, it's like you got to wear the Scarlet Letter, which is a red A to say that you were an adulteress. Prior to the sexual revolution, rest in peace, Bammy. Thank you. How is Ned taking it? Not good, unfortunately. He is in the studio, but he's over I think he's by the door right now. Everyone talks about the 9-hour rules. I think the 30 rules you have in the 3rd book are far better. You mean the maxims? I'm actually working on a book of maxims right now, so in the interests of accuracy, so that people will get these. I told you, you don't get to come in here until it's time. It's not time. Red pill creates a lot of resentment. Yes, it does. Okay. Speaking of resentment, let's go here.
I'm here to go on a date, I think. Or a debate? I don't know. Someone put a bag over my head and told me to show up there. And they just brought me here. And I'm here.
Do you go on a lot of dates?
Ooh. We're in England, so I can't invoke the 5th. Damn. What do you guys say when you don't want to incriminate yourself here in England?
No comment.
Okay, no comment.
By that, I'm judging you're a one-night kind of guy.
2 to 3. I try to keep my retention somewhat high. I need a good rating on what do you guys use here? You guys use TripAdvisor? It's in 1997? What the hell?
And Cheyenne ask you whatever she likes.
Yeah. I got nothing to hide unless it's like former government stuff. But other than that, I'll say whatever that I can disclose.
Yeah, and finally, are you ready?
I think so. I don't know. The dudes that kidnapped me and brought me here, they said it would be fun.
Kidnapped me. The Tate brother.
Hey, what's up? How are you?
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Myron,
you.
pleasure to meet
Myron.
you. You gonna give me a hug or what?
Oh, okay, hug. Nice to meet you.
How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Chilling.
You smell nice.
Thank you. I try.
Who made me hug him? I don't know why I done that. So, how are you?
You did that because he told you to.
Chilling.
Chilling?
Doing well. Yeah.
Yeah? Cool.
How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. Good. It's a bit hot in here though, so my hands are a
Yeah,
bit
it is warm. I will say that. It's definitely
Yeah.
warm, but it's called grilling, right? So.
Oh, I like that.
Attractive, but typical girl.
So, tell me about you, Myron.
I'm a professional misogynist. No, I'm just kidding.
Great.
Loved by some, hated by many. Just
Yeah.
on the internet, yeah.
On the internet. Yeah, we're both on the internet. I've
We are.
seen.
It's a strange life.
Yeah.
Very
I've seen
strange.
some videos. You're not a fan of me, are you?
You know, I'm not a fan of many things.
Yeah.
You just happen to be in there maybe a little bit.
Why is that?
We disagree on some things.
I think we might get on though. That's why I'm like interested. Off to a great start. He hates me.
I think it's very important.
Yeah, you have to remember now, before I even get too deep into this, something I learned from that daytime talk show is that shows like this, even on the internet, because you got to remember, this was shot in the UK when Myron and Fresh, I want to say it was September. And it's not coming out until now. Like you're looking at like 2 months of prep for this. I would argue that most of the stuff that's being thrown on here are being clipped out. Like there's jump cuts in here all over the place, and they're bad jump cuts too. Like people don't know Adobe Premiere apparently. They're bad jump cuts, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Remember that all the stuff that's in here, if it wasn't an outline or if it wasn't like directly scripted as part of like we're going to put this in the show, they already knew that they were going to have this conversation. And if they didn't, they want you to know, they want you to think that they're like, you want to have some sort of like a private moment with each one of the participants. Like, here's what I'm thinking at this point, right? Come on. So when you look at like certainly commercial television, when you look at shows that are like, unless it's a live chat, that's one of the reasons why I like doing what I'm doing right now, because I can see you guys here in the live chat. I'm a one-man show, but even if I wasn't, and when I'm not a one-man show for Access Vegas, I insist that we don't do like a pre-record. I insist that we have a live chat because I want that fourth wall broken down, because you guys can see this happen live in real time, and you're not just getting this sort of cherry-picked edited version of what actually happened. Now, Myron and Fresh did their own breakdown of this video. I think, did they do one for Fresh too? Because Fresh also did one. I put a clip in here. But look at the jump cuts here. Remember, this is when they went to Romania. They went to Romania, excuse me, right after this. Do you guys remember all of the shows they did with Sneeko? All of the shows that they did with Justin Waller was with them too. I remember the fight that he almost got into with that one dude on the street in the streets of London. Was it London? Certainly, I don't know, wherever the hell they were in the UK. Probably London. Remember that? Like this is happening at that same time. That was a while back. So remember that what you're seeing right now is a processed, edited version of the entire thing here.
Important to be able to articulate your views, and if you don't agree with someone, it doesn't mean you have to hate them, but.
Exactly.
You know, but I think being too agreeable is not good.
Really?
Bad, especially as a man. Because typically if a guy is too agreeable, you can't trust him.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Because all men want to get laid. And if you don't tell the truth and you're just being agreeable, well, he's trying to get laid and he's trying to lie as well.
Oh.
So.
Well, at least the man actually admits all men are trying to get laid.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's absolutely pointless to have a female friend.
No, it's not pointless to have a female friend.
Very pointless. 100%. Why would guys sit there and be friends with girls? It's pointless. Stupid.
So you don't have any female friends?
Absolutely not. It's a waste of time.
How is it a waste of time?
Because women don't offer much utility to you as a guy.
What makes you think that?
Well, I mean, if you get in some kind of fight, she can't do nothing. What's she gonna do? She's like, oh my God. It's like,
why would you want a woman
if
that
anything,
fights?
she's a liability. That's what I'm trying
No,
to say.
but a woman would fight. Like, I'd fight a woman for you if you're my man.
I don't want my girl to be involved in any type of physical confrontation.
Really?
That's not her job. That's my job. So I look at it like, if I'm with a girl and I'm supposed to protect her and provide for her, etc., I want that to be my woman. I'm not gonna give that type of energy to like a friend. That's stupid. Why am I gonna put my life on the line for a girl that doesn't even suck my dick? Wait, but is that too much there?
I think you should just be able to have a friendship with women, though.
Well,
firstly, it's not always like men versus women. So I kind of feel like having female friends will give you that balance to understand. Like, there's actually nice, normal women out there that aren't just trying to sleep with you like for your money or everything like that. We bring a lot of value.
I've interviewed almost 1,600 women now at this point, and I would say, without a shadow of a doubt, women are absolutely terrible at understanding what it takes to be attractive to women as a man. So their advice typically is not good at all.
1,600 women. Poor women. Men carry like a lot of like hurt.
So there's the snark. And I want to point out snark here really quickly because, as you know, whenever I'm doing videos about, I don't know, the latest British girl who has some problem with me, it's always the snark, man. It's always come. Is that a British thing? I know that a lot of women are, they resort to snarkiness, like, 1,600 women. Oh, those poor dears. Say my name, Rolo. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. Why is it always like, what? Like, it's snark, by the way, is the same. It's on the same level as who hurt you. What was your family like? Have you ever been in love? Let's reframe this to an emotional argument. I can't win on empiricism. I can't win on rationality. So therefore, those poor 1,600. Like, that's for, where's the laugh track? I need a laugh track for this one because that's what's expected here. It's the laugh track without the laugh track because it's emotional appeal. Humor. Humor is always an emotional appeal. Trust me.
And they push it on women.
Okay. Hurt in what way?
Yeah, I think it's because, like, for example, this incel culture, which, like, respectfully, like, your podcast really brings to life. You're just projecting onto women unnecessarily. Because there's a lot of good women. Like, I myself would say I'm a good woman. I don't do anything wrong. I'm very loyal. I'm a kind woman. And a lot of men will make the assumptions because of podcasts like yours and people and men like you to then push that onto me. That I'm this kind of woman. I'm a gold digger and I'm this and that and I'm not.
Well, the reality is, would it be fair to say that most men, I mean, you said there's a whole incel culture, etc. Would it be fair to say that most guys are losers and don't really measure up?
I personally don't think that, but
keep it
I
a thousand.
No, but I'm saying
keep it a
no,
thousand.
no, I personally don't. Like genuinely, I don't.
Okay.
Like I genuinely
Being
don't.
politically correct. I'll keep it real since you don't want to. Most guys, I'll be honest, are fat, losers, and don't have leadership qualities. And there's a whole bunch of reasons for that. And most women, quite frankly, are terrible. They're whores, fat, rude, crass, whatever it may be. And most of them don't qualify for a relationship, and most guys don't qualify to be the leader of said relationships. I think it goes on both parts. Okay, the men are weak, and the women, there's a bunch of issues there.
Yeah.
So what we basically highlight on our podcast is you need to be the best version of yourself. And I think the thing is that guys are yearning for this because we've been lying to men for the better part of 5 to 6 decades about what being masculine and strong actually is. We've been demonizing it when in reality, guys need to become stronger. Because no woman wants a weak man, even though girls say dumb shit like, oh, well, you know, I want you to be emotionally intelligent and get in tune with your feelings or whatever. It's all a lie. Oh, see.
All right, so she starts by saying, I feel, Merch, like you guys are contributing to incel culture. Now, remember, whenever you remember, children, wait, here we go.
Hello there, children. How's it
Remember,
going?
children, whenever you put the word culture behind another word as a suffix to that word, you make it what? Endemic. You make people believe that everyone is doing it, that it's this gigantic army of incels. It's whether it's rape culture, whether it's bro culture. I've heard wedding culture. We've heard incel culture. You could say, what else? Like, throw some more cultures at somebody in the chat. Give me some more cultures. Can you think of any more cultures? Every time the word culture, hookup culture, is attached to a word, the intent is to make whoever is listening believe that everyone is doing it, that it's this gigantic simp culture. Thank you. Lad culture. I said bro culture, lad culture. Everyone is doing it. Fat culture. Thank you. Keep going. Give me some more. I love it, man, because there's a cis culture, right? Hustle culture. Yeah. That everyone is doing it, that this is the new thing. This is what's happening in society right now. It's a culture of X, Y, and Z. No, it's not. It's provably not. Like when we look at I think Ryan Stone, not Rhinestone, talks about like how rare truly trans people are, Transylvanians are, how rare that is, how rare actually homosexuality is. How rare, and of course, now all the kids, we don't want to be boring and cis heterosexual. We want to identify as, I don't know, a giraffe, right? Like that is so bloody rare, but we think that it is a commonality because it is a quote unquote culture. No, it's not a culture. And now I'm not saying Myron dropped the ball or anything like that. It's just like if I would have been sitting across from him, I've been like, wait, that is not endemic. Incel culture is not a culture. When you're talking about culture, it's like, okay, what music do incels listen to, right? What art do they go check out? What kind of belief sets do they have? What churches do they go to? What kind of foods do they eat? What kind of fucking culture are they? They're not. There's no culture. That's it. Stop it. Stop making people think that it is some big endemic thing that's happening in society right now. It is not. But you would like very much to think that you're on top of your game and that you're, hey, we're going to let everybody know about this culture. No, it's not.
No, but I personally would like a man that's emotionally available and emotionally intelligent, but it's not me saying like, I want you crying all the time. So, do you know what I mean? It's true though. Like, so I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, you have to give some room for men because like men's mental health is a serious like issue.
We tell guys not to be vulnerable in front of your girl. You know, you go ahead, you're going to be vulnerable, you're going to shed a tear, whatever. You do that around other men that understand, the male experience. Women don't
Okay, I'll let him continue here just a second, but did you see what she just dropped here? It's important to like pick this stuff up here. Now, again, Myron is a surgeon when it comes to this kind of stuff. He's very detail oriented. One of the reasons why Myron and I have always gotten along, and I consider him a brother, is because he's very much of the same kind of analytical mind that I am when I'm in that analytical mind. Because I try to do pretty much the same thing. I've mentioned this before. When we watch the Fresh interview, you'll see a marked difference between their approaches here. But his delivery is like a surgeon. He's surgical about his stuff. He's very detail oriented. He's very analytical. He's putting this stuff out there. And by the way, that doesn't translate into an ounce of pussy. I've mentioned this before. I've been on shows with Hotep Jesus, and I've been on there and I'm explaining the intersexual dynamics in like evolutionary psychology terms. I mentioned this, by the way, to Mike Sartain when we were on the last Access Vegas, right after the show. People were saying, oh, he knows all this stuff. You know, he's on top of his game with respect to evolutionary psychology. I'm like, yeah, that he is. But the problem is like when we have the girls on the show, and he gets into a lot of detail. Let's just say he loves Dr. David Buss, right? He loves, I suggested he go and read Steve Stewart Williamson, Ape That Understood the Universe. Awesome, solid base. I've read all those, right? So I would very much like, but the problem is that stuff, like being that analytical and that surgical and that empirical, is really tough for shows like this, because people's eyes kind of glaze over because they don't know what you're saying. Hell, I had trouble like explaining fucking Superfluous to a live studio audience not too long ago. That's what I'm getting at. So I've been on those shows where it's like, I've got Hotep Jesus there, who, by the way, knows all the same things. It's also pretty analytical, but he can vibe with the girls because he speaks womanese, right? He speaks the language. He knows emotionalism well enough so that he can use empiricism and use it in such a way and leverage it so that he can get pussy or he can make business deals. It's not just about getting tail. It's also about like putting things together and making some money out of it. Hey, Trader Z, hello, my friend. Is it good morning or is it good evening or good night? You know what I'm talking about. So anyways, I'll let him go. But right there, what I would have said at this point is like the mental health side of things. Like it's hard to argue against that. That's like, it's almost like unassailable. Well, men need more mental health. You will hear this right now. I'm sick to death of hearing this. Men who are going to therapy are more attractive if men would just work on themselves and get to therapy. Really? Ladies in the chat, ladies in the comments. The guy's like, hey, my therapist says X, Y, and Z. That therapy is for chicks, okay? That's the chicks work on themselves in therapy. Like when you could probably make the case for church as well, right? You say, well, there are no men in church. The men that are in church are there and they're dragged to church by their wives or their girlfriends, or else they were, raised in that church. But it's still it's like this, there's this kind of tacit approval of guys. Well, you need to get into therapy. You'll get in touch with your emotions. You'll be a better man by acknowledging that you have a problem because you're poisoned by your testosterone. You are a misogynist and you need to go to therapy to take care of your toxic masculinity. There is a push right now. I keep saying this all the time. Like women believe in some way that go look at, hell, you can look at my Twitter feed. Go look at Twitter feeds of women or you maybe your favorite TikTok girl or whatever. Oh yeah, does that mean guys are more attractive when they go to therapy? But guys who are in touch with their feelings and are in therapy. To me, that says, okay, I'm not going to judge you for going to therapy. Fine, if you need to go, you need to go. But like, that's not something that I think is part of good game. Put it that way.
Understand the male experience at all, and it goes to show, like when I said earlier, when you put the girl in a male perspective, I want you to pick up this girl. They always fall flat on their face because women are in a privileged position where they don't have to necessarily understand what it takes to attract the man because men come to them.
For me, as a partner, I would want to be able to give my man a safe space to be able to be vulnerable, and it's like, but not completely like, oh my God, cry all the time, but just so he knows, like, it's like things are okay. Like it's supposed to be a partnership.
This is good.
No, it's not a partnership. That's another common lie in modern day dating. It's not a partnership.
But I want a partnership, though.
Question for you: do you want a man that's taller than you? Idealistically speaking.
Ideally, probably, because I like to wear heels. I like to be thin.
Fantastic. Do you want a guy that's stronger than you?
Yeah.
Do you want a guy that makes more money than you?
I'm not fussed about money.
Okay, well, you want it to make at least your equivalent, if not preferably better. Remember, this is your ideal guy.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want a guy that's more confident than yourself?
Yeah.
More experienced than yourself?
Yeah.
Okay, you basically described the superior. So you expect this guy to come in and have a partnership with you?
Whatever he might excel on, I'll also add value in other ways, because it's not always about being physically on par with that person just for certain requirements. Like, you can't birth a baby, you know, and things like that.
But
so we complement each other in other ways, and so we're still equal in that sense.
Men and women are not equal at all. At all. That's another fallacy that we have in modern day dating culture, which leads so many women astray. We're not the same. There's certain things that men can do that women can't do, and vice versa. And we're different, and we're designed to complement each other. And I don't believe in partnerships. I think men come in and lead, women follow. And I find it funny because women typically want a man. And here's the thing: what you just described is what every girl wants. But they think that they're going to go into a relationship with a guy that's better than them in every single metric, and it's going to be an equal partnership or 50-50. It doesn't work that way. There's always a leader, there's always a decider, and for it to work, the man's got to be in a leadership role, never the woman.
Okay, so this is more or less what I presented to Jedediah Bila back in July when I called her out on referring to her husband, Jeremy, as her partner. And I've done it twice or three times since then. I think she has since changed her mind about things. At least that's, by her own admission anyways. And to her credit, again, I'm not gonna run her up the flagpole. Right. But again, it's the idea that men and women are different and we are not equal. And that the idea of equality is a false god. Equality is a false god. And she is approaching this. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, you're right. Different but equal. But it's more than that, though. Because I think that a lot of people think that when I say I don't believe in equality, they think that I'm suddenly a misogynist or I'm a racist or it's not what that means. I'm against equality in the sense that it is presented by people like her or presented in the idea of an egalitarian ideal. Actually, I make more money off of books. Thank you very much. Let's see. Why do women hate menstrual cycles? Thank you. But the equality side, you'll notice that, well, I can birth a child. And yes, because you're just proving the point. Yes. When the task is birthing a child, it's horribly unequal that I can't birth a child. If that's really what I feel a genuine calling to do as a man, oh, darn it, it's so unequal. But it's a physical impossibility, right? So and I don't care what your happy wokesy psychologist tells you. Like that's a difference. She just pretty much admits to this. But equality is based on the challenge or the criteria of what makes one equal or unequal. And so when we're talking about equality between the sexes, I've said this before, feminism has never been about equality. It has always been about retribution and restitution. It has always been a hate movement on the part of women. It has always been a power play on the part of women. And if you go back in time, again, one more discussion I had with Jedediah Bila, you go back in time, you go back to Seneca Falls, 1849. I think it was 1849, somewhere around there. And you go up through the ages and see where we're at. I mentioned this too on her show. I said, from 1850 to 1920, 70 years. That's 70 years of the supper of first wave feminism. They were just looking for equality. No, they weren't. The message was still the same as it is today, as it was back then. We just don't want to, we simply don't want to do the homework. We want to believe convenient, social conventions. And we want to think that it was all about equality. Well, we just believe in equality. No, you don't. And there's different types of equality. Equality of outcome and equality of opportunity. All right. Should we have equality of opportunity? Sure. But in that quality of opportunity, in that lies the challenge. What are we talking about? It's horribly, horribly unfair that the number 463rd level swimmer in men's swimming is the number one Transylvanian gendered female swimmer. That seems horribly, horribly unequal. Not if the criteria is who does the swimming and who does this swimming, right? Who's best in the pool, baby? Yeah. Well, it looks like it's pretty much unequal. I've done those shows in the past. I don't need to belabor that any more than I already have. But that's the difference between equality. Egalitarianism is at least in the way that we think of it as in a post-sexual revolution way, is a female dynamic. It is communitarianism. By any other word, it's really communitarianism. Oh, we need to be more egalitarian. Even in the most egalitarian societies, women tend to opt for stereotypically female careers, life paths. Men, same thing. Women still tend, even in Scandinavian countries, right? Whichever, but choose your Scandinavian country, right? Denmark, my motherland. Norway, Finland, Sweden. Choose whichever one you want. They're all supposed to be so gender parity equaled, right? The women still go for the guys who are pretty much paid and look good. Same thing. Not, that egalitarian shit just flies. Hey, well, we're all equal even when we're in a vacuum, like as best we can make a vacuum in the Scandinavian countries, we're still not equal. Not in the terms of like how we evolved, and that's simply how it's going to work out. Women are still going to want guys who are high value guys. End of story. They're not going to change. Well, you know what? If it was all about, what's really funny is if we're going to argue or debate the point between equality of outcome versus equality of opportunity in a idealized state of, gender equality, we still want in some way equality of outcome. Well, how do you get equality of outcome when women still prefer a guy who is a high value guy by any other criteria, a high value guy in Norway, right? And those guys they're doing all the fucking, right? They're the ones they're still at the top of the game, and they're the the alphas that women would rather share than be saddled with the faithful beta. Well, that seems horribly, horribly unfair. We're going to have to work on that equality of outcome. If I were to say women should start fucking guys that they don't really, that aren't high value guys, or they should settle on those guys, oh my Lord, I would go to jail for something like that. That would be misogyny, and there's misogyny laws, and I would probably go to jail for uttering those words, certainly in the UK. But I can't do that. But what about equality of outcome? What about, hey, we need to teach young women to be more attracted to, beta males and settle for those guys. Ladies, how do you think that would fly? Yeah, we're meant to be innate, evolved complements to one another. But the idea of, I love it when this conversation comes up with the uninitiated. And I would argue that she's probably not uninitiated, because Tate in the Tate interviews kind of got into this a little bit too.
Women can't lead anything.
Yeah, we can.
No.
It creates too much pressure on you as a man then. Because if you want to be this like macho man, do you not think that's going to cause a lot of strain on a relationship?
Pressure creates diamonds.
You know how long we've been using macho? Since the 70s? That's where that came from, by the way. Whenever you hear a woman, you got some macho, machismo. You're a macho man, aren't you? That's like saying toxic masculinity, but that's like the 70s parlance. That's the same almost verbatim, really. This macho culture. There's no culture of macho, trust me. That guys have been trying to avoid being a quote unquote macho guy for a long time, because they don't want to be like, they want to align themselves and identify with the feminine a little bit more. But that macho is just like listening to women say, parrot back like feminist tropes from the early 70s.
Because here's the thing, women are just the cherry on top. Like you should have already built a cake by the time she comes into the picture. You should have already conquered a boardroom, or conquered some kind of physical labor, or played sports at some point in your life, endured some kind of stress. Like, men need to go through pain. Men must become. Women are, men must become. Being a
Hey, where have we heard that before?
loser is unacceptable. If you're broke, fat, or you don't got your stuff together, that's your problem.
Yeah, but then men like you would complain about women.
Okay, so that's straight out of the burden of performance. Would you like me to go get the chapter for you? I can go get that. Have we talked about that in Home Fellowship yet, Big Mo? The burden of performance, that's right out of the first book.
Because you'd say, oh, they only come for like the glory of it, like, and not the graft. So I'd rather be with someone that I'm building with.
Oh, I've never said that women build. I actually say the contrary. I say women don't build, they move in.
Yeah, but
I acknowledge that cold reality 100%. I tell guys they need to build the castle so that she can come in and, you know, put some things up here and there in your castle, but at the end of the day, you got to build the structure. Women aren't going to build it with you. Those days are done. Women want a guy that's
Some women do, though. Like, a lot of women do.
Some?
No, a few. Like, the ones I know.
I would say a minority. A majority want a guy that comes pre-assembled.
Yep.
What is he talking about?
So we got to go off with the majority.
It's like, you know, it's funny. It's like, you know, this is what you guys are gonna laugh. That right there. What was he talking? You know, I want you guys to remember this. That's what's called a kernel panic. That's when the logic and the rationality the brain, the rational side of her, like, and women do have, you know, they got gray matter too. Like, it doesn't process because it can't like block up with the emotional side. That's a kernel panic. Kernel, Kernel. Go look it up.
Majority, not the minority. If I'm advising men how to, you know, operate in the dating marketplace, I can't tell them, look out for this 10% that wants to build with you. No, the reality is most women want you to come pre-assembled. And to be honest, the most attractive and youngest women that have the most options, they definitely want you to come pre-assembled. Women want winners. They sit at the finish line and pick the winners.
Yeah. Thanks, Rich Cooper.
Where did you grow up?
You know what's funny is, like, that cut right there, you know damn well he knows the whole line. Like, when women, you know, wait at the finish line and they bang the winners, right? There's more to it than that. There's actually a whole, like, you know, like, women don't care about men's struggles. They cut that part out, but they said, you know, women wait at the finish line because it sounds more salacious. There's more to it. And he probably said it. I don't know. I should ask him if he actually came up with that, but it seems like a spicy jump cut.
I grew up in New Britain, Connecticut.
Okay.
2 hours north of New York City.
So what was your upbringing like?
Great. Parents were together the whole time. Stable. I had a sister.
Okay, so this is the emotional appeal. So the only reason when women get to this point, I remember what I said about the point of diminishing returns. Yeah, I've said this, God knows. Do I have that graph? I probably still have the graph somewhere. The point of diminishing returns is you get to the point of the conversation where you're going someplace, you're actually having a good conversation. And then usually by the third White Claw that the girls are drinking, that's the point of diminishing returns. And how do you know when you get to the point of diminishing returns, Rolo? Well, that's when you get who hurt you. That's when you get bro culture. That's when you get, sometimes it's a little more nuanced, but this is actually this is an easy one. This is a gimme. Okay. What were your parents like? The expectation, the hope in this question is to say, well, my dad beat me and he left my family and he was an alcoholic and he really hurt my mom, or my mom was an overbearing bitch and my dad was a blue pill chump. Like, that's what the hope is. The hope is that there's some, like, this is the Freudian hope that there's some sort of emotional, like, she knows because she's female, like women who are like in a gynocentric social order, when you'll always get this. You'll get the who hurt you, or what was your family like, or have you ever been in love? Those are emotional reframes. Sometimes you get them from guys, but those guys, you can pretty much bet that they're like male feminine. They're cuttlefish. I need a cuttlefish drop. They are cuttlefish. They are male feminists. So you'll get that female mentality, or they'll be parroting back what they've heard from the female that they want to fuck. And so you'll get this, I want to align. I want any woman within earshot to know that I'm on team woman. That's what I'm getting at. But it's this emotional reframe. When you are dealing with an emotionalist, and this means most people, right? If you're going to speak the language of empiricism, if you're going to speak the language of rationality, it will always sound like hate to someone who is in their feels, someone who is in their emotion, their emotionalism. As I've said before, there are three pillars of wokeism, right? There is the blank slate, there is social constructionism, and then there's emotionalism. And emotionalism pretty much covers all of that. Like, knock those three legs out of the stool and anything comes crashing down. Name the issue of the woke, the censorship, the cancel culture stuff. Name what they're pissed off about. You knock out any of those three pillars. And you could also probably throw in, what else is there? Not social constructionism, but there's one more. But anyways, those three, you knock out any of those three, all their points come crashing down. You ever want to win an argument with a tradcon or a lefty wokesy? attack them on those points, and you'll always win that argument. And they'll go into a kernel panic at that point. But that's what she's doing right here. She's trying to till the fields and try to find out, well, is there something going on with this guy?
Brother, still, I mean, they're still alive now. I haven't said had. But yeah, like they're gone, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I grew up, went to high school, played basketball in high school, played video games, still have my childhood friends to this day. I would say I grew up like in a pretty good situation. We didn't grow up with money, right? We grew up fairly, poor, lower middle class. My parents struggled, especially in the beginning. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't trade it for the world. I think it's important for young men to grow up like struggling.
Yeah.
I think it builds character. You have to do it.
How will you raise a son with your mindset? I'm just curious to know.
I would raise my son to not be a victim.
Okay. Another emotional reset. I get this all the time. What do you tell your daughter? And I've answered that question so many times. But what he just did here, he's fielded this 1,000 times. I remember when he was on Adam Sosnick's show, and the girls that were on there sitting across from him, and I think Fresh was on the same show. When they went and did the first interview on Adam Sosnick's show, and they were the two girls that were there, they did exactly the same thing. They asked exactly this question: what's your family like? Hoping that there was something fucked up in his background that would explain why he is the way he is. It's like this appeal saying, look at this guy. There's something wrong with him. He doesn't align himself with the feminine imperative. He doesn't speak our emotionalist language. There must be something wrong with him. Let's find out. What way? Yeah, talk show psychologist. What was your family like? The girl said the same thing. Sean Reynolds says exactly the same thing, and he knows this already, so he's already ready for it. He knows where to go with it. Nope, my family's pretty much normal. We were lower middle class. I had to work my way up, bootstraps and all that, but I'm a better man for it. Bam, nothing to work. Take from them everything and give them nothing. That's why this is a kick-ass take, because he's done this a million times. He knows this is coming. He knows what to say when it happens.
Victim. I'm at a point now where very successful financially, but my son would not see any of this money at all. I would make him get it out the mud because, like we discussed before, trust fund babies typically don't know what to do in life and how to, they don't understand and appreciate the value of a dollar. And I thank my dad for instilling that in me early. I mean, my first job was at McDonald's and I got fired. And I quickly learned that I didn't want to be in the service industry, but it made me appreciate people in the service industry. So what is this, by the way?
So this is like a tonic wine. When I drink, I'm like quite a mellow person, chill, put you in the mood.
You're not an angry drunk?
No, I'm not actually.
See, that was good. Yes. Just so you guys know, every once, because I've been out with Myron socially. I know how he is, right? I know how he is off camera. This is brilliant. So you're not an angry drunk. I love how it's turned back, right? You want to talk about good game? That's game coming out of Myron.
That's good.
I'd be the worst angry drunk.
Yeah, I could tell.
So do you not drink?
I don't. It's haram.
So have you never drunk?
I have. I definitely have. But I mean, it's not really conducive to my life goals at the moment, so I don't really drink like that.
It's just more self-awareness, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. So I like that. So she's almost trying to get him on not drinking, which is funny because, I mean, he is Muslim, right? So, and by the way, he calls him, I love Myron. Myron has, I don't think I'm ratting him out here. He calls himself a bad Muslim, right? I think he's probably just a Muslim who likes to fuck, more or less he likes to have sex, right? But I've never seen him drink. In fact, he won't even eat a piece of pepperoni pizza. He knows what I'm talking about too. I didn't realize that. He's like, no, I can't have that. I'm like, why? It's like, it's got beef or pork. That's whatever's in the pepper. Who fucking knows what's in pepperoni, right? And he wouldn't touch it. I thought maybe it was because of his diet, because he works out. He's fit, right? But no, he very much sticks to that. But again, it's, well, so you don't drink, huh? No, I don't. I'm very analytical, and you're not going to get me sauced like the girls, like three White Claw girls, right?
I mean, as a guy, man, you can't afford to have things that clout your inhibition or your ability to go out there and create and become a better version of yourself. And I think like that's why I'm really big on like not drinking, doing drugs, any of that stuff. You got to be focused all the time.
My point exactly, and good on you for that. People ask me about this, like we're all like I'm like Mike Sartain does not drink either, which is great because like we can focus on shit. Like I'm not worried about like him like sobering up or worrying about him like having being hungover for something. Like if I got to say, okay, we got to be here at this time, I know he's going to be there. Military freaking detail oriented guy. But I understand, I worked in wine and spirits for 25 years. Like, please, I am definitely not against drinking. Please go ahead, have a good, buy my 2 brands that I still get royalties for, right? Please go out and do that. Have a good time. I'm never going to be against alcohol, ever. I can't be, right? Been doing it for too long. But I'm coming up on 5 years that I haven't had a drink. And not because I'm like, oh, I got to go to AA. I've never been to an AA meeting. I've never had a DUI. I never had a problem with it. I just don't. I stopped drinking in 2017. And almost like beginning of, I don't even remember, 2017, 2018, the end of 2017, beginning of 2018. And I stopped because I started writing the 4th book. And I was like, I can't be in a state where I'm always having, especially because I was getting like had more public awareness of who I was and what I was about. I'm like, I got to be on my game 100% laser focused all the damn time. And it wasn't even so much about like not drinking. I was still drinking, with back in 2017, end of 20, like I think December of 2017, right? To 2018. I told myself, I said, here's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to have a drink until I finish this book. And that's what I did. And I kept to it. And then I was like, okay, here we are, 2018, 2019. It took me 3 years to write the book. I didn't think it would take me that long, to be honest with you. But I'm like, you know what? I'm done because I'm more efficient, not trying to recover all the time. I can get up earlier. I can go, like my best writing happens at 4 a.m. sometimes. And so I started doing that. I started getting in that habit. And then I was like, okay, when I publish the 4th book, then I'll celebrate by, getting a vodka tonic, whatever, And I was like, you know what? I don't really want to. I had lost all real desire to at that point. And now I'm a better person and I'm a more efficient at what I do as a result of I don't even think about it now. And it was weird to me because I always thought it would be like a problem not to, but like, I don't think that, like maybe Myron probably gets this. I've seen Fresh drink, champagne once in a while, but I don't think I've ever seen Fresh drunk. And I see that. And so like when I see people like getting sloshed on the show and you know who I'm talking about, I wonder like how that sort of plays out with what he's talking about right here with Xian. She's trying to get him too, by the way. This is also a low-key emotional appeal. So you don't like to cut loose? Oh, you're boring. You don't drink? You don't party? Don't drink, don't smoke. What do you do? It's almost like hey, come on, let's have a good time.
So how do you find dating then with the way that you are?
I mean, when you understand the code, it's, plug and play. It's like, okay, deal with the girl, size her up, figure out what kind of chick she is, and then bam, you already know kind of how to move.
So like, what's the code?
Depends on the girl.
Okay.
You got to be able to adapt based on the woman that you're sitting across the table.
CJ Sparks, sober, by the way, 38-year-old. Good looking girl. We'll go wife her up quick. She's almost 40. Sober. It's not impossible to find sober chicks, right? Now, most of those chicks are probably, sober because they had a problem at some point and they're going to meetings or whatever. But hey, at least they understand. I think it's funny because like people now know that I don't drink. So like people don't say, hey man, come on, have a drink. They don't ask me to do that anymore. They don't even put it like some occasions, like on some like catered stuff that I've been to, they'll put like a drink right in front of you. Like, here's the signature cocktail. I know, cause I used to do that stuff. So I'm like, no, I'm good, man. Iced tea. Do you have flavored iced tea? Doesn't matter to me. This is good. Let me throw this one up here right quick. I'm confused. Are you saying women want a man to reveal his childhood trauma, even sexual abuse? What? No. That it's hot. I accept that rage can be hot, but what do you do when it's true and it affects her? That's not what this question's about. That's not like a deep dive. Okay. These questions like this come out after you're already getting into a relationship with that girl. Okay. That's not going on an interview. That's not first date banter. So again, when you're getting questions like this, like usually if you're going to get this, a question about revealing childhood trauma or sexual abuse or whatever, hey man, if that's you, then that's you. Me personally, I would say keep that under your hat. There's no reason she needs to know that shit anyways. Certainly not until she earns your trust. And usually when those questions come out, it's trying to figure you out. It's not coming from a position of, or at least early on, it's not coming from a position of actual genuine concern or interest. It's like, is this guy so fucked up that I actually want to have a second date with him? Really? But that's not what she's saying.
Yeah, I have the female codes in my sleeves. I know pretty much what they all are.
Okay, so how are you adapting to me right now?
You want me to be honest?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I
want the code now, and then I'll ask the code again by the end of it.
Yeah, I would say recreational use only, no offense.
So what's like how many codes is there?
Well, it depends on the girl. You know, if you deal with a girl that's younger, that's in her prime years, well, you got to understand that she's more, inclined to look for fun. If you're dealing with a girl that is in her mid-20s, a lot of times she might be pursuing, it depends on the girl, but she might be pursuing some type of stability or some security, and you got to play to that angle. Or if you deal with a girl that's a little bit older, late 20s, 30s, and up, 9 out of 10 times she's going to want some type of security if she hasn't gotten it already.
Code, it's not even that deep. Like, either you like them or not. You don't need to put them in categories. So what kind of women do you want? Sorry.
Me?
Does that, like, I'll tell you what gets me is there's this desire to put men into categories. Yeah, it depends on like what we're talking about. Like whenever you look at women who are like into astrology or they're into MBTI or Enneagrams or whatever, like the more specific, like superstitious bullshit, those shit, like, what's your love language? That is categorizing men. That is categorizing men and women too. I don't think they should be put into these categories unless it's me doing the fucking categorization, right? Oh, he's an Aries and I'm a Capricorn, so we would never get along. What? And then you're completely like pissed off that he would actually want to put women in a particular category. I'll deal with this type of woman, but I won't deal with this type of woman. He's not, at least he's not saying, well, I'm a Libra and I don't want to get with Scorpios. So yeah, you know how that goes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could deal with whatever. My thing is I need her to come into my life and be an asset and not a liability. Right. Most girls are liabilities, to be honest.
Do you think? I think the right woman though could like really just compliment you and make you like progress in your life.
Well, you got to train them.
No, you haven't. In order to train someone, you need them to listen. I'm telling you, no woman is listening to you.
Like most girls come into your life, like, and if you don't know what you're doing, she's.
Yeah, you're right. That's just the problem. No woman is listening to you. That's the problem. Thank you for identifying the problem, Sean.
She's gonna come in as a liability, 100%.
No, you don't train them though.
You have to train them.
It's like training a dog. You wouldn't do that.
Oh, here we go. I knew that was gonna.
No, but it's true though.
I'll tell you what's funny here. When I brought this up in the past, I want to say I don't think I did a show about it. Maybe I did. There's I guess an evolutionary psychologist, but she's also, I think she's a behavioral psychologist. Her name is Dr. Diana Fleischman. She is married to Dr. Jeffrey Miller, who, by the way, you know my history with. I actually kind of like Dr. Fleischman. She's got her head screwed on straight, but she did a series. I don't want to say, they weren't TED Talks, but I think she did a series, like a college talk series, How to Train Your Boyfriend. And most of it was based on behavioral psychology. That's why I was fascinated with it, because I've like pretty much like my interest in pickup artistry and game and all that stuff in the early days was based on behaviorism. So I thought, oh, cool. I'll go check it out. Now, of course, everything about it is like how to like operant conditioning, how to operantly condition your boyfriend, husband to with reward and punishment. And what do you think that reward was? And what do you think that punishment was? Yes, sexuality. How to get them, how to achieve desired behavior. We have to keep it Pavlovian, okay? How to ring the bell and have the man get a hard on or salivate, right? There's this, and it's okay if we're training a husband. It's okay if you're training a a boyfriend, right? It's okay if you're talking about, and Lord knows, I know my behaviorism. I might not be an evolutionary psychologist, but I did major in behaviorism. So, yeah. So there's a lot that goes along there. Now, if it's a guy that says, oh, well, women need to be trained, they need to be conditioned, they need to have some sort of direction, guidance. You can, when you call it training, it sounds like a dog. But if you were to put it in different terms, if you were like to sugarcoat it a little bit, say, well, women need guidance. That sounds a lot different. Like women need to learn to defer to men's authority. That's still outrageous, but it doesn't sound like Pavlovian ring the bell and salivate for the meal, operant conditioning. That's offensive. What am I, a dog? No, but we learn. I'll be the first one to tell you behaviorism isn't what it used to be, but I will say this that's why I call it blue pill conditioning. We need to raise our children, raise our boys as if they're defective girls. How is that not conditioning? In fact, I would almost say that raising boys as defective girls, I think that is probably more damaging than the offense she's taking right now as to him, or she's the one who's actually going there, but like implying that he's saying, oh, you got to train them like dogs. Up to this point, he hasn't mentioned any dogs. She's the one that brought it up, not him. But it sounds like it. It sounds like pet training. And it's okay if women do it, but it's not okay if guys do it.
It's not training. It's not something like, once again, it's just seeing this person as your equal. Okay, but showing the person respect. It's not training.
So I look at it like, if I'm going to have a girlfriend and she's going to be my girl and she's going to have my title, well, she's got to be trained to rise up to a certain level because I'm going to make her into an asset. Buy me a bag, do this, blah, 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 take me on trips, whatever, when they haven't earned it. So you got to detrain those bad behaviors out of that girl and make her an asset into your life versus a liability. Most guys don't understand their value. They bring a girl into their life. They give her everything. She hasn't earned it. She doesn't respect him. She's walking all over him. She starts to dictate the relationship. You're not getting sex tonight, blah, blah, blah.
He's so rude. Obviously, this is your...
Colonel Panic. He's so rude. I got that from what's her name on my very first appearance on Adam Sosnick's show from Dr. Rebecca something or other. It's so vile. that was if I could make a highlight reel of 2022, that would be at the very beginning of the reel. It's so vile. No, he's so wrong. He's so offensive. I realize that's for a fact. I get it. But now, okay, so okay, get your yucks out. It was pretty funny. Okay, wait, that was pretty good. Here we go. All right. Okay, now let's get serious. The conversation they're having right there is not really about training women. It's about respect. And the respect that's the conversation that's taking place here, but not taking place here, is the difference in respect. So what Myron has explained here, but she doesn't get, she doesn't get, is that he's approaching respect from an earned perspective. I've done all these shows before. In fact, if you have, I put this in book 5, as a matter of fact. Respect is a gendered concept. There literally, go look it up in the dictionary. There are 2 definitions for respect. Okay. Respect is earned and merited. And then there's the common egalitarian version of respect, where it's like, everyone deserves respect. I'm a woman. You don't respect women, right? Because why? Like most guys will say this, like especially now. Black pill doomers, you're right to say this. Big time, you're right to say this. I've said this myself even before I was even like, when I was as far back as like when I was like 19 or 20. I got that one time. Somebody told me that they're like, you don't respect women. And I thought about it, and it just came out of my mouth like, what? As soon as I meet one that's worthy of my respect, then maybe I will. Like even back then, even when I was like in my I was 19 or 20, even back then, I still had that merit-based, hierarchical-based, performance-based definition of respect. But yet I'm supposed to respect a woman just simply for having bobs and vagine. And that's really what it boils down to. Because if you look at the female version of respect, it's always like egalitarian. Everyone deserves common respect. You should be courteous and give everybody, give respect and you get respect. Right? That's a female understanding of respect. And what what Myron's explaining here is that women can be respectable by performance, by doing these things. And they might not have any concept of what would make them respectable had it not been for the guy that they really want to get with and they really want to have a relationship with. Ergo, they need to be trained in some way or educated. Let's not say trained, educated. They need to have some sort of like learning process to unlearn, well, not unlearn, but to at least learn the hierarchical, merit-based version, male-based version of respect. They have to learn that. Now, women will say, well, I know it already, but what are we talking about? Like, I don't need a man to teach me that. No, you do if you're defaulting to the common egalitarian version of respect. And that's the conversation that they're having right here. Yeah, Myron probably is aware of this, but she goes into a kernel panic because she doesn't understand it.
Experience, so I can't argue that. But there's
this is biology. Women are hardwired to extract resources from men. It's been that way since the beginning of time. Biology rules everything, guys. They could sit there and say, oh, but I'm doing this and my truth, blah, blah, blah. Biology rules you. There's one truth. There's no such thing as my truth. Female, typical, blah, 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 trash.
No, but I kind of feel like from my experience,
That's your spicy take right there. That's what you're supposed to get outraged over.
if I'm going into someone's life, I would want to add value, so I wouldn't really take things. And I kind of feel when you...
What did you just say 2 seconds ago? You said, in my experience.
Yeah,
I come in and I add value.
Yeah.
That's you. Majority of women come in, meet the guy. Okay, what can I get from this guy? Okay, this guy's a simp. I'll just take him out on dinner dates he could pay. I'm never going to smash him. Another guy, this guy's hot. You know, I can smash him. I can hang out with him. This guy, he has some utility. He's a plumber. Okay, he can do my plumbing, but I'll give him a BJ once. Girls put guys in roles. It's your job as the man to make sure you're the top guy and you got the main role where you're not investing too much and she's investing more in you. Girls only respect men that they invest in. The girl always has to like the guy more than she likes him.
No, I think it works better the other way around.
When the guy likes the girl more?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Why does it make sense?
Because women want a man that's better than them. So how do I look if I'm better than you and I'm sitting here chasing after you? It doesn't make sense. Women only respect men that they chase. It doesn't work the other way around.
Once again, with this like new wave of women, we don't want to keep fighting for a man that if he's going to treat you like an option.
See,
this new wave of women. My dear, you're 38 with a child in tow. You are not part of this new wave. Trust me, you are not part of this new wave. I know you'd like to think so because you have a popular talk show here on engagement media, but let's get real, please. Let's keep it 100. Now, I think what's funny here is that it doesn't make sense to her for like she thinks this should be the other way around. Now, does she, like I'm correct me if I'm wrong. For anybody who saw, I probably should have reviewed this. For anybody who saw the show with Andrew Tate when she was talking to Andrew Tate, did she not go into this as well in there? Like, well, I think that women or men should be more involved or more interested in more like essentially what she's saying. She's trying to make a case for. She's not 32. She's 38. I thought. Somebody find out. Give me the real age on her. I'm fairly certain she's 38. Maybe she's 36. I want some accuracy. Sorry, I got to be real. Either way, I know she has a kid. But I think she had that same conversation with Tate is she 32? Are we sure on that? Yeah, okay. All right, she's 32 with a kid in tow. Maybe she's partly of that new wave of women. Yeah, new wave of women, meaning 38. Who's telling me 38? Somebody's saying 38. Somebody say 32. Sammy, go look that up for me. How old is Sean Reynolds? Sam, Bada, go look that up. Do me a solid. Somebody will figure it out. It doesn't matter. She's post-wall. Yeah, you're right. Well, the child, the kid in tow. So maybe she is actually part of this new wave. She's not 38. Okay. She looks 38. She's put on some weight, don't you think? I'm not trying to be like, no, catty or whatever. I'm just saying it seems like she's put on a little bit more weight since the Tate interview. Either that or she did something different at that point. Like maybe she doesn't care. She still got the hoop earrings though, so maybe she's ovulating. It's 33. Okay, whatever. So when he's like describing the I guess, dynamic. I don't say power dynamic, but the authority deference, the deference dynamic between men and women. I'm surprised he didn't bring this up. Maybe he did. They just chopped it out. But again, I'll bring it up. Is women cannot look up to a man who is her equal. That would have ended the conversation right there. Women cannot look up to a guy that is her equal. Simple as that. How old is she? Just Sammy, just put it in there for me. Is she 32? She's 32. Okay. 32. Stop it. Well, clearly she'd had at least one because I know the kid's in tow. How old is a kid? How old is that kid? I think I've seen pictures of that kid's got to be like 5 or 6, right? Maybe she's older than that. Interesting that she's got this show in spite of it. You want to talk about kill the party? This show is it. Is a good reference. So she's just this side of the epiphany phase, and she's got a kid in tow. Does she really have a kid? Yes, I know she has a kid. I've seen the pictures.
Here's the thing. We can say that women are changing, whatever, but we're all slaves to our biology. Women are 100% okay with sharing men. It's been that way since the beginning of time. I would say it's even more apparent now. With Instagram, dating apps, etc., a minority of men are getting a majority of the women. And women are okay with that. I mean, walk into a nightclub. It's probably one of the most carnal representations of human nature. All the women are sitting in one section with a bunch of the guys that have the highest perceived status in that social setting, versus all the other guys are out there in general admission struggling. So, women always gravitate towards the best guys, and they're willing to share those guys.
So what's your type?
My type. Mm-hmm. Fit, feminine, friendly.
Yeah.
Submissive. And coachable. To be trained. You got to train women, man. I know that sounds terrible.
He's still talking.
Colonel Panic.
Women don't like it when they get criticized. If I go on a podcast and I say, you know what, guys, you need to stop being bums. You need to get your money on point, stop being fat POSs, etc. They actually admire and respect that. People are in the chat, flame emojis, whatever. I go on rants on the guys all the time. I'm sweating, going crazy. It's like I'm delivering a preach.
I think she's trying to grow me, but what she doesn't know is I'm a black belt in this. I've dealt with 10 girls like her at the same time on my podcast, so she's gonna take an L.
Women rarely get held accountable.
Yeah, Nina wasn't even close. Like if he could like defeat Nina, this chick, like Xi'an, is like no problem. I want to point out also like I did the show, the breakdown with Andrew Tate when Tate was on here, and notice the like there's no like he's there to deliver a message. Like the pretense of a date is like out the window. They're just talking like she's a woman that is in the manosphere. What were we saying before? Is she a manosphere? A manosphere? Is she part of the manoswamp? Does she think she's part of the manoswamp? Because she is. Definitely. Like she's got this show. I love this. Let me just throw this on here because this is too good not to put on. Hold on a second. This is too good. Where'd it go? There it is. Let's just look at this real quick. Oops, wait a minute. Okay, much better. Can you see that? Yes. Who is Xi'an Reynolds? Well, let's have a look. It's fast becoming. Oh, look at this. Is that the same chick? What is she like? 22 in this? All right. So, and this was back. August 20. Okay. So August of 2022. Okay. Fast becoming well-known internet personality thanks to her no-nonsense interviews. It sounds like there's a lot of nonsense going on here. She shot to fame when her YouTube channel, Standout TV, took off, and since then has won over an army of fans. Yeah, army. Okay, so she is born in 1990. She is 32 years old. Okay, influencer who, before finding fame, worked in PR. Imagine. Oh, really? Xi'an launched a Standout TV back in, launched out in 2018 and has since grown her channel with popular daily content. Not daily enough. Her YouTube channel has proved to be a success. And as of August, she has 207,000 followers. I think she's probably got more than that. And has generated nearly 45 million video views. Her channel she hosts called Grilling, which encourages healthy, open conversations about dating. Does that make her part of the manosphere? Put a 1 in the chat if you think it does. Put a 2 in the chat if you think it doesn't. And not because you don't think she should be there. Xian is also an Instagram influencer. Imagine that. Boasts 176,000 followers, almost as much as her YouTube channel, at least as of August. On her bio, she writes, creating entertainment videos to make you think, debate. Don't let the things I say go to your head. Yeah, because there's no reason for her. As a big user of social media, you can also find her on Twitter, yada, yada. Xian has, this is probably paid content, by the way. This is like, the Sun probably did not write this. She's a PR person, so she probably, you can pay for stuff like this to have like things like the Sun and blogs put these kind of like, what is it, PR announcements. And this is why. Okay. On Xian's YouTube channel, Standout TV, she interviews various media personalities, blah, blah, blah. In June 2022, she posted an interview with controversial star Andrew Tate. That's why she released this whole thing, where the pair clashed over his controversial views. That wasn't really, was that a clash? Because I don't think that was a clash. Other stars who Xian has chatted to are Love Island's Biggs Chris TikTok. Got it. Here it is. This is great. Is Xian Reynolds dating anybody? Although Xian chats to her guests about dating. No, the whole show is supposed to be a mock date. Her own love life is kept out of the spotlight. Yeah, because she doesn't want people to know that she's actually a single mommy. All right. Let us continue here.
For their poor decisions. Men do, though. Men have to live in reality. Women are afforded the privilege of being delusional. So when a guy criticizes a woman, oh my God, right? If you don't believe me, think about it. If a dude's fat, we just call him fat. You're a loser, huh? If a woman's fat, love your curves, girl. You go. She's rude and obnoxious. Oh, you know what? They just can't handle you. You're strong and independent, fierce. We have all these terms to cover up female inadequacies, but we don't have these same terms for men.
I think a lot of it comes from like narcissistic behavior from men and misogynistic
Women are far more
views.
narcissistic than men are.
No, women can be, so I'm not disputing that.
Far more narcissistic.
But I kind of.
You notice the concession there? Women can be. So she leads off with men are more narcissistic. But then women can be. Like, you love the march back.
I feel like with men that attain a certain level of status and power, it gives you the opportunity to try and to dominate.
Big difference though.
No, but this is
men
why
earn narcissism.
Men do not earn a right to be narcissistic. Like, just shut up.
Men earn confidence and arrogance. Women don't. Women are born with their value. Men must earn their value.
You know, I would love to do a side-by-side comparison of her little, the asides where she's talking about him. I don't think men need to earn their narcissism, whatever the fuck, right? I would love to do side-by-side comparisons of Myron's asides and Andrew Tate's asides and see the difference here. Because when Andrew Tate was on here and we analyzed his game, such as it was, we analyzed the game, there's definitely attraction there. There's definitely an arousal factor on the part of Xian. There is no arousal whatsoever with Xian. She is not in any way, because he's delivering this like a freaking analyst. Like this isn't the reason why I want to riff. I wanted to riff on this in the first place is because that's the difference between what happened with Tate and what happened with Myron. It's exactly what I say when I'm on, like, say, Fresh and Fit, and I'm giving you like the data and the analysis and the graphs and the stats and everything else. And then you got Hotep Jesus or whoever else on the same show, and they're vibing with the girls, and they would much rather go home with those guys than they would like a guy like me, right? Oh, you must be jealous. No, it's not what I'm talking about. It's not about like who beats out who. It's the difference in the reaction to one or the other. That's why I said, you will never reason a woman into bed. You will only use emotion. You can only speak the language of emotion if you want to bed a woman. You will not ever get her into bed with spreadsheets. You'll never get her into bed with stats, with graphs, with data analysis. Gamma males, that's why you fail. Because you don't speak the language of emotion. And I'm not saying that like Myron can, and he did just for a brief moment right there. But Myron's not on the show because he knows that it's a damn date. But if you look at the difference in the approach between like Tate and Myron in this case, Like Myron's in there as a surgeon. He's there to cut out the heart of all this stuff and to deliver the message. That's all he's on the show for. And guys are like, yeah, get her, Myron, get her. Because he knows who's going to be watching. Like me, I'm going to be watching this, right? And we're going to be doing a breakdown of it. But the people in the chat or people who are watching this are probably just like cheer. They probably have like home watching parties where they get drunk and eat pizza and watch him like just destroy. He destroyed her, right? That's the point. There's no there's no chance of her going home with him afterwards. But you put Andrew Tate on there, who knows the same stuff, who can deliver it in a different way, who can vibe with her. She was probably wet in the drawers. She was moist. She was moist for Tate, right? Same way that Leah Heilpern was moist for Tate. Remember, when Tate went on with Leah Heilpern, she was a crypto thought. She still is a crypto thought, right? She was all about Bitcoin and everything, but she had him on there, and that changed her life. 5 minutes of alpha trumps 5 years of beta. And she's still reeling from that. She might as well be the PR department for Andrew Tate at this point. But all it took was Andrew Tate going on that show. And remember, this is prior to him owning YouTube. This is prior to his come up right around like right in May, like right after Kevin Samuels passed, right? She had done that interview well before the Piers Morgan interview, well before the canceling, well before he was making $9 million a month off of Hustlers University and basically gaming the algorithm. She was already on board. She wanted. I don't know. The rumor has it that he pretty much did the same thing he did with Michaela Peterson. Flew her out, had her come over and talk business in a black cocktail dress, which of course she was actually in a black cocktail dress. I wonder if I should ask Andrew that. Do you have a thing for like black cocktail dress? By the way, there are multiple pictures of Michaela doing costume changes while she was there talking business in Romania after being flued out. I didn't really catch that. Like people were showing me this later on. They go like, she's wearing something different at the pictures while she's at his house. And there are pictures of her at his house. And when they're at the restaurant smoking stogies or doing whatever it is that they're doing, there was a costume change there at some point because she's in a different outfit, just slightly, but you can tell the difference. So she changed clothes at some point during that trip. I just work here, man.
So if a man's arrogant, more than likely he's probably accomplished something. When a woman's arrogant, 9 out of 10 times, she hasn't accomplished anything. She just has a bunch of DMs. See, this is the problem that a lot of modern day women have. They lack critical thinking skills.
Colonel Panic.
Women tend to go off of their feelings versus what's real. They go off the feels and not the reals. What a girl is supposed to do is come into a man's life, see where he's deficient. Okay, I noticed that you like to go to the gym at this time. I'm going to make sure that you have a protein shake with as many grams of protein as you need.
Just get a PA.
I'm going to make sure that's done, and I'm a deductive problem solver. I'm able to be observant, because that's a woman's gift, is being observant of social situations. That's why women are socially superior to men. Oh, I thought you were going to say that's sexist. Okay. No, it's never sexist when a guy mentions something about a woman that's positive. So a woman's job is to use that social calibration that they have, that they're superior to men in, and be able to be like, okay, this guy's deficient in this and deficient in this, etc. Let me come in, compliment, make this guy operate. He's already operating at 95%. I'm going to get him to 102. And when you're at a high level already, that extra 2, 3, 4, 5% is what helps you beat the competition.
This guy's dangerous. Women will do that. A lot of women will give you that life. They will give.
Yes, he is.
Give you that balance. They will compliment you, but they're not going to just do it until you're serious.
Danger is my business.
Because men like to play the field for a very long time.
When you're with a guy of value, you got to understand that he has the leverage, not you. You're applying to be his girlfriend. My way or the highway, baby. Because at the end of the day, when you can replace a girl, that's when she respects you. It's on the woman.
God, you love these spicy takes.
To prove to me that she's worthy of a relationship. That's where a lot of girls make a mistake. They'll sit there and say, I'm good, I'm loyal, blah, 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 blah. I want to, see how you do before you get promoted. I'm not going to give a girl the position of secretary or underboss, right? Or second in charge of my company unless she's been vetted. She's got to work her way up. The problem is that we give women CEO jobs when they haven't proven.
All right, so Nerds exposing the game. I was going to throw that up there. Sorry, I couldn't catch it before it blew by. Yes, that's the problem. Now, I got flamed for this by another British chick for talking about how women who have the game explained to them, like nerds explaining the game, how they feel this uncontrollable desire to punch like gamma males in the face. And they can't explain why. They just don't understand why they feel like they really just want to like bust that guy in the chops. And what's this? Well, you know what? We'll come back to that. You don't even have to super chat. I'll come back to that. So again, I'll leave you guys with this because I want to move on to I want to get on to Fresh. There's a few little good takes that Fresh had, so we have to talk about that here for a moment. But we're going to get into terms. We're going to, like, later on in this interview, they get into terms of vulnerability, and that's one thing that Andrew Schultz got into it with Chris Williamson about, like, the value of being vulnerable. And I think he also sort of like, he made Liver King cry because he's not vulnerable enough. Right. And I'm going to dig into the vulnerability aspect of things here. But I want to also, before we go here, I want to point out the reason why she goes into kernel panics or vapor lock. Thank you very much, Jim. The reason why that happens is because it's the same dynamic that Vox Day picked out way back in 2017, when he did the sociosexual hierarchies videos. The concepts, and then he did the videos, I think, in 2019. So sociosexual hierarchies: alphas, betas, deltas, gammas, and omegas. Okay. When you're talking about gammas are the most interesting, I think, because they're really what we would I would classify as the stereotypical beta. And as you were saying, nerds explaining the game. Yeah, that's the problem. Gamma males feel like the best way to get laid is to explain the game. Women do not want, they say they want the truth, but they do not want full disclosure. And here's a male, here's a very analytical, straightforward, punch you in the face with the empirical data and facts that she has nowhere in up to this point. Where are we at? We're at the 20-minute mark in a 40 some odd minute, almost about 40 minutes of video here. We're already 20 minutes in. She has yet to make a valid counterpoint at any part of this entire video, and fails to do so throughout the whole video. She has yet to have a valid counter. She has yet to call him on any of it. She has nothing. That's why she has kernel panics, and that's why she defaults to emotionalism. Have you ever been in love? Like, she'll talk about that here. I think I might fast forward it so we can get to the part where she talks about the love thing or the vulnerability thing. She talked about vulnerability just a minute ago. That's the attempt at an emotional reframe, because she has nothing. There is no counterpoint. There is no counter argument. And of course, it doesn't get women wet. Like reason, rationality. No man on planet Earth has ever reasoned a woman into bed. Trust me on that. That's why women have an uncontrollable desire to punch a gamma male in the face. And that's straight out of Vox Day's sociosexual hierarchies. So if my female fan club in Britain want to look that up, and you know who you are, that's where that comes from. Pumpkin, pudding. Hey, Rebel Yo. That's where that comes from. Oh, so did a woman want to punch you in the face one day? You just don't fucking know. You're just ignorant, but you're happy to go a mouth off. Just like here we have that. It's funny. It's funny. I wonder how many dyed-in-the-wool feminists or people who really, really hate Myron. I wonder how many of them have watched this entire thing. How many of them could riff on this and try to find some sort of counterpoint? I noticed that there is like no, I mean, I know Torsha has done this, but Torsha's a different story. She's a different animal in all this. I know Tori has done a breakdown of this, and God damn it, I know Pearl's going to just she's going to farm this for material, farm this show here, me also for material here as well. I guarantee you she'll have something to say about respect. So, gender definitions of respect. I know that show's coming next. I know the vulnerability show is coming next. I know there's going to be lots and lots of material. I'm the research and development department for the Red Pill, right? Guaranteed that's going to happen. But what won't happen is that you will not see any of these women who hate on him or maybe even love him will do a video on this and say, oh, he was wrong here. None of them will. She can't do it. You sure the fuck can't do it. Let me move on. I'm going to push it a little bit.
And they don't respect the job.
Who's listening to this man?
So you're
see, that's, you know what that is? You might as well, translation, I got nothing.
Here's the thing. You're looking at equality from a human perspective. I'm not saying that men are better than women from a human perspective. I'm saying that men are leaders, so therefore we cannot be equal. When you're on the battlefield,
did I miss out on that?
And the lieutenant or whoever the commanding officer is on the battlefield, you're not equal to him as...
Did Pearl have any counter argument? Did Leia have any counter argument? I know Leia did something. Leia's like a fucking Muppet when it comes to this shit. It's like, if you go and look at the thumbnails, it's like you're not Mr. Beast, Leia. Please, I mean, I get it. You got to have some. There's your clip for today. There's your GIF for today. I need to do a bunch of stupid face like photos. Like I need to pull a full Aaron Clary. I got to do a bunch of these so that I can use them for like videos where it's like that stereotypical shock, look of shock. There has to be like I'm probably be pretty damn good at that actually. Now that I think about it. It's called stupid face thumbnails. Thank you, Mr. Beast, for developing all of that great stuff. Yeah, if it's shock and there's your thumbnail right there. I probably should I'll go and pick that one up. I got mark that, Sam. I got to go back and pick those up. But okay, did she do? Oh, great. Did they already do them? Are they already? I'm wrong. You're right. Sorry. They're already mining this. It's already been done. My bad. I'm last to the party here. Yep. Stupid face game. You're right.
A regular soldier. He is the leader. You're not equal, but there's a reason. There's a hierarchy to dictate order. If the woman is equal to the guy, well, who's going to make the final decision? Nothing gets done by a committee. There always has to be one leader in charge. There's a reason why there's a president, there's a CEO, etc. Both people can't be alphas, as they say. The problem is this. Women are confused about what men actually want. They think a CEO, a boss, a business owner, ambitious, competitive woman. We don't give a shit about none of that stuff. Men don't care about that. And I would argue the more money a man makes, the less he cares about his woman's ability to earn money. Men and women are not the same. Women basically become the very men that they want to attract.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, so men...
What?
Like, I find that men will say that they like women that have ambition to start. It's what makes...
It's a lie to get laid.
No, I wouldn't say it's even a lie.
It's a lie to get laid.
It's not, because for me, like, whenever I've dated and stuff like that, a lot of men say they like the fact that I am ambitious, that I have a career.
They want to get laid.
No, but I'm saying, in general, a lot of men get irritated, like nowadays, like, so you're dating all these women and you're going to say, all these women do this, is they do nothing and they expect. But that's the qualities that a traditional woman would bring. She'd want a man to do things for her, so...
But here's the thing. She complements that man's life.
So do you want a relationship?
Monogamous?
This is good. Here we go.
So how many girlfriends do you want?
I mean...
6?
As many as I can. I mean, I probably have 4 wives. I think I could do 4.
This man wants 4 wives. He's going back 500 years?
He just told you he's Muslim. That's why he doesn't drink. Come on, baby.
4 wives is the way to go. Because if one acts stupid, you can go ahead and get another one.
Really?
Yeah. Why? No guy wants to be monogamous. Man, most guys that are monogamous out of force. If I lined up 100 dudes and I said, listen, man, you keep your girlfriend, right, while you simultaneously smash these girls and she's not going to care, he's going to take it. Every time.
All right, so this is Justin Waller, Andrew Tate stuff. Got it.
Most guys have to kind of concede to what their girl wants. This stupid quote, happy wife, happy life. I think that's the dumbest quote ever.
No, happy wife, happy life is an ultimatum.
It's a good quote.
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because a woman's job is to please the man, not the other way around. A woman's job is
to please each other.
All you had to say, and Myron, for next time, like, this is not even a trip. I'm just going to say this anyways. Like, next time you get that question, Myron, say happy wife, happy life is an ultimatum. That's all you got to do.
Women are pleased by being with the best man in the area. Women are pleased by you being the best version of yourself. As a man gains more status, success, income, etc., the woman wins. She's all his success, she benefits from that. It's not the same. When a woman makes more money, earns more status, etc., and she starts to outgrow her man, she's going to look for a better man. Men and women are not the same.
So, but some women, we are emotional beings. Like, we will stay with
Which
the
is a
man.
problem. They're erratic.
But we will stay with the man. Like, if a man loves us and is loyal, we will stay.
Really? Is that why?
You guys catch that? Women are emotional beings. I want you to remember that because you're going to look at this real quick. Yeah. That's Jennifer Lawrence. She was that was Hollywood Tables. I didn't even know they're doing this. Of course, this is their jump to engagement media. I don't know what exactly who this is, where this came from. I want to say, is it Vanity Fair? I don't know exactly where I got that. But anyway, somebody threw that at me on Twitter today, and with the tag that women want this vulnerable guy. They want him to be emotional, and yet there'll be a roundtable talk and giggle and giggle and titter about a guy who's emotional, right? So it's women are so emotional. Like, so what did we just hear from Sean Reynolds just a moment ago, right? About emotionality. So what I think is interesting is like when we talk about like emotionalism versus empiricism, it's like women want emotionalism and empiricism on their fucking terms. So when you're there, you've got Jennifer Lawrence trying to talk to you. Essentially what she was saying was she was explaining how different it is to work with a female director, which, by the way, all of the movies that she's worked with, I think the most recent one is just this year, but like she's worked with 4 or 5 different female directors, and of those movies, none of them are in any way memorable. Like nobody even knows what they are. You can go look at our IMDb database there and see which ones she's worked with. In fact, somebody did that in the Twitter thread. That's how I know. And so it's like she's like, oh yeah, it's so great to work with a female director. There's no toxic masculinity, and it's like a buzzword after buzzword after buzzword. Imagine putting myself and Myron in the midst of all that. Imagine the nuclear explosion that would take place in that round table. Sorry, got postnasal drip. Very bad of me. I actually have a mute button.
Initiate an overwhelming amount of the breakups because they're emotional and they're loyal? No. Women are the most disloyal creatures that we have.
Yeah, but I feel like
which is okay.
All right, good enough. Let's pull this one for now. I got something else for you here, and I want to dig into a couple of things because I'll get to the supers here real quick. I got 4 of you guys start. I've been trying to keep up with you here. Let me see if I can grab this. Sending love from Romania. Romania. Nice. Home of Andrew. Is it still home of Andrew J? Did they move to Dubai yet? I'm not sure if they're like there or where they're at right now. Love your show. How can I get over the anger phase? I see the writing on the wall, but I can't get over my ex. Okay, so there's a difference between anger when you're like going through a breakup versus the quote unquote anger phase when you're unplugging from the matrix, right? When you're becoming more red pill aware. So those are two different phases or two different like angers, I guess. So you're in an anger phase because the chick is the girl has in some way cheated on you, or like you split up and you're angry about the whole thing. I want you to hold that thought because I'm gonna get to exactly this point when I'm just about to move at their 3-hour mark. I'm gonna transition over to the Andrew Schultz thing because they talk about exactly this. So hang on, we will get to you. Here we go. Hey, Rolo, last bit on mental point of origin. Do I respect myself be the question to ask yourself before doing anything in life? Well, yeah, but that's not really mental point of origin per se. You might want to develop mental point of origin because you respect yourself. So when I have talked about mental point of origin, I'll try to give you the quick $2 version of this. Mental point of origin isn't Think of yourself first, bro. No, that's not what it is. It's not Tony Robbins. It's not put yourself first. It is you have to become the first thought that comes into your head. That's what mental point of origin is, right? It is literally your mental point of origin. Where do you begin your thought process about what it is that you like? I put it in terms of like decision making, but it can be anything else. It's easier to understand in terms of decision making. So you're faced with a decision. What's the first thing you think of? Oh, how's my mom going to think about this? What's my girlfriend going to think about this? What's my wife going to think about this? I got a prospect, got a new job, but I'm afraid I might not want to take it because it would mean I'd have to uproot the family and we'd have to move to another state or whatever. And what about my wife's career? What about my wife's family? What about it's everyone except for himself. And this is where I draw the line and where I separate myself from guys who are like success porn hustlers in the tradcon sense. You need to be serviceable. That's that right there is essentially if that's your thing, if that's your grift, if you're like one of these tough guys, like these blue pill alpha guys, and you want to like jump on here's what a real man does, and you'll see Andrew Schultz is going to do pretty much the same thing. If you see that, and you're dealing with a guy who's like this, like dyed-in-the-wool white knight who wants to read Bible scriptures to you as to how you can be a more serviceable guy, how you can be a utility, how you should think of others before you think of yourself, how you can essentially be beholden in an indentured servitude to your wife before anything else. Like those guys, to be a real man is to sacrifice freaking everything. Jesus Christ did it on the cross, so therefore you should sacrifice everything too. Like that is where I separate it, because what happens is guys get into that mentality and they are less able to provide for their families. They are less able to provide for their kids. They're less able to think about anything except for how whatever the decisions that they make are going to affect their family. And they would say, that's the greatest sin, Rolo. You need to be on your game and you need to like think of others before you think of yourself. The problem is enlightened self-interest. I can't help others until I can help myself. I can't help others as well as when I help myself first. Anything that I do, I have, they want to talk about confidence. I have enough confidence in myself to say what I do. And even if it's a mistake, but what I do is I'm going to try to make the best decisions I possibly can for myself, because I'm the first thing that I think of when it comes to making those decisions. So when I'm faced with those decisions, I have the confidence at least to say, you know what, whatever I do, I'm going to make sure that eventually down the line, it's going to benefit my family, my friends, whoever else I think is worth benefiting. In fact, you are in a better position to make those assessments with that frame of mind, with that mental point of origin. So it's not just, hey, make yourself first, make yourself number one. That's not it. You literally have to be the first thought. It has to be second nature. It's not selfishness. It's not self-importance, although you should be self-important, but that's not really even what it's all based about. It's about you are the first thing that jumps into your head. And the decisions that you make according to mental point of origin, are going to benefit other people. So what happens is, and this is like the most difficult thing for tradcons to wrap their heads around, is that when you make those decisions for yourself, that you're not doing so because you're a selfish son of a bitch. You're doing so because you know that later on you'll be in a better position to help others. Boom. You helped yourself, and therefore you can help others better because you did so in the first place. You didn't like sacrifice yourself on the anvil of, commitment to other people, to thinking about that. I was going to say, like, when we talk about how we raise our boys as if they are defective girls, part of that, I would say the main part of that, like raising boys as defective girls, where that begins is training boys to think of anything outside themselves first before they make themselves first. That's why. And we train women and girls to do exactly the opposite. You go, girl. You do what's best for you. I think I'm going to steal Rich Cooper's line here. We teach girls to do what's best for you, girl, and we teach men to do the right thing. The right thing is always whatever benefits other people. And usually it's gynocentrism, or it's their mom, or it's their girlfriend, or it's the potential girlfriend that they might have down the road if they make decisions that put them in a position where they can find that girl in the first place. That's how mental point of origin works. We train boys to think of anything outside of themselves as priori. What is it? More important than themselves. That's your biggest fucking problem. You want to know why we have the Lost Boys generation? You want to know why we have like guys who are like incels, guys who they want to be vulnerable, and they want to have everything, they want to do, you know, even Steven, and we all want to be egalitarians and everything. You know why egalitarianism appeals to young men in Gen Z and the latter half of the millennial generation? It's exactly that. It's training those generations from the time they were, Johnny was 5 fucking years old, to put everything before himself. And now you get the participation trophy generation who doesn't know what to do with themselves. You wonder why these guys are lost and rudderless in life? That's why. You want to know why they follow Jordan Peterson? Because he's the loudest voice that sounds like he might know something that's going on. You want to know why people follow me or Andrew Tate or Kevin Samuels or any of these other guys who are online? That's why. Because they are the product of teaching guys to think of anything outside of themselves as more important than themselves. So along comes Andrew Tate and says, get up off your ass and go out there and do something. Rollo Tomasi comes around and he tells you about, like, you know, the iron rules of Tomasi, right? You got Kevin Samuels holding women accountable, and guys want to put themselves into the position, you know, they want to live vicariously through Kevin Samuels. You know, you're average at best. They would love to be able to say that. Why? Because they've always put other people or other interests, and usually women, in their mental point of origin. That's why. Rollo, could you expand on what inner game is? I just did. And what is practical steps to take to achieve it? You have to unlearn. You have to unlearn. That's what you've learned, my friend. You have to unlearn the mental point of origin that is outside of yourself. You want to know why, like, guys like always are looking like this, and I'm not going to name names, but why people start looking forth like sinister Svengali puppet masters and Illuminati and evil cabals of baby eating, Moloch worshiping, Jeffrey Epstein Island going Illuminati. You want to know why guys like buy into that? It's because they're looking for something outside of themselves. They're looking for something to blame outside. It's tribalism, really, is what it is. But they're looking for something that's supernaturally outside of themselves, because they can't explain it, or they don't know how to fight it. And so therefore they don't really look at the nuts and bolts of it, and they try to mysticize it, or they mysticalize it, whatever. You know, they try to, thank you. There you go. Thank you very much, Sam. Sam just gave me my pictures. I feel like it's almost like a photo booth. I gotta do stupid face thumbnails from here on out. The Rational Male, what are you? This is from Brian from whatever podcast. If you haven't checked them out, it's kind of like, I have a strange morbid fascination with your podcast, by the way, and I can't even really explain it. It's like the white boy version of Fresh and Fit, but if you took it and you put it in the beach community of UC Santa Barbara. And by the way, the show you did with all the Asian girls, fucking stroke of genius, absolutely stroke of genius. You're the only guy that I've ever seen do something like that. That was a really funny, it was a funny, entertaining, and informational show. Keep doing shit like that. That was great. Russell, man, what are your thoughts on men controlling access to relationships, maybe for up to 10 to 20%? I have done shows on that already. I've done full blown shows on the mythology of, well, men control the relationships and women control the access to sex. No, women control access to both. Because you don't get a relationship unless the woman says that she wants to be in a relationship with you. And that doesn't happen unless that girl's picking. You want to know why women get so pissed off when I talk about like settling? I got into it with some women recently about like, I don't want to settle for anything less. I can't believe you would expect women to settle. I didn't say anything about settling. I just said that, you know, I know what it was. I was in a chat on Twitter. And I think someone had said, it was I forget the name of the chick. She has a pretty decent sized following on Twitter. And she had mentioned something about, the society tells women that they should settle after 30. Bullshit. I looked at that. I was like, it was all I could do to just go, bullshit. Society does nothing of the sort. Society, in fact, encourages exactly the opposite. And I said as much. I said that is patently false. I said women after 35 are simply not going to, like, what, guys in the manosphere anyway. Women after the age of like 35, the likelihood of you getting married, having kids, is statistically plummets during that time. So it's like nobody's telling you to go settle, but I understand the fear and the anxiety that comes with the idea that you're not going to find the one. You're not going to find the best guy. You're not going to find Superman. You're not going to find the guy that answers your hypergamous doubt. Is he the best I can do? You're not going to find that. It's like trying to tell, explaining that to women is like, well, I would rather die alone. Right? That's what Amanda said to Kevin Samuels back then. Well, I guess I'm going to die alone. Because they would rather literally die alone than get with a guy that they would have to settle for. I'll die alone. I guess you will. That is not I'm not advocating or endorsing that women settle for less than the best. That is an advocacy for being fucking realistic about like what your value is on the sexual marketplace and being realistic about what your odds are when you get past a certain age of having that guy and settling. Most women are going to settle. They're going to fun. They don't like, I love it. They was just talking about this too. And Myron was just talking about this in the interview. You are not going to, ladies, you are not going to find a turnkey relationship. You are not the hot piece of ass waiting at the finish line that you think you are. You don't care about women's struggles. You wait at the finish line and fuck the winners, right? No. That ain't you. That ain't the vast majority. That's some women, but that's a very fractional amount of women that are doing that. So to say, oh, well, they got very offended when I said this too. I said, well, statistically speaking, you're going to be, was it I quoted, rise of the she economy again, by 2030, was it 45% of women are going to be single and childless from 25 to 45, 25 to 42 or 44, 25 to 44. That's the prime working demographic, according to Morgan Stanley. You're going to be childless. You're going to be single. Get used to it. Oh, you're saying that we should settle. No, I'm not. I just work here, man. But of course, what happens? He's saying we should settle. What's wrong with you? Do you think you're an elite man? I didn't say anything of the sort, but then they go, because again, they go into a kernel panic whenever you point out facts that they don't have a counter argument for. Watching today's show on a delay, not live. Really? Condolences to your dog. Thank you very much, royally chucked. Yes. I miss my dog. Chic Daddy, once again, thank you. Finding compassion in understanding the practical and sometimes necessary nature of hypergamy and how in women is how I am coming to terms with post-marriage anger. Hypergamy is sometimes mandatory. No, it is a fact. Hypergamy is. It is what it is. How you deal with it is up to you, but it doesn't change. Doesn't change. That's part of the machine. Excuse me. I don't have COVID. I just have it's funny. How come you can't just be regular sick anymore? I think he's got the clap. Kodak White. Why we should encourage young men to train boxing and Muay Thai, MMA. Really? What if I said, I think we should encourage men to learn Kali instead? Eskrima. It gives you more discipline and humility than almost anything else. Less ego around. I will say this. I understand that that's your application of it. Good, fine. Yeah. I think that training young men to be competitive. That's the key. I don't care if you're a competitive chess player. Learn to be competitive. I think most guys, the reason why they don't get where they're at is because they are not competitive anymore. All right, here you go. You could go to the front of the class.
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Missy Lisa, you didn't think I was going to call you out. You red pill people are a bunch of fucking weirdos who can't get a date.
Say my name.
Do you know who I am? Red pill people are men who can't get a date, so they jack off. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. No, you deserve this, my girl. My girl. Red pill men. Red pill people are men, people. Are we people? Red pill people are men who can't get a date, so they jack off, and women who can't get a date, so they play with a dildo. Wow. How about this one? We're a bunch of fucking weirdo. Man, you're so nice. You said it twice. There we go. See? There you go. You should do it in ASMR style. Okay, so thank you for your Oh, wait, no. So nice. You said it 3 times. There you go. The dildo thing. That's what caught me. I saw dildo in the chat window. What did you say? Oh, wait. This is too good. Hold on. The Asian OnlyFans girls were a major... Yeah, they were. But, by the way, brilliant idea. Still a brilliant idea. Health, hygiene, and humor. Hundreds of equals hundreds equals hoes. Okay. Whatever. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Missy Lisa. Hey, girl. I would rather have a tiger as a pet. And you all are fucking weird. Hey, tiger. Too good. Hey. Oh, yeah.
Finish her.
Oh, that's too good. You can talk to 100 baddies every day for the rest of your adult life, and still you won't scratch off 1% of the female population. How is that? How is that for confidence? There you go. Be confident. Will feminism be under pressure as birth rates go down? No, it won't. It is recession proof and fertility rate plummeting proof. Monogamy is the only system that scales. Not anymore. Again, I'm not saying it shouldn't. I'm not saying it's not that's not an endorsement. I'm just saying it doesn't scale like you think it does. Not now. Not in a global sexual marketplace. Let me keep going here. See if I can catch all the way up down at the bottom. Anybody else? Did I get all the way? Let me see. I think that was it. What do we do, Rollo? What do we do? Oh, wait a minute. No, that was already got to Muay Thai guy. That's that. And did I get to Gomez? Oh, hell. Okay. Gotcha. All right. Good. I did catch up. All right. Here we go. Which one is this?
Ready to be a daddy? Don't do daddy things. Be a man and decide that if you're not willing to actually make a commitment to the woman you're about to sleep with or the child you might be about to create, then you don't make that decision. But you
don't put your dick in some girl who's not going to be your wife. In fact, it's funny. There's a time when videos like that were like, oh, he's this crazy evangelical. No, that guy's part of the trad manosphere at this point. Ty, thank you for your work. Rollo, positive masculinity is a good counter for women field of teaching kids with autism. Yeah, my son has ASD and I am prepped. Good for you. I'm glad you like positive masculinity, because I wrote that exactly for, what is this? Yeah, you got it. Tiger's a pet. It's a liger. It's like my favorite pet ever. It's like my favorite animal ever. I guess didn't think I watched that movie. I did. No, wait, here it is. I gotta dig into my video files here. All right, hang on, Gomez. I'll take you in just a second. Which one is this? Is this no, I wanted to get to no. We're at the 3-hour mark, so I'm gonna get a little sloppy here, I think. Let's let me throw not that one. I have fresh on here. I'll dig if I have time for fresh, I'll throw fresh on here at the very end. Here it is. This was too good. We gotta start with this.
That's what I want to ask you about. Going through the whole, like, you have to, everything happened, you get exposed. What was the conversation with your kids like, and how did they respond?
The conversation with my kids was almost identical to the apology. email, the apology video, because we sat down at the table and I looked at them and fuck. You know, I told them that I lied to them. And fuck, man.
Were they like, why the fuck would we even eat all this liver bullshit? Give me some goddamn Skittles or something like that. This is disgusting. I'm dying. Why am I eating bone marrow? Give me a hamburger.
At the end of the conversation, they said that they're not eating liver or testicles that day. You know?
We're boycotting balls today, Dad.
But that's a conversation I had with them is I've been lying to you, and I'm on steroids. Yeah. I was on steroids. I'm on steroids.
What's that guy that does expose videos? He was on with Mike Sartain. Like, did he not catch this dude already?
Here's why I justified it. All that was wrong, you know, and I feel horrible about doing that, you know, and probably
yes,
I regret most. Like, I feel like I've let a generation down, you know, of young people and my kids, you know, to mislead them. So what I said to them is almost identical to the apology video. And, you know, and then Liver Queen's like, you guys understand? And they're like, yeah, we understand. I said, you guys understand also that there's going to be a lot of comments to you guys about what a piece of shit your dad is. There's going to be a lot of other comments, grown men saying hurtful stuff to you guys. And, you know, I know my job as a dad. It's pretty simple. It's to affirm my kids with the depth of challenge, worth, and potential. So
yeah, it's funny. It's like he's still sticking to character here. Now, this isn't actually about Liver King. This is more about Andrew Schultz. This is the preview for what we're going to get into here in just a minute. This is the prep. We're laying the groundwork here. Okay. I'm gonna scrub forward a little bit here, but this is not about Liver King. This is about blue pill beta males who've got a guy and they're going to pillory him. They're going to use him as the example. This is the come to Jesus video, but it's not the come to Jesus video. It's we're right and he was wrong. We're actually more of a man than he is because he did steroids. We're actually better men because we don't look like this guy. Remember that quote? You probably have seen this quote. I think it was Arnold Schwarzenegger. And like you've probably seen this. It's I think it's a motivational quote too at some point where they're like, he was dealing with some critics and the critics said, hey, we would never want to look like you. and Arnold Schwarzenegger, don't worry, you won't. Like this is the comeuppance for that. This is the reversal of that.
That one day they come to believe in themselves. And so I have to also protect them along the way. I've not yet completed that job, right?
Do you regret putting them in videos and stuff before that?
Do I regret it?
Yeah.
No, I don't, because my kids have such a unique story to tell. You know, one of my kids, Rad, has been through this incredible health crisis that has been recovered because of ancestral living. And you know how many other kids are going to be able to learn about this because of his exposure, his ability to tell that story.
I could also see it. Jordan Peterson and his daughter went through a similar thing. I don't know. His daughter was battling a lot of, I don't know what the disease is.
Andrew, bad example. Very epically bad example.
But she went on a strictly meat diet.
Yeah.
Do you hear about this?
Yeah.
And I think Jordan even went on a strictly meat diet. Like it's just meat and fucking water.
Yeah.
Apparently you didn't catch the Joe Rogan breakdown of that one, but I'll let you continue.
That's it. And he said it's really alleviated a lot of depression. Like she had a bunch, I don't know if it was like an autoimmune disease or something like that. I think it was something to that effect. And she said that is completely, cleaned that up. So clearly there.
I want to know if it cleaned up her herpes. Because she showed, I remember that she was talking, I remember the video. You probably do too. She was talking about, in fact, this was the TEDx video that she did that she said got banned that you could still find occasionally. And she had this, a receipt of all of the drugs she was getting at the drugstore. One of those was it Valtrex? Maybe, I forget what the name of it was. Maybe it was, but it was like treatment for herpes. It was a common herpes treatment. And I'm like, I wonder if the all meat diet cured that.
There are things that you can do to augment whatever situation has been presented by your body. And while I see on the outside someone going, oh, this guy's exploiting his kids for his business, I could also see from the inside you going, someone else might have fucking kids who can't breathe, and they're going to get to see how my kids' lives completely change doing this ancestral living. Yeah. And I think that is the the beautiful thing about vulnerability and honesty.
Here we go.
But you can't have the vulnerability with the character.
Yeah.
And I wonder if moving forward, we get to see more Brian Johnson.
All right, here we go. Here's where the video really starts.
You know what? This is my commitment. You know, I've had enough people close to me who have said the best podcast you ever did was Diary of a CEO, because this is the one that you were the most vulnerable.
Yeah.
And I thought, are you serious? Like, and then I would ask 5 other people, and then most of them said the same thing, and I'm like, holy shit, you know, like, I'm learning something, you know, and so it's not real easy. I'd never had any exposure in the public eye. I'd always been a very private person. I never wanted to actually do this. You know, it wasn't until I had enough conversation.
Hold on one second. I'm going to push this up here because we got to get to the really deep stuff here, because he starts talking about like himself and everything that's going on. And then we get to, where do we go? Oh, there we go. I think it's right here.
There's so much more that comes from that. I know this.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's taken this experience to say, okay, like enough people have spoken. And this is my commitment, you know, is to share it all, especially the vulnerable pieces. Because you know what? Like, not every day I wake up saying, it's prime time. I don't feel like it. I say it. And, you know, there's a lot of days I wake up and I feel like shit. And every once in a while, I've said this on my story. I'm like, I woke up today and I feel like shit.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go force myself to get in the cold plunge to feel better. And then I would get DMs.
That's more motivational to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like shit. I feel like that more than I wake up saying it's prime time or whatever you say.
Well, thank you for saying, because this is.
So this is like reaffirming, let's just say, for Andrew and actually the rest of the guys on the show right here. Essentially what this is, and I'll explain to you later in a little bit detail, but like what happens is when blue pill beta guys get laid for the first time, they want to tell all their friends, they say, hey, look, see, my blue pill beta game actually works, guys. I've got a relationship. She spread her legs for me. Right. There's a very virtue signaling self-righteousness where it's like you want to like sort of put that person on display. It's almost like the prodigal son, but you want to put that person on display, not because you give two shits about their state or their status. This show isn't about Liver King. It's about all the other guys that are on the Man Bun Dude and Akash and the rest of these guys. That's who this is about. It's not about Liver King. It's about reaffirming, like, say, see, we were right. That's really what it's all about.
This is what I'm realizing. I've gotten enough feedback to just be like, you know what? Be 100% honest about how you're always feeling. And I've gotten favorable feedback about, hey, you feel like, oh, guess what? You're a fucking human too. I go through that all the time. Yeah. You know, and I've got enough DMs through this process of people that were fans, haters, and left, and now are fans again, hearing some of the story right now. Yeah. And so I think I've been really encouraged just to say, and also to want to teach my kids this too, you know, just like be completely yourself, be vulnerable, let it all out. It's not always prime time.
Yeah. And to that point, the guys I know with the best relationship with their dad, it's a vulnerable relationship. They don't look at him as some perfect superhero. And if they look at you like that and then they fuck up, then they're going to be like, look at my dad is perfect and I'm such a piece of shit. Yeah. And it actually is a detriment to them. So being vulnerable with them is the best thing you can do, I think.
Yeah, and that is really one of the silver linings in this is for them to see what I'm going through right now. You know, to be able to talk to them about that. And I do think that's going to really make our relationship closer.
Yeah. Listen, before you get out of here, I just have a couple questions that I'd love to ask you. Okay?
Let's do it.
Right. That's that. Now, that's the buildup. That's the shot, and here's the chaser. Let's see if I can grab that. Hold on a second. Sorry, I didn't have these queued up. I probably should have. My bad. All right. Where did we go? No, not that one. Not that one either. Where is it? Let's Liver King. Nope, definitely not that one. Here we go. Is that it? All right, here's the main one.
Say we're the modern day philosophers. We're the ones putting the truth out there in the world. We're the ones changing the world. We're the ones holding the mirror up to the powerful people. And then on the same level go, why are they canceling us for what we say? You said you're important. You said you're changing the world. Well, if I was someone in power, I'd sure as want to silence those motherfuckers that are saying the real shit. If you're that important, say we're not important at all. And we could say whatever the fuck we want. I value saying what the fuck I want. So treat me like a clown. I don't give a fuck.
Yes, he's trying to explain why he, as a comedian, is more valid than anyone else. So let me move this up.
You can kind of say whatever. And I remember going there, and I remember like times like like my material would like skew a little bit more conservative. I remember reflecting on it going like,
wait. Let's move it up. I think it's right about, is it here? Where did he put this?
Yep.
And a lot of what I was seeing online in men's advice made a lot more sense after I'd been to Miami.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, we'll kind of come back. Let's back this up a little bit. I think this might be it.
It tapped into almost like Borscht Belt comedy. Remember, have you heard of like the Borscht
No, what's
Belt?
that?
Like,
maybe this is just like inbuilt fucking unconfidence in knowing things.
Yeah.
But for me, I've always got like caveats and a little bit of just, I'm not so sure, but I feel like this is the right way.
yeah.
Let's push
Fundamental way that it's positioned.
back.
It tapped into almost like Borscht
9 days, they'll give you your money.
Oh, man, that's
audience, every husband who's dealt with their wife bitching about something, you know, in there, I relate to that moment. I relate to that feeling, because comedy is about feeling. It's not about truth. It's not about what should be true. It's about a feeling that is real that you've had. So I think what happens with these jokes is they tap into moments of what it is like to be a guy in this day and age. And then not funny people got into it and ruined it like everything, and then started taking every single line seriously.
All right, so let me hold this off for a second. He's trying to explain why Patrice O'Neill was the originator of the Manosphere, which I still take issue with, but I understand. Like, guys have done comedy on intersexual dynamics for a long time, and now he's saying that the Manosphere is actually a derivative of like comedy that people kind of autistically took serious. And again, you want to talk about speaking from a position of confident ignorance, that's where we're talking about.
And then when you start to take every single line seriously, you just seem like you're hate women, you're angry at women, you're bitter. That's not, I don't think anybody really at the end of the day wants to resonate with that.
The fundamental way that it's positioned is that men and women are enemies or adversaries at the
Yeah,
very
like they're
least.
trying to extract something from you.
Yeah.
It's kind of dangerous to think about like that.
I don't know. It doesn't seem like a particularly healthy way to create a foundation to build stuff up from that.
Okay, so we're beginning from a fundamental ignorance, a fundamental misinterpretation, deliberate. It has to be deliberate at this point, and I'll tell you why it's deliberate, because I got another thing where I should do a video where it's like Chris Williamson versus Chris Williamson. I could do the same thing with Peterson, like Peterson versus Peterson. I could very easily go and find point counterpoint. It was very easy to find this because the guy flip-flops on every fucking thing when it comes to the Manosphere. Everything. He'll go and he'll quote Rob Henderson and quote like stats like what is it, the 80-20 rule? He'll go and as long as it comes from Rob Henderson or David Buss or who's the stats guy? I can't remember. Comes from somebody else that isn't like quote unquote officially part of the Manosphere, then he's all on board with that. And oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. I mean, it's exactly the same data that we use. Exactly. But then then we say, well, what do you think of the Manosphere, Destiny? What do you think of the Manosphere? Andrew Schultz? Those guys, they got no business being there in the first place. However, they're going to pretend like they ought to be there. They got to feel like they got to know something about everything. And they got no earthly idea what they're talking about, but we're going to start mouthing off about this, and I'm going to catch him in a contradiction here in just a second.
And the problem is that I also understand, right? Like I was a guy in my 20s who didn't understand the world and himself and fucking everything.
Yeah.
So you go to the internet. It was just fortunate for me that I landed on like Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris and whatever as a
I'm not sure those two guys in particular, Sam Harris is somebody that you want to hold up as like somebody you were fortunate enough to figure out. Really? Understand, you got to remember, it's like Sam Harris is like flamed out. These guys are what used to, and probably nobody in the chat understands this or will understand this terminology. Maybe there's a few. Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, I want to say Brett Weinstein, probably his wife Ann Hare, but like there's a group of guys, a group of people that were promoting themselves as the intellectual dark web. Sam Harris was part of that. Jordan Peterson definitely part of that. The intellectual dark web. I think Shapiro might have been on that too. Correct me if I'm wrong. Those guys gone. All that disappeared when Jordan Peterson took his trip to Russia to rehab off of benzos. All that went away. Sam Harris flamed out completely flamed out. Hell, even the atheists in the atheist sphere, whatever, they're disowned Sam Harris at this point. Really, that's not the win that you think it is, right? Thank you, Echo. I love you too. Yeah, Vox Day was Vox. I don't think Vox Day was actually part of the intellectual dark web. I do think that he brought that up, though, or maybe he's the one that came up. He might have coined the term. I'm not really entirely sure. Was he part of the intellectual dark web? I don't think so. But if he was, he probably quickly exited it. Yeah, unironically, exactly. So I want to point something out here before we go any further. Let me remove him really quickly here. I'm going to put him back here in just a second, because we have to look at a few other things here. Where do we go? There we go. Now don't forget that this is the title or the splash page, the header for Chris Williamson's YouTube. Okay. Keep that in mind. I've used this before when he was talking about how dad bods are actually a thing and we should all take that seriously. Does this guy look like he takes the dad bod thing seriously? Just saying. Wanted to put that in there. Let's add him up.
Let's do some other channel. Yeah. Because you're looking for answers and this person comes across. Here's another dynamic that I always notice. Certainty with the way that people speak.
Yeah.
Maybe this is just like inbuilt.
Let me explain something to you. The certainty with which people speak usually comes from a position of authority, or usually comes from at least a presumed assumption of authority. The two guys you just mentioned a minute ago, Jordan Peterson and Sam Harris, they, especially Sam Harris, they all speak as if they come from a position of authority.
Fucking unconfidence in knowing things.
Yeah.
But for me, I've always got like caveats and a little bit of just, I'm not so sure, but I feel like this is the right way.
Yeah.
When people come out of somewhere and say, this is the way that things are, here's a meme or a cool word or like a brand that makes it seem like a fucking legitimate academic topic. This is a thing and this is the way that it is. It seduces people. It's one of the reasons that so many political commentators online, like Ben Shapiro is a perfect example of this. You know, whether you agree with the guy or not, he's fucking certain about all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like Jordan Peterson, like Ben Shapiro, like Sam Harris, the guys you just quoted.
And you go, well, wow, like that sounds compelling.
He gives you the weapons for your feelings. That's what I look at Ben as, right? It's like you're
weapons for your feelings. Got it? Sound like emotionalism to you? Because that's where we're at right here. In fact, pretty much this whole conversation will be about emotionalism, but it's all there. There it is right there. The weapon for your emotions, right? That as if that's the only thing anybody's going to be thinking about.
You're conservative. You don't know why. And then he's going to give you the best arguments as to why, right? You think abortion should be banned. Ben's going to tell you why it should be banned. And he will do it amazingly, succinct, perfect data. He just gives you the weapons for when you get into an argument at a bar.
That's very interesting.
And I think there's a lot.
Okay. So is that weapons for your emotions? Or is that simply fucking empiricism? Now, I've got my own problems with like the data and the let's say the data, doing the work, like the process by which Ben Shapiro comes to his conclusions, right? Remember I told you about like the idea that the red pill, or really, I mean, you can this analogy. I know, sorry, I'm using an analogy again, but this analogy applies to a lot of different things. Like I usually get this in the red pill. So I've said this before. If I have the answer here, like I'm doing an algebraic problem, I'm doing calculus, trigonometry, whatever. It's not enough to be confident in your answer. And the answer might be correct. You might have the formula and everything. You do all the cosines, you do all that, algebraic and calculus, you do all of that and you come to the right answer. But it's not enough for the teacher or the person who's like trying to evaluate that answer. They have to see your work. How did you come to that correct answer? Whether it's wrong or it's right? But if it's correct, especially if it's correct, you want to know how that person did the algebraic equation. And that's where people get lost in the weeds. So for instance, Rollo, why don't you debate me? Okay, I can do that. But you know what it takes me to do it? I have to show you the equation. You have to have the fucking patience for me to sit there and show you, okay, I did this and then a cosine here and for me to do all that. And then here's the answer. Ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody's got time for it. Ain't nobody got time for that. Nobody got time for that, right? But they pretend like they do. They pretend like that's the part. Give me this. I need sources cited, right? And it's not about like the answer might be about your feels, right? About what your ideology is. It might confirm or it might contradict your values, however you came to them. Most people don't come to their values as a result of an algebraic equation. They don't come to those values as part of a study. They don't come to those values. They don't come to how they're going to live the best practices, right? They don't come to those practices as a result of, well, I read all of these, meta studies on intersexual dynamics and evolutionary psychology and Dr. David Buss and yada, 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 the blank slate. They come to their values as a process of lived experience. Most people, the vast majority of people, very few people change their mind as a result of having read a bunch of data on something that is fundamentally counter to the way that they think about things and they feel is right and wrong. They don't do that. Because you're talking about two different steps. You're looking at emotion versus empiricism. Empiricism is how did you find out? Show me your work. Show me the answer. The answer is what contradicts the feels. And that's really what they're trying to explain here in sort of bonehead English.
A lot of people who tend to do that, but for me, they're not the most interesting. The funny people are interesting to me regardless of what they feel. And I separate that. Like, my loyalty is to funny. So like a guy like Dr. Umar Johnson, which might have like many beliefs that I disagree with, is also the funniest communicator on the internet. So no matter what he says, I'm watching it. It is going to be hilarious. I'm just thinking of things I can't even say out loud because they're so crazy. But when he does them, they're fucking hilarious. So that's the power of comedy. It's like you really want to communicate.
Insert nervous laugh.
Communicate some shit. Whether you believe it or not, comedy is the vessel. And when these people don't have any comedy and they're being like really serious and trying to execute these points and we got to fucking save the world, it's like, shut the fuck up.
So I'm not sure that you always need comedy.
That is feels before reels. Now, this situation, this situation is no different than when women are on Fresh and Fit or Access Vegas or any or whatever podcast. It's no different. You're having an empirical conversation with somebody who is fundamentally speaking the language of emotionalism. As a comedian, as he just said, comedy is all about emotion. And he's not incorrect. He's right. But that's not how you come to a logical conclusion. That's not how you come and solve the fucking equation. Your answer is wrong. Your algebraic calculus is wrong. Oh, he's entitled to his opinion. Not if it is wrong. Promoting a wrong opinion or wrong based on incorrect data is dangerous. That's this right. The reason why I chose this to go, sort of pair this up with the Shion Reynolds thing is because it's very similar to the conversation that Myron just had, well, here on the show anyways, just had with Shion. Goes into a kernel panic. Andrew Schultz is basically Shion Reynolds in this instance right here. They both really are. They're complaining about a guy like Myron or a guy like myself, which of course they never want to say our names. They never want to fucking,
say my name.
They never want to throw that out. But he's going to quote somebody like Sam Harris. You're going to quote, hey, these guys I was fortunate to see these guys. Okay, well, okay. But they show you the work and the work doesn't work out. They're still lost in the sauce. Some case literally. You want it to feel good at the end. You want at the end of the calculus equation, you want the answer to feel good and make you laugh. And sometimes it's not going to fucking make you laugh. In fact, maybe the intent is not to make you fucking laugh and to get serious and get off your ass and help do something. Like get to a point of best practices instead of going, it's not fucking funny. Oh, well, yeah, sometimes shit ain't funny.
For instance, Huberman is a good example.
Yeah.
Doesn't use comedy an awful lot, communicates points, they make a great impact. But I do think that you need to have a level of humility,
yeah, okay. Great. The delivery, fine. Is what Andrew Huberman, I'm saying that right? Is what he's saying right or wrong? When freaking Alex from Playing Fire hits me, I said, here's your chance, motherfucker. Here's your chance. Here, give me a topic. Give me a topic. No, don't have a topic? Well, then what can I do? I can't do fucking jack shit with you. And the reason for that is because you're not willing to go through the process. You're not willing to go through the having the fucking patience to go and do the fucking algebraic equation because it doesn't feel good at the end.
Elaboration as well, as opposed to this very adversarial sort of zero-sum type scenario. Another one of the influences here as well. I went to Miami for the first time ever.
Oh, really?
3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And a lot of what I was seeing online in men's advice made a lot more sense after I'd been to Miami.
Why? Why would that be? What on earth could have made you think? What show in Miami could you possibly be talking about?
Say my name.
I just don't understand. Miami?
Miami unlocked the back of my brain in terms of going,
like what?
this-
What were you saying?
So, for instance, your wealth is your primary source of value to the world. Who you are
in Miami? Yes.
The person that you're with, the table that you're on, the size of the bottle, the girls that are on your arm, what it is that the girls, how they were dressed, like girls out in party dresses, maxi party dresses at 12 midday going for coffee. And
Oh, it's even better on Thursday night. What the hell? If you're in Brickell on Thursday, it doesn't even have to be a Friday.
Like, where the fuck are you going?
Yeah.
What is this? And that to me made a lot of sense because it seems like a good chunk of Miami culture, very transactional, very transient, very resource-based, has informed a lot of men's advice on the internet. And because of that, they're reverse engineering. Miami is how all women are.
Right.
Right.
No, it's fucking not. I've met 500,000 women in my life stood on the front door of nightclubs.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll stop it right. Well, actually, no. Let him finish. I'll let him finish up.
No, it's fucking not. Most women, on average, are caring and kind and want a fucking guy that they can get into a relationship with that cares about them.
Yeah.
Some of them fuck up and some of them are outright mean and nasty and all the rest of it. But so are guys.
Yeah.
Like, my personal experience, which is fucking vast, does not suggest that girls are like the ruthless gold diggers that everybody says. However,
I agree.
Think about you're a guy on the internet.
Same.
You're a guy on the internet who doesn't have much experience with women.
All right. He's gonna. Well, that's a good spot to hold up right here. Okay. Well, once again, children,
Hello there, children. How's it going?
Miami is the benchmark for all of humanity. Ha ha ha. Oh my gosh, these guys are standardizing. Oh, those guys in Vegas. Like, hey, have you been to Vegas yet? Chris, here's an open invitation for you. You won't have me on your show, but I will. I'm personally extending my hand on Olive Branch here. Come to Vegas. If you didn't like Miami, you're gonna love fucking Vegas. You're gonna love the chicks we have on Access Vegas. And you know what? Here's the greatest part of it. We're not saying that all women are like this. In fact, neither is Fresh and Fit, who you presume are saying this. How do I know that? Well, let's check the data sets here. Thank you so much for this, Big Mo. Why, here we go. Let's see what we can find out here. Wait, I got to do Big Mo.
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
All right. This is my favorite thing. Okay, so here we go. Actually, I sorry about the size of this. I will got to expand this for myself here just a moment. Where did I put that? Oh, it's in the show notes. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Much better. Oh, nope, that's not it. Hold on. There we go. Okay, this is the Fresh and Fit data. Okay, well, so allow me to disabuse you of this notion, Chris. What you're looking at right here is a data set, the early data set, I should say. There's probably more to this now because this was given to me when July 31st of this year, courtesy of Big Mo. Okay, so we've done the breakdowns of this. Mo has done I don't know, maybe it wasn't Mo, but like Mo gave me the stats here. Okay, here we are. New stats. Okay, new stats. 337 female guests are actually from Florida. 938 are originally from other states. 148 are from other countries outside the United States. Nobody can say F&F only, Fresh and Fit only interview Miami bimbos or Miami girls act like that. Hypergamy is everywhere. They all think the same, right? Here we go. Here's the totals. This is from Big Mo. Thank you very much for this data. Here we go. 1,429 guests. They've done 1,600 since, but this was back in July or the end of July, so beginning of August. 938 are originally from other states. 148 are from other countries outside of the United States. New York and California seems to be where most of the girls are from. Got it? Okay. Texas, Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Massachusetts, Colorado, DC, and big old Nevada. New stats, 337 of the female guests are actually from Florida. So that accounts for what? Maybe not even a third of the total guests? Doesn't even account for a third of the total guests being actually from Florida. Got it? Montana, Nebraska, Alabama, Oklahoma, Kentucky, South Dakota, Arkansas, Kansas, Wyoming, Delaware, and Vermont are the only states we haven't had girls from. So here's the thing. Oops, wait a minute, pull that out. Here's the thing, Chris. First thing we will discuss when you come out to Vegas is wrong. You're wrong. Wrong. You are wrong. Wrong. Absolutely 100% patently incorrect in that statement and that assessment. Now, you've had a lot of experience looking like this outside the clubs here, so I'm going to say that possibly your assessment is actually biased. Your assessment and your lived experience, and hey, let me tell you what women are really about, and we all just want to have great relationships. Blah 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 blah. Okay. I'm not saying you didn't have that experience, but you're outside the club looking like this. Okay, this is literally your splash page. I brought this up when you were talking about the the dad bods video. That was funny enough, but this is even more humorous. Incorrect. Gotcha. Well, I gotta throw this one out there. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. The women that come to Miami are usually from someplace else. The ones that are, especially the ones that are on the show. So you might have walked around Brickell. You might have gone to Moxie's. You might have gone to where else? You might have gone to Sexy Fish. You might have gone to Komodo. You might have gone to, hell, you might have even gone to Booby Trap on the river. But that's not representative of who and like the type of girls and the girls that are on Fresh and Fit. I had to disabuse Jedediah Bila of exactly the same deliberate misinterpretation. I don't know much about Fresh and Fit, but let me tell you about Fresh and Fit for the next 45 minutes. I had to stop her in her tracks on the very first interview there. Don't pretend to know something. You are confidently ignorant. That's the reality of your position.
So what you do is you start consuming content from people who seem like they do.
And
or maybe
also
they
consuming content that feeds your fears.
Precisely. But what are the sort of stories that are sufficiently newsworthy to break through onto the internet? They're the most egregious transgressions of this particular... It's the girl that got into a relationship with some Canadian guy and took all of his money, and now he lives on the street, and he can't ever see his kids, and his dog hates him.
And while he was sleeping, went out, fucked a guy in a gas station, came back. Like, that's a real story
Made him
that
lick
a girl
it.
told.
All of that.
Yeah.
Those are the stories that break through. So if you don't have real world experience that can disprove that, quite rightly, you're vehemently going to think these bitches.
I just disproved that. I have the evidence to disprove you. Wrong.
You can't handle the truth.
Bitches are out here trying to fucking get us. I need to be horribly uncertain whenever I'm around a woman. Like,
I don't blame the guys for thinking it, to be honest with you.
Okay, so again, here's how we're gonna bring this all. We're gonna come all full circle. We're almost at the 4-hour mark. Here's how we're gonna bring this all back around. Okay, this is the presumption that they are creating incels. As a result, this is the presumption that if you watch enough of this stuff, this red pill content, these are not red pill creators. These are black pill doomers. These are the incels. These are the people who were already there to begin with. They were already incels to start with. How they interpret that data is up to them. It's up to the individual. And clearly you're incorrect in your assessment, because I can prove to you you're incorrect. So when we are looking at who's creating this, or, well, it's reaffirming their emotional, yeah, of course, Andrew wants to just jump in and say it's all about feels because he's still in emotionalism, right? What? Blank slate, social constructionism, and emotionalism. Knock any of those legs out, but knock all three of those legs out, and every issue comes crashing to the ground.
I think that there's a lot of frustration when you're not in control of your sexual destiny. And there's two ways to handle that frustration. There's one is go inward, the other is go outward, right? I'm frustrated. It's like, well, what can I do to alleviate that frustration? Can I like get better at chat? Can I learn what these girls are interested in and like how to make them feel comfortable, right? Or do I justify that frustration by going outward, which is all women are gold diggers. They don't like me because I'm fucking short, or they don't like me because I'm skinny, or they don't like me because I'm poor, or yada, yada, yada. So yeah, I think a lot.
No, they don't like you because the average woman is not interested in the average man. That's why. And had you actually, if you took the time, the very minimal amount of time to educate yourself on any of this, you would be less confident in your ignorance.
A lot of times my issue with the manosphere is that it's presented as if the frustration is handled inward, but make yourself a high value man, whatever like that, which you do not need to be to get laid. I think the guys that got laid the most when I was younger were not high value.
Yeah. Well, they were. They just weren't high value in the way that you think that high value is being promoted right now. So money, muscles, game. If they were really high on the muscle side, they probably got laid. They didn't need game because they didn't need game. They were hot enough to get that. They could compensate with looks, or they had a lot of money and they didn't look all that good. They're a little overweight, a little pudgy, had a dad bod, and they still got laid. Well, yeah, of course. They can buy a yacht. I have cocaine to come back to my house. Okay. Or maybe they were smooth as fuck and they were homeless and they weren't rich. They didn't have a lot of money, but they were smooth as fuck. And maybe, they weren't exactly the best looking dude in the world, but they were smooth as hell and they had good game and good social skills and were good conversationalists, and women couldn't explain why to the guy, but they still slept with the homeless dude, right? Who had good game. He could compensate for his deficits in the other three. That's why. But you didn't have to have all of this stuff to get laid. I thought we were talking about relationships, though, Chris.
They were just good at chat.
Is that not value?
It is value, but not in the gold digging sense. Like if we're looking at all women as gold diggers, and they're these guys that are broke, but they can talk them up. Now they must not be gold diggers, right? Now these girls on some level just want to be made to feel comfortable, want to be listened to, want to be entertained, want to laugh, right?
Okay. Well, let's hold that thought for one moment because we have to go to ready for the next contradiction? Here we go. Where is it? Oh my goodness. Chris Williamson versus Chris Williamson.
Which I got sent this thread by Rob Henderson earlier on, which is really interesting. Could the matching imbalance on Tinder and other dating apps be a factor in the rise of the incel movement and young men reporting low sexual activity? So there's a graph here that says the young men, share of men and women between the ages of 18 and 30 reporting no sex in the past year.
That sounds very depressing. Are you sure you want to put that out there? That sounds very manospherian. I'm not sure that the incels are just you might be creating incels with relating this information. By the way, I pulled this video because it's the lead-in video on his channel. It's like he did this back in May, but it's the one that will here's the demo. Like this is what my channel's about video. This is where this come from.
And that has gone up from 10% to 30% for men since around about 2010
I wonder where he picked that up from. I wonder where Rob Henderson picked it up from. You know why? Why do I wonder? Because I've been using this same chart. You've seen me use this since 2018 with Pat Campbell, for example, before I even knew who the fuck Rob Henderson was, or Chris Williamson. Chris Williamson was doing Total Drama Island or whatever the fuck he was on. Yeah, this has been around for a while, brother. Thank you for just getting into this. But us Manospherians, we might be creating incels with this.
2020 to now. Right. So over the last decade, the number of men reporting no sex in the last year has tripled. And the line on the graph has got where Tinder's introduced. And it is exactly when men, where that inflection for.
So perhaps it's not the Manospherian guys that are creating this, subset of sexless guys who are just grinding their teeth as incels and wondering when they're going to, snap. No, it's not them. It's It's with the rise of Tinder, apparently.
Or men beginning to go from the 10% to the 28%. Women also actually stay flat for a little while, but have increased, which is also very interesting. Wealth in Tinder.
Wonder what black pill doomer site this was pulled from. Where have I seen that graph before?
Tinder is not distributed equally. Attractive guys have more wealth in the Tinder economy. They get more likes than unattractive guys. That's the bottom 80% of men, bottom 20% of women, top 80% of women, top 20% of men thing, which a lot of people are familiar with. There's a thing called a Gini coefficient or a Gini coefficient.
This is right. He's pulling the Gini coefficient. This isn't Rob Henderson, by the way. This is out of Dataclysm, which is the one that came up with the Gini coefficient. He thinks it's valid, and he's willing to listen to, well, let's see, Jordan Peterson for sure, Sam Harris, and now, of course, Rob Henderson, who I have the highest respect for, by the way. I think he's a little bit too lost in the sauce with the Jordan Peterson connection right there. But pretty much all these this data set, I can show you. Well, would you like me to show you the essay that I have put this in the past? Because I'll go dig it up.
Which works out how much inefficiency there is within a system. So it's used to look at economies within countries. And the lower that the number is, the more equality there is within wealth distribution. So if...
By the way, the Gini coefficient, I think, pretty sure, Aaron clarify this for me at some point, but I think he used this in the Book of Numbers.
If modern dating apps were a country, it would be one of the most unequal in the world. The Tinder economy has a higher Gini coefficient than 95.1% of the countries in the world. It's just below South Africa. It's above Venezuela.
Disparity of wealth.
It's above Venezuela and just below South Africa. That's where it sits.
I'm an incel now because Chris Williamson made me an incel. It must be because of those Miami girls, right?
According to open source data, a man of average attractiveness can only be expected to be liked by slightly less than 1% of females, 0.87% on Tinder. This equates to 1 like for every 115 females, and men in the bottom 10% see just 1 match per week at most. Ultimately, most women only swipe on a handful of men per day, while men are more freewheeling with their swipes. So, yeah, females pass on 95% and like on 5, and men are basically 50-50 left and right. It's just...
You can't handle truth. We had talked about Tinder before.
All right, that's... okay, you can watch the rest. It's the first video on his channel. Go ahead and check that out. Sounds to me like, well, that might not be Miami girls. That might not be, might not even be Vegas girls. It might be, I don't know, evidence of a global sexual marketplace or globalizing sexual marketplace there, Chris. So I just want to let everyone know that I am officially now an incel because I watched that. Yes, I saw the stats, and you know what? Who radicalized you, Rolo? Chris Williamson. He just radicalized me right now. Yes, I've turned it. It's not all gloom and doom. Really.
But it's much easier, I think, to go, all they care about is money when you're not that good at talking, when you're not that charming, when you're not that interesting, and when you're not that...
But wait, I thought it was the Tinder girls who were making those connections.
Interested. Like, I think the best advice I ever got about women was just get them to the point where you can listen.
What's that mean?
Yeah,
Once
what does that mean?
Someone feels comfortable talking to you, especially a woman, like that's a level of comfort and confidence.
How do you get them to listen to you when they don't swipe on you on Tinder?
That is going to separate you from every other person at that bar. Like once they're sharing their feelings, they're talking about
They're not meeting in bars. The number one way men and women meet today is online, Andrew. I know you've been married for quite some time. And by the way, your lovely wife still has not assumed your last name. Just saying.
Opinions, etc. It's like, you're in. It's it. It's yours to lose at that point. So it's like, I think a lot of times guys go in, it's like, I have to demonstrate value. I have to show you how cool I am. Oh, look at my car. Oh, I'm going to drop my keys on the table. There's a fucking Lamborghini thing. I hope she sees that. No. Simple as that. Work sucked, man. Yeah, what do you do? Oh, yeah, you do that. Okay, yeah. Is that difficult? Oh, it is kind of difficult. Yeah, it does kind of seem kind of annoying to deal with that. Yeah, it is kind of annoying. It's kind of...
You know how they say, like, don't take dating advice from women? Don't take dating advice from guys whose mentality is basically that of a woman. Because that's what you're getting right
Just
here.
talking.
Away to the races. Well, you're a guy who's completed that now, you know, as a rehabilitated ex-party boy who's now...
Bro, being married is the best.
Why?
Because you don't have to go and put your keys in your Lamborghini and fuck around with Twitter, and you don't have to worry about getting swiped left or right.
No, it's horrible. I'm going to be honest with you. No, it's great. It is the best. But the thing is that we don't share it's the best because that's not fun. I was talking about this with the guys on Flagrant, but it's like you don't share good parts of your fucking relationships with your boys. There's nothing fun about that. You don't, I don't call my boys up today and be like, oh man, I had a great chat at brunch with my wife and we really understood each other and felt safe and loved and vulnerable. Like my friends don't want to hear that fucking shit, right? They want to hear the annoying thing that my wife did to me that made me look like a fucking idiot. Then we all laugh at me. Or we laugh at my wife, whatever it is. That's just way more entertaining. So there's things we share. But just to not be involved, I think, in the rat race is great. At my age, I'm 39. That's another thing. I had a great time partying. I'm glad I got it all out of my system. I don't have the FOMO that a lot of guys do. A lot of guys get hitched young, and then they have to deal with their whole life. What would it be like?
Correct.
Sounds like that's pretty depressing, right? Sounds like maybe you ought to, I don't know, maybe listen to the guys like Fresh and Fit so you're in a better position so you don't get FOMO.
Have a threesome or something like that. What would it be like to go to Miami and see if you
Got to
could get
take the
laid?
boxes off, man.
Exactly. And I'm glad I did that. At this point, there's nothing that I'm like, I wish that I did that before I got married. So I just get to focus on developing this relationship.
One of my boys was big into pickup artistry about 10 years ago. And I remember him speaking to me and he was saying, it's like, dude, you're really fucking like committed to this pickup shit. Like you really, really are. Like, where's it coming from?
Yeah.
He says, yeah, my future wife better be thankful for this. I'm like, you're going to have to explain why your future wife should be thankful that you're running through half of this city at the age of 23.
Got it out the system.
Like who? Like here's the thing: is like, I love it. Like it's almost like Hafiz. I'm waiting for Hafiz. You might as well put Hafiz on this show at this stage. I like who's left. Who's left? I mean, I know Hafiz is tight with Jordan Peterson. He's certainly tight with PBD. Like it's like here's the thing. I love this. Like, yeah. Do you agree with Mike that approach is 1% of the game? No, I don't. That's one of those things that I don't I'm not fully on board with. I think the reason the reason why Mike Sartain is not all about, cold approach and stuff like that is because Mike is more about social circle game. He's more about developing networks. And then from those networks, that's when you can meet like women and it's more low key. It's the reason why he promotes that, at least I think the reason why he promotes that is because guys have an easier time with that. What will be easier? Develop networks, go out there, hang out where the beautiful babies are, have a guy introduce you, and then it's much more socially like there's social proof involved in all of it, of course, but it's easier, I think, for guys to sort of get into a game. You still have here's the thing is even if you have like the networking, if you're doing like social circle game, I guess that's what RSD used to call it. I think it's real. That's really his is sort of an evolution of that. And I don't necessarily think that cold approach isn't effective. I've seen James Tusk is very, very good at that, but he's also very good looking. So you got Troy Francis, master at cold approach, master at the Yad stop, right? Anybody remember what a Yad stop is? Very good at that. Day game, street game. There are guys who can pull that shit off, like still to this day. You don't know them because they don't wear fucking fuzzy hats and black nail polish and feather boas and fucking feathers shooting out their ass. But they're there and they know how to do it. They're just not like throwing it in your face. There are elite level guys that can do that. I'm not saying that there aren't, but like very few and far between. But my take on that is like I halfway agree with Mike on that. I guess I'm halfway there. I understand why he says that because his game is all about social circle and it's also always about social proof. It's also always about, it's kind of founded and rooted in status. And I don't think status is all there is. I think that it's definitely an important part. It's part of it's a component of good game, attraction, arousal is definitely a component. But is it the only thing? No. Like, it's the same thing as, I would say the same thing to guys who are looks maxers. It's all about looks, brah. Yeah, you're right. It can be. Looks, being a very good looking dude can cover a multitude of game sins. Right? It can cover a multitude of not having enough money. It can even cover a multitude of the social lack of social network skills. If you're a good looking dude, that's going to get you indoors. That's, hey, he's a good looking dude. Like, girls are around him. So other guys want to be around him too, because they want to pick up his leftovers. So as a result, those guys are going to, be a little bit ahead of the game when it comes to learning intersexual dynamics. Got it. Understood. Looks maxers, you're 100% right about that. Got it. Is that the only thing? No. You can be incongruent. If a good-looking guy acts like he's queer, that's incongruent because he looks a certain way. Women are expecting him to be a certain way, and he is incongruent with that, with his personality and his game. So if he acts all fey and look like I made this example once before. If you take like The Rock and you put him like body like at the top of his game, he's like ripped and yoked, and you put him in like a pink tutu for the Tooth Fairy movie, that's incongruent. Right? We laugh at that because the incongruency is so obvious to us. So the social aspect, The Rock is not going to go into a club and pick up chicks in a tutu. Okay, he's not going to go your social game, your actual like social skills are that pink tutu. If you're a good looking dude, that's what I'm getting at. So it's not so much like, it's not all about like social proof. It's not all about pre-selection, although it's definitely a component, but pre-selection means fuck all when you don't have those skills and you're a spurg and you're overweight. Is it going to help? Yeah, it's going to help, but you've got to have other things on point too before you get to that point. And by the way, Mike acknowledges that too. So I don't think it's like all or nothing. That's what I want to get at. What did you say here? This was really good. Does Andrew and Alex realize that just by their race and height alone are the most wanted by most women? Their experience and advice is irrelevant to the average man. Yes. That's why, once again, would you like me to put this back up again? Here you go. That's why. And he knows this. I'll tell you what's great. What's crazy about this is like I first pulled that. I didn't even think I'd be able to use this again. I first pulled this splash page when he was talking about like dad bods and how women are really hot for dad bods because those guys, they don't look like this. This dude might cheat and might go and fuck other girls. In fact, most definitely, the woman will probably, that's congruent. I would expect that guy to go and do it. He's a high value guy. He's got money. He's ripped as fuck. I think he's kind of short though. I think I've seen pictures of Chris next to other dudes, and he looks like. Correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong about this, but he looks like he might be 5'9". I think he's like, that's the average height for most men, right? Is 5'9". I've seen him standing next to other dudes. In fact, even Andrew Schultz I think is taller than he is. I don't know exactly what his height is, but he's still average height. But he average height and he takes that kind of a picture. So yeah, you are correct in the sense that it's probably something that sort of leans him one way or another. Let's see. Small dicks. Yeah, thank you. Let's see. Oh, and I want to come back to this. I'm 40 and I'm in my 40s and I can still pull women in their 20s. I'm sure you can. Stay off social media, bros. Work on money, muscles, and game. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, you're never going to do that. You're going to learn that if you think that Fresh and Fed are all about the Miami girls who don't know anything. They think that they're representative of all the girls in the world. No, they don't. In fact, they are very vocal about that. And if you spent any time watching any of their shows, you would understand that. But
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, here, let's keep going.
And he said, I don't want to walk down the street with my wife and my 2 kids and my dog and look at a Brazilian chick and think, I wonder what it's like to fuck a Brazilian chick.
Yeah.
I want to have closed every different loop, every different desire, all the different quirks, even the monkeypox. I want to have got it all.
Yeah.
And that was what he wanted. And I do think that there's
Did
an
he do
element.
it? Did he live up to it?
I have no idea. He may be monkeypoxed or not. Jordan, if you're listening, tell me if you're monkeypoxed.
That's what pornography is for. Right? I wonder what it's like to fuck a Brazilian chick. Oh, let's go look up Brazilian chick porn. I'm sure there's a niche for that too. Oh, but I'm married now. I can't do it. Oh, darn. You want to know why porn is free, ubiquitous, 4K streaming free? There's a reason why pornography is free. I think people really need to understand that. Yeah, well, let me explain. I'll explain something else to you about Mike's take on game, because I endorse his program. You can get them. Please go hit the link. I think that it's a great. I think it's great in practice, right? So it's the only one I endorse. I don't endorse anybody else. Oh, it's because you're a grifter. Okay, well, fine. I'm a grifter, I guess, but do check it out. I only like Schultz before he released his special, got sponsorship and folded. He loves being married. Okay, bro. Love your work, bro. Yeah. By the way, his wife, Emma something or other, I can't remember. Turner? Is that what it is? I looked her up just briefly to say, he said, oh, man, I'm so glad to be married. I'm out of the game, man. It's awesome. Were you really ever in the game? Were you fucking Brazilian chicks? were you really ever like living large, doing threesomes? I know Mike Sartain is. Was that you? Because I don't know. I don't get that vibe from you, brah. But even still, your wife still has her last name, and not because she's a comedian, not because she's a professional, and not because she's a lawyer. Yeah. Let's keep going.
He definitely put the time in, man. Yeah. I'm not sure how his future wife will feel about it, but there is a part of that. Got to close off all of those.
100%.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I think that's healthy, as long as you're not justifying it to yourself like that.
So it's healthy to spin plates. It's healthy to learn game. It's healthy to go out there and get it out of your system and nail the Brazilian chick and nail the, Vietnamese girl. Nail whatever. Hey, I've never been with a black chick before. I never had a threesome. You'll get no disagreement from Rollo Tomasi. Spin more plates, my friend. But I'm the asshole. But I'm the guy. I'm the one who's quoting the same stats you did in your other video to just sort of let you know where all this is coming from. But I'm the asshole. I'm this guy. I'm the asshole.
I think my one issue with the pickup artist stuff, because my dad literally sent me that book. I remember being in college when it came out, the game. Yeah. And he sent me the book. He goes, hey, this was written in the New York Times. And I don't know what that says about like how my dad thought I was with women, but he was like, you should read this.
You fucking hopeless.
You might need
the only way I'm going to get some grandchildren is if you read this.
Okay, so the game, by the way, was never an instruction book. It was pure entertainment. I still have my copy right there on that shelf.
Fucking book you useless son.
Here I am 17 years later. No.
You'd be a different person who had your dad giving you the rational mail. 2013, I guess.
But yeah, he said, and I thought it was fascinating. I thought it was like really cool that guys even tried to like scientifically break down what it was that created that kind of chemistry. My one issue with
maybe that might lead you to being an incel. Who knows?
It always was like using the same lines. I thought was corny, and
the fight outside between two midgets.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, or whatever the fucking, there's a bunch of them. And I was just like, ugh, like how embarrassing would that be if you use a line then somebody else at the bar also uses it on the girl? And you're like,
I wonder if guys have ever talked about that back in the early mid 2000s on any of a million different forums. I wonder if that conversation had ever taken place.
Ugh, just awful, right? And then the other thing I didn't like dropping a girl's confidence.
So now I want to get into negs. Okay, so let me explain. I'll let them finish this out because they're going to talk about Neil Strauss here, and I got to get to that part. Okay, so gentlemen, Andrew and Chris particularly, I want to talk directly to you, Chris. If you think that PUA, that a pickup artist, that's Leisure Suit Larry pickup artist, still looks like Mystery circa 2005, top hat, elevator boots, black nail polish, big old digital sign across his shirt says Mystery, like, a reader board on it, and has a big feather boa, guy liner, looks like Chris Angel. If you think That's what's going on in the pickup culture. I got news for you. The game published in 2005. 2005, soon to be 18 years ago. You honestly think that game has not evolved? You honestly think that the same techniques that are predate social media, you think that people are like, oh, gosh, I would never want to be like those dudes. Huh. That's your boogeyman. Does not exist. I got news for you, my friends. All that stuff is dead. It's gone. Like the fundamentals are still around. The application and the context have completely changed. So if your impression of a pickup artist is in like leopard print, leather pants or whatever, I got news for you.
So that she would like me, because it assumes
the negging.
Yeah, no, I like teasing. I think teasing is good. I don't think it's good to do so you can drop their confidence so that you will be above them.
That's never what negging was about. I know that that's a fundamental misinterpretation. In fact, negging is actually a backhanded compliment, not to lower confidence, but is meant to be play the role of the like bratty sister, older brother. That's what it's about. It's pushback. It's push and pull is what it was for. But the misinterpretation, as far back, by the way, as 2004, even on the SOSWAV, even before the game was out, we knew what neg hits were back on on alt fast seduction and SOSWAV. We were talking about that for a long time. In fact, that was the whole point. Again, confident ignorance.
Like my feeling is like, if you hang out with me long enough, I think I'm the shit. So if you hang out with me long enough, doesn't matter where you think I am initially, I'm coming up. So I don't have to hurt your feelings in order to get
my
there.
confidence doesn't need to stand on the shoulders of yours. Yeah.
Exactly. I want you at your most confident.
Yep.
I want you at your because if you're not, eventually you're going to be confident. Two things. Either I have to keep you with a lack of confidence in order for you to like me, or that confidence is going to go back to where it normally should. It's going to reach homeostasis for you, and then you're going to be like, oh, I don't like this motherfucker.
What the fuck am I with this guy for?
Exactly.
Well, that's fundamentally one of the problems with people who get into relationships where their mate value isn't matched. So I've spent all this year learning about this evolutionary psychology stuff, right? So there's terms for what you're talking about.
Yeah.
So benefit affording.
That's what I studied in.
Yeah.
So SMV should never be matched. In fact, most evolutionary psychologists will tell you exactly the same thing. I've written articles on this as well. Chris, why don't you read fucking SMV and sexual market value and ratio, sexual market value ratios. It's in the second book. Ratios, right? 1-to-1. That's the parity, right? Oh, we want to be even Steven. I want her to be just as confident as I am. Confidence. It's not even confidence. It's just understanding your own sexual market value. If that woman, and again, this can be perceptual value. It doesn't have to be actual value. That woman perceives you as being one step above her in sexual market value. That's the healthiest relationship you're going to have as a guy. Honest to God. Because I think the mistake, and again, they're going back to, what did I tell you? Social constructionism. Well, egalitarianism, I think, should probably be added to social constructionism, egalitarianism, the blank slate, and emotionalism. All this entire conversation is all based on those four principles. So the fundamental principle is that we should be like the same. We should be the same confident. I don't want to bring your confidence. That's not what it's meant to be. Neg hits, treat her like a bratty sister. That's not to lower her confidence. That's to be playful. That's playful. What that is that's the practice of neg hits. Anyways, the practice of command presence, the practice I was asked about amuse mastery earlier on. The practice of amuse mastery is to show a woman that you just get it, that you know how to play the game, rather than explaining the game to her. What was I saying about like gamma males and women wanted to punch them in the face? Because those guys explain the game. They don't know how to play the game. They explain it. That's why Sean Reynolds was so turned off by Myron. Because she had no counter. She wanted to play the game. You know how women try to get you to back into playing the game? They go, who hurt you? What was your family life like? That's dragging you back into an emotional narrative. That's play. I don't like this. Don't tell me about the game. Let's play the game. Come on, roll the dice, move your mice. That's what it is. And so really when women want to do that emotional reframe or that reset, It's the want to start going. Well, we've been speaking your language of empiricism. It's like, God, it's like, it's like I go into kernel panics when I can't understand it. Let's start speaking emotionalism. Can you speak emotionalism? That's what it comes down to. And that's what where these guys are at right now. They think that a pickup artist, their initial, like pickup artists were masters of vibing. They understood the evolutionary psychology thing. What these guys can't understand is pairing the two, pairing the emotional language with understanding the principles and using that and leveraging it to your best advantage. That's why Mystery was always talking about, treat her like a bratty sister. That's what neg hits were really about. That's what Amuse Mastery was always about. That's what, hey, I'm going to take you on a mini vacation. We're going to go on an Insta date. We're exciting. We're going to go rock climbing right now. You're going to be my date. But I don't even know. It doesn't matter. We're on a date. Let's go. Spontaneity, emotional impact. Was even Owen Cook has said this on Owen Cook, Tyler Durden. It doesn't matter whether the emotional impact is positive or negative. You have to just leave it a fucking emotional impact, right? She can be like, I hate that guy, but I really want to fuck him, right? They can have a negative impact and still be aroused by you. You can leave them with a positive impact and they were like, I can't wait to see that guy again. It's the emotional, like the memory. It's the impression that you're leaving that girl with. And so there's techniques that actually push that and put that on women's mind. There's nothing wrong with that. Women do the same thing on guys too. They're much better at game than men are. Clearly, they've got better communication skills. They understand this shit. But it's bad for guys to want to improve themselves and to want to improve game, unless there's some sort of like sanitization to it, unless it's done with noble intent, unless you're courting her. A real man doesn't put his dick in a woman that he's not going to marry. Right? Tradcon dude, random Tradcon dude.
Santa Barbara.
Benefit affording, you both help and you grow. Cost inflicting, you bring the other person down. So one of the ways that you can ensure that your mate won't leave you is to make them feel worse about themselves.
Yeah.
If you've got a disparity in the mate value, one person seems to be pulling away than the other, maybe they
You mean like convincing guys that dad bods are actually attractive when they're not? That way of retaining the mate? By making them feel good when they actually probably shouldn't feel good about themselves? Like bullshitting them and gaslighting them with that?
Getting more confident or better looking, or they've got more attention or social status or whatever it is, one starts to pull away. You can either raise yourself up to match to that, benefit affording, or you can drag them back down so that they're closer to you. And a lot of the pickup artists,
like convincing men that dad bods are sexy, would that not be dragging that guy back down to you? You were the one that promoted this. You're the one, like just 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks? Yeah, 2 weeks ago. I brought that up. God, like this guy. You look like this, brother. I mean, God bless you, Chris. I mean, you look good. You did the work. God damn, man, right? How come you guys don't accuse him of being on TRT? Okay. But you're the dude that's like, is that not also, here's the thing. Is that not also an intra-sexual competition strategy? Bring that guy back down. Oh, you're a bad person for wanting to fuck other women. You're a bad person for wanting to spin plates. A real man doesn't put his dick in a woman that he's not planning to marry. Is that not intra-sexual competition? Like, if I can convince you, if I can gaslight you into thinking that you're bad for looking like this and leveraging your options, if I can do that, is that not interesting? Is that not dragging you the majority of guys back down to where you're at? Because that dynamic that he's talking about between like men and women, that works with men and men, and it's goddamn right. It works with women and women. They do that all the time.
You're goddamn right.
Yeah, they tell, she's fat as a cow, and they go, oh, you look good, girl. You never look better. Is that not the same thing?
This stuff was like that. And another problem was that people, or the girls that you were using this on, weren't falling for you.
Yeah.
They were falling for the persona.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of guys that did pick up, look at them now, Neil Strauss, Tucker Max, both good examples. Both of them are like these fucking like awakened, psychedelic warriors tweeting about like enacting your fucking truest self forward and shit.
Neil.
Yeah, because they had to pivot out. You want to know why? I'll tell you why, Tucker Max. Because he knocked a chick up. He knocked up the girl. He fucked up. Just like Anthony Johnson. That's why he's getting married too. I can't wait for the fucking next book from him. Here's why you ought to live your life like me. Yeah, it's exactly the same thing. It's the same thing with Tucker Max. Same thing with Julian Blanc. Same thing, really. Like, I get to a point where they can't realistically, they're not believable anymore. Oh, yeah. Bad example. You mean this Neil Strauss right here? That Neil Strauss? Post divorce from Nita Strauss? That guy? Were they divorced? I think they got married. Yeah, because they had a baby together. That's right. That dude, this guy right here. How about this dude? This Neil Strauss right here? That the one? This him? Bad example again. That's your third bad example during this whole show here, Chris. Yeah, of course they do. It's the prodigal son. Or you could use Roosh as a good example of this too. Of course they are. It's come to Jesus. It's the prodigal son returneth. All these pickup artist guys, they were these incorrigible bachelors, and they were promoting all this and making a good living off of it, of course, as well. And and now look at them. Yeah. Well, look at Neil Strauss. Neil Strauss had at the end of the game, he was, I think, getting pretty close with Nita Strauss, who, by the way, is a fantastic guitar player. And now they're not together anymore. And he's like on this hippy dippy, ayahuasca fucking acid trip shit, because he has to be. That's his pivot. What else is he going to do? He's going to write more books. Yeah, he can do that all day long. But when he goes on a show, like he wrote The Truth, right? That was supposed to like be some sort of apology for the game. Okay, which one do you think sells the most? Which book do you think has sold over the history of those being published? Which one do you think sells better, The Truth or the game? They were just they probably didn't even know about The Truth. That they damn well talking about the game. My dad gave me the book. Yeah, of course. Yeah, because it's real. There's something to it, something actionable, even though it's entertainment, but there's still something. It seems like there should be something actionable to it. So yeah, they don't. All these guys come. Like Tucker Max, same thing. Tucker Max, his first book. I hope they serve beer in hell. Would you like me to go dig that picture up for you? I can. Let me go get it. It's in the Purple Pill. This is funny. You'll love this. This is the guy. Do you know who Tucker Max is? I wrote a post called The Purple Pill, and it's on the Rational Mail. And where did it go? Here we go. Here's what I'm talking about. There we go. Oh, this is so good. Let me see if I can. There we go. Oh my goodness. Yes, I can even blow it up here. Have a look at this. Like here's what they're impressed by. This is the right way to do things. Got it? Oh, so watch this. Let's see, where is it? No. Where's my Chrome tab? Oh, there it is. Okay. Here's Tucker Max. This is The Purple Pill in 3 images. This is it. Got it? Oh, wait, let me blow it up for you so you can see the whole thing. I hope they serve beer in hell. See that? Right over the girl's face is your name here, your face here. Then what happens is he meets this girl. I don't even know what her name is. I don't even know if they're still together. They might be. I don't know. They have a baby, knocks her up. Oh, an accidental pregnancy. And then he gets together pairs up with Dr. Jeffrey Miller, PhD, evolutionary psychologist, by the way. And they want to talk about mate. And here's how to use the red pill responsibly. Right? Only what's changed? Here's the chick and your face here. That's the dude. Is that your king? This is your king? Really?
Confessions of a Hitman. I think he put out a book about the importance of relationships.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Like that's kind of crazy.
But it's because I think that you realize after a while of the sort of super transactional stuff.
Yeah, it's empty.
Yeah, you come back on the other side, and now Tucker's got this ranch in Austin and 4 kids and 30 sheep and all this other shit.
Yeah, because he couldn't keep doing the fucking thing he was doing that made him a whole shit ton of money. That's why.
That's his thing.
Yeah. And maybe it took them that to get there. Like sometimes you need to go through that part of your life to realize you don't need it.
It's vapid and empty.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to close those loops.
Vapid and empty,
It's fun. It is fun. Dating is fun. Meeting
the heartbreak.
It's that again. Once again, it's the meaningless sex. That's vapid and empty, dude. Like, oh well, okay. I guess Andrew's married. Okay, great. So does marriage like make you less vapid and empty? Let's see, you know, let me see if I put this back up again. Hold on. Does this make you less vapid and empty? Are you feeling are you feeling fulfilled here? Does this make you this right here? Right, this right here. There. Does this make you less vapid and empty? It did the right way. He's got a ranch and 4 kids, I think, in Dallas somewhere. Good. He turned it around. Let's keep going. I got one last thing for you.
It's fun. The heartbreak isn't fun, of course, but like meeting a new person, like going through those butterflies, like is it going to go down? Is it not? Like these things are exciting for sure. But I don't think they're close, not even close to as fruitful as like developing an actual relationship with somebody.
Okay. Well, here's the thing is like, I'm not going to sit here and like have a conversation about what's more, because what's meaningful for one guy and what's meaningful for another. Meaning is a container word. You can fill it with whatever the fuck you want to fill it with. If you had gone and asked Tucker Max when he was writing, I hope they serve beer in hell, he would have a completely different definition of what's meaningful and what's not. Right? So meaning is this esoteric, ambiguous bullshit. It's fortune cookie logic is what it is. It can be anything you want. Go get your next fortune cookie at the next time you're at a Chinese restaurant, open it up, crack open the thing and look at the Confucius say, like, you can apply that and say, well, this really means a lot to me. Or you can be like, it's a fucking fortune cookie, right? Many of my arguments in relationships can be considered verbally abusive. One time arguing with my ex about Priscilla Presley, of all things. She said she needs to see a therapist. Because she is wet. Thank you, Sheik. Well done. On topic. I don't believe red pill creates incels. Heck, all it does is give them a reason to keep being pathetic. As I pointed out last video. Yes, it does. They exist. They will always be with you. Red Pill Jesus says the incels have always been with us and will always be with you. What is this? Why would Chris tell us that dad bods are desirable? Does he know that he is misleading people? Yes, he does. Is he malicious? If he is, that's the question, isn't it? Right? Is he malicious or is he stupid? Right? That's always the case, right? Was it never attribute malice to that which can be attributed to stupidity or ignorance in this case? Maybe he's just ignorant. I can't say he is because I see one video that says one thing that's going to turn me into an incel, and now I should be looking for meaning, and apparently not in Miami either.
And that is when I say that, like, I mean like a real relationship, like you are building something together,
not just someone to watch Netflix with.
Exactly. Like if you have a prenup, you don't have a relationship.
How many times do you think this dude has just watched Netflix with a chick? Just saying.
You have a prenup?
No. You have a girlfriend.
If you have a prenup,
you have a girlfriend. You're not building something. You have an escape hatch. You know what I'm saying? You have a girlfriend that you created a loop that you could get out of to call her your wife for her, but it's your girlfriend because you.
Andrew, your wife still hasn't taken your last name. Who do you think is worth more in that relationship, Emma or your son? Emma Turner, I think it is. Emma, whatever her maiden name is, or Andrew Schultz.
You could break up whenever you want, and everything's okay. A real relationship, the way that like marriage was designed, is we are in this shit, and we got to fight through this, and we got to work on this, and develop this fucking love. And I think you do that without the what is it called, the parachute. Now, I've been married a year. I could come back.
It's not a parachute, but we'll keep going.
5 years, like I was a fucking idiot, Chris. What the hell was I talking about? You know, why would I do that? You know what I mean? I'm broke. Who knows? But for me, I like that more. I think it's cooler. Yeah, I think that that's more exciting.
Talking about heartbreak, not often that Andrew Tate and Jordan Peterson agree, but both of them I've seen have got the same take where they think that heartbreak is worse for guys than it is for girls. And Tate had this really fucking interesting video where he explained that because of the inbuilt possessiveness that men have, the thought of their ex-partner now being with a new partner is so painful that to them, it's going to be more painful than it would be for a woman who might be emotionally distressed by it. And the other part of it was that women, a heartbroken woman is someone that deserves sympathy and respect. A heartbroken guy is like, fucking, come on, man up. Now, I'm not sure how much I agree with both of those, but it's a fucking interesting take.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting take to think about the possessiveness that guys have over even their exes, even exes that they don't want anymore. I don't know whether you've ever had this, where you've had an ex-girlfriend that you've let go by the by, and then there's still something about them. Like you see they've moved on, and you've moved on. You already moved on. And yet there's still a little like twinge. You're like,
I had an ex that I broke up with. And then we were still like friends, and then she had told me she slept with someone else, and I was like disgusted. I was like, what? And I knew I was wrong to be disgusted.
No, you're not wrong, actually. And neither is Andrew Tate in this case. And really, if I haven't seen the Jordan Peterson take on all of this, but there's a few things that are at work here. So, Chris, please try to listen to a guy who's been in Miami probably every month almost every month this year. Sorry. So here's the deal. There is what's called the war brides dynamic. That's number one. Okay. Women get over guys much faster than guys get over girls. Okay. So there's two reasons for that. One is in our ancestral past, women had to develop a psychological mechanism to let go of one guy and pair bond with another guy. It's why women get, the Stockholm syndrome much more ably, let's just say, than men do. And not say that men don't occasionally, because men get Stockholm syndrome out of survival. Women get Stockholm syndrome because they're hedging their bets. They're putting it out there. So like the German soldiers in 1939 invading Holland, and the Good Time Girls and they're just trying to be pragmatic. They wanted to get with the German officers. Of course, they got their haircut. They simply shot the guys in Holland who collaborated with them, but it wasn't so bad beyond just the public shaming of having your hair cut off for the women who sort of allied themselves with the Germans. But that, again, goes back to the war brides dynamic. Okay. Women, by and large, over the course of history, over the course of human evolution and human social evolution, I should say, is women had to develop a sense of being able to sort of connect with their captors, because if they didn't, they died. The ones that could survived. Simple as that. That's why women get over a breakup much faster than guys do. It also helps that for every 17 women, one man reproduced. Back in and this is like as far back as like 8,000 years ago. I have an article that I've quoted this article. A lot of people have quoted this article. Now that we can plot the human genome, we can see that back in pre-agrarian times, 8,000 years ago, I believe, one man for every 17 women reproduced. So 17 women reproduced and one guy would reproduce. That was the coefficient, right? Or the ratio, right? Now it's more like 1 in 7, I think. But back then, that's how it worked out. Mathematically, we have the stats. That's not qualitative. Like, did they fuck each other? No. We can see the genetic markers. Okay. We can track this now. So again, why would that be? Well, because men have what's called mate guarding. And that's really where all this comes from. You're not wrong. You're not wrong in feeling that. That's simply your evolutionary function of wanting to maintain what your psychology wants to believe is your bitch, is your woman, right? You want to maintain they're possessive. We call it possessiveness right now. No, it's mate guarding is what it is. It's very similar to how, and I know this firsthand, as a father of a daughter. It's wanting to protect that daughter. And it's not about protecting her purity, her honor. No, it's protecting her from a guy that I don't want to be associated with his family, his clan, his DNA. This is my daughter, and I don't want you. And I'll decide whether or not, back in the day, I'll decide whether you're going to be my son-in-law or you're going to be my son-in-law. That was really what it comes down to. I'm going to assume control over my daughter's hypergamy, right, over her sexual selection. That was also associated with mate guarding. Same thing with a brother defending the sister. Same thing with an uncle defending his niece or whatever, same thing. Same thing as a man wanting to mate guard his bitch, his woman, right?
Tell these bitches to go to hell.
That's what you're not feeling. You're the only reason you feel bad about it is because you've been trained by emotionalism, social constructionism, blank slate, and egalitarianism. You are the defective woman that used to be a defective girl because you've been trained, conditioned to think that way. What did we say about conditioning and operant conditioning? There's your result. That's your product right there. It's the thinking of, oh, I should feel bad about this. No, you shouldn't. It's like jealousy is there as an adaptation. It's there for a reason. It's an evolutionary reason for you to feel jealous. It's an evolutionary reason for you to be mate guarding those chicks. It's evolutionary reason for you to feel possessiveness over your daughter, over your woman, over your wife, over your concubine, over your girlfriend, over the girls that you didn't even get with. Like we have the bro code, right? Like you shouldn't go and nail another guy's girlfriend, or if he's trying to mac on that girl, then you by the bro code, you shouldn't go over and do. The reason why we have that is because our innate desire is like, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to go get this chick. That's why we have social buffers like that, or we like to think we do. We probably don't even have that anymore. Okay. Since we're bringing this up, I'm gonna take this down right now. There's actually a lot more to this. I wanted to make sure that I pointed out the war brides dynamic and the mate guarding dynamic, and it's this. Oh, you're insecure for feeling this way. No, you're not. You shouldn't be. Don't feel bad about your innate need to mate guard. That's why guys lose their fucking minds when they imagine their girlfriend fucking some other dude, because they think that she was an opportunity to solve their reproductive problem. It's especially bad for guys who don't have kids. If it's your ex-girlfriend and you've never been married before, I don't have a baby mama or anything like that, guys like that just like lose their minds, because men tend to live in a state of sexual scarcity. As I said, 1 for every 17 women, 1 man reproduced in our biological ancestral past. That's where that comes from. So it's there for a reason. It's a feature, not a bug. All right. You always have a prenup. The government gives you one by default, and men usually get screwed over, and you can't make one up and protect your assets. Okay, here we go. Now, I've used this example on several occasions. I'm going to use it right now because at the end of the show, hopefully I won't get docked for this. A woman with severe body dysmorphia and low self-confidence might like a comfort of a dad bod. Inaccurate self-evaluation. Okay, thank you. Got it. Yes, because there is an imbalance in sexual market value. Now, last but not least, I got to show you this. So this will take you all of like 1 minute. I got to beat the 5-hour mark. Here we go. So here we go. This is it. This is why I say prenups don't work.
When you file for divorce, you'll be shocked to find out how little your prenuptial agreement actually does.
I, as an individual, do not believe in prenuptial agreements. We prepare them all the time. We represent people who are engaged in negotiating them all the time. It's part of what we do. But personally, I don't believe in them. The existence of a prenuptial agreement starts the marriage out in a bad light. It's a marriage that's starting out with one of the parties saying to the other, you know, I really love you, but I don't trust you, so I want you to sign something that says this is what's mine or this is what's yours.
You go get a prenup and you think everything's great. Well, you better make sure you know exactly what you're doing, because the big game now is who can bust the prenup.
We drew up a prenuptial agreement. I had it reviewed by an attorney. It was rock solid. How could they be entitled to look at my financials.
You can't dictate in your premarital agreement the amount of child support, and you can't dictate who will have the children.
Custody will always be something that could be modified. So you could resolve the entire case, and then 2 years later, somebody could come back and say, custodial schedule is not working, and there needs to be a change.
The divorce process in the United States can be so complicated that even the best contracts can't stand up against the court system.
There you go. That's from the trailer for Divorce Corp, or Divorce Incorporated, Divorce Corp. Go check it out. It came out, I want to say in 2013, 2012, 2013. That's the best example I can give for you why I'm like, oh, prenup, bro. The game now is to bust a prenup. That's what it is. Like those guys, like the attorneys, they're figuring out ways to make more money by busting a prenup. That's it. And that was back in 2013. I don't know where they're at in 2023. So you guys can tell me. I don't know, but there you go. All right. I'm going to get out of here before the 5-hour mark. Watch me. Okay. Let's see. I will not be doing a show next Sunday. It is Christmas. I'm going to go touch grass. Actually, I'm going to go touch snow. We're still kind of mourning Bambi at this point. Our Greyhound passed Friday. And so thank you for all of the well wishes on Instagram and here as well. Much appreciated. Much love to you guys. Thank you for helping us out, and thank you for understanding why I'm kind of low key right now, although maybe I wasn't. But so thanks for that, guys. I also wanted to leave you with I've got a new song for you for the outro here. This is by Jevani Sanders. This is actually the intro for Access Vegas, but I thought it was pretty good, and I wanted to sort of showcase Jevani here at the end. So this is Jevani Sanders. It will be available on Spotify. It's not out on Spotify yet. The demo is out on Spotify, but like the full song is not out completely yet. But Jevani was nice enough to like develop the entire song. So our outro will be The Best Head of My Life by Jevani Sanders. Thanks for watching, guys. I will see you let's see, probably Wednesday. So Wednesday will be the next show. And that will be it. Let me see. Oh, hold on. I gotta do this. There we go.
Would you do it again? I need to feel you on top of me. It was my first time, but I was just a kid when we met and went to bed. It was my first time. What do you expect from me? I'm breaking up the rules now in the game. I've got some new tools, please do the same. Time came by and went over like a matchbox stereo. Time to get my thoughts now, let it go. Bound to keep me up all night. But maybe we can fuck again, and maybe things are different. Goddamn, baby.
City Podcast has been a production of The Rational Male. All rights reserved. Registered trademark 2022. Do not steal my stuff. Merry Christmas.